Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter led Hogwarts in a new wizarding war? Part 4. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Life at Hogwarts had somehow become more chaotic and yet serene for Eva. The election discourse was showing no signs of slowing down, and if anything was only ramping up as the May vote drew closer. But Eva could no longer bring herself to care about what the students thought, what petty arguments were being bandied about in the halls. Their voices bounced off of her, leaving her in a bubble of her own thoughts that none could penetrate. None of these hyper-opinionated folks had the faintest inkling of what was truly happening. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were her parents. She had grappled with this truth for weeks since her meeting with the minister, and still failed to grasp all of its implications. She studied Harry with a renewed interest. She saw the similarities between them now, but still could not bring herself to accept that he was her father. He felt too much like a stranger, more like a mythological creature to be studied from afar rather than someone engaged with his family. Could he even accept a parental role if circumstances had been different? And yet, she saw what a great mentor he could be in his better moments. His skill as a teacher came in the one-on-one moments of instruction, in recognizing the specific traits of a student and getting the best out of them. She couldn't help but feel jealous of Calvin. Hopkins, certainly the closest thing to a son Harry had ever had, as he received ample individual help from the professor during classes, in addition to his private aura training. Why didn't Harry do the same for Eva, his actual child? Did he still distrust her, believing Eva to be too like her mother to be granted inside access? But Harry and Hermione did still seem to care for each other, in spite of everything between them. What was stopping all three of them from dropping all pretenses and being a happy family? Why did Harry harbor such ill will towards Hermione? Was it hurt pride from knowing that she had been the one to successfully contain Voldemort? Was it resentment from Hermione keeping him away from his daughter for the first 15 years of her life? Or was it truly the dark magic plaguing his mind, which Hermione intended to find a cure for? Now that Eva knew what to look for, she did see cracks in Harry's facade every once in a while. He was quite good at reining in his temper before it could rear its ugly head, but it was still obvious when a student rubbed him the wrong way. Whenever Chris or Victor disrupted a spell theory class with their hijinks, for instance, he would always lightly chastise them in a level tone, but it was often preceded with a look of pure hate, as though he was temporarily seized by a malevolent being. And knowing what Crumb had taught them about the insidious, almost autonomous nature of dark magic, that may not be far from the truth. She thought back to the request Minister Granger had made of her, to learn more about Harry's true intentions, what he might be after in the Ministry of Magic. But he had not approached her in private for months now, not since their last meeting when they'd watched Archimedes burn. Was he simply too busy with the election? Or was there another reason he was avoiding her? His only daughter? She decided to confront him after spell theory one afternoon, on a day when he seemed particularly irritable. He directed the class to practice their nonverbal casting on one another, intervening only to snap at someone or another when they fired an errant spell, or, worse, dared to utter the incantation under their breath. As soon as the bell rang, dismissing them for the weekend, Harry rushed for the door, as he often did these days. He would frequently disappear on weekends, making it impossible to reach him until the following Monday. Eva hurried after him, catching the door before Harry could slam it behind him on his way out of the castle. "Excuse me, Professor Potter?" Eva asked breathlessly, rushing to keep up with him. "A word." "Now is not a good time, Miss Pruitt," Harry said shortly, not bothering to turn back towards her. "I'm late for an important engagement." "It won't take long," Eva insisted, pulling up level with him until he was forced to pause and look at her. "I was hoping for your guidance on my Ancient Runes project dash." "Take it up with Professor Babbling," Harry muttered tiredly, turning to go again. "I've decided to do my project about time," Eva quickly added. "After our last meeting, that is. And have you learned anything of interest?" Harry asked, sounding less enthusiastic than Eva had hoped he would be. "And not yet," said Eva. which is why I hope for some more, well, specific direction. If you could point me towards a point of focus so that I could dash. Evangeline. Harry suddenly snapped, causing her to freeze. I have no intentions of holding your hand through a self-directed project. If you are unable to conduct your own research, perhaps I was mistaken in believing you were worthy of my time. Show some initiative. And before Eva could process this further, Harry swept away, disappearing down a stairwell without another word. Eva stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned. That was not the response she'd expected at all. Harry rarely snapped at his students, particularly those he seemed to favor over the others. Had she fallen out of his good graces? Did he truly no longer believe her worthy of spending time with? Eva's train of thought was interrupted by a loud guffaw nearby. She turned to see Roxan, standing amidst the rest of the class, laughing openly at Eva's plight. The other students looked as surprised as Eva did, having witnessed the tail end of her interaction with the headmaster. Embarrassed, Eva turned and hurried down a side corridor, ducking into an empty classroom in order to get some privacy. She paced back and forth, suddenly not thinking about Harry, but fuming at Roxan. What was her problem anyway? Did she truly get such pleasure from Eva failing to win over the headmaster? The one time she'd ever consciously attempted to do so? The gall! Eva could not believe how low her opinion of the girl had fallen. Seriously, what had she ever seen in Roxan that made Eva fall so head over heels? It was like night and day with the cruel young woman she now had to reckon with on a daily basis. Eva was so consumed in her own thoughts that she didn't hear the door click open and shut again. A voice cut through the haze of her mind. Eva, are you okay? Eva wheeled around to see perhaps the last person she wanted in that moment, besides Roxan, Calvin Hopkins. He was looking at her not with mirth, but genuine concern. Eva's first instinct was to scream at him to get out, but she paused, a wild idea forming in her head. Harry had set Calvin on her the previous year to spy on her. Perhaps the headmaster thought there was a spark between them that might lead her to trust him with her secrets. Why should Eva not exploit that same connection and flip the tables on Harry? Calvin was perhaps the student that Harry trusted the most in the castle. If anyone would be privy to what Harry was scheming, it would probably be this boy standing before her. So instead of shouting at Calvin for his intrusion, Eva crossed the distance between them with rapid steps until she stood right in front of him. Then, to the boy's immense surprise, she buried her head into his shoulder and began to cry. Can't believe he said that to me, she sniffled. Just asked for a little help, that's all. And then now he hates me. Calvin stood frozen in place for a moment, clearly stunned by the turn of events. But he quickly adapted, awkwardly wrapping his arms around Eva in a careful embrace, patting her supportively on the back. I'm sure he doesn't hate you, Calvin reassured her. He's just stressed from the election, that's all. But that bitch Roxanne Morrison definitely hates me. Eva spat. How could she just laugh at me like that? God, it's so humiliating. Don't worry about her, said Calvin. She's getting on everybody's nerves, trust me. Whatever happened between you two, people aren't taking her side automatically, I promise you that. That's not true, Eva wailed. All the Gryffindors hate me after I quit the Quidditch team. They all call me a traitor behind my back. I hear them talk. God, why does everybody in this castle despise me? They don't, Calvin said quickly. Most people don't know what to make of you, honestly. You don't exactly put yourself out there. But there are people who admire you, what you can do. Seriously, Evangeline, don't sell yourself short. Eva didn't know if Calvin was just saying this to make her feel better. But it worked. Although she was mostly putting on an emotional show, there was harsh truth behind her words. She had felt isolated and alone these past few weeks. And it felt good to know that there were still people that held her in high regard, even if it was from afar. Sorry, I didn't mean to unload on you like that, Eva sighed, pulling gently away from Calvin, noticing at once that he seemed disappointed by this. You don't need to hear about my problems. I don't mind, Calvin insisted. Then, perhaps realizing that he might sound too eager, he offered, it can always be helpful to talk to someone. Most problems aren't as big as we make them out to be in our heads. Oh, if you only knew, Eva chuckled internally, imagining how Calvin might react to all she'd learned about her true past in the past month. Instead, She smiled timidly at him. You're right, she sighed. Thanks for listening. I feel loads better already. That's good, Calvin nodded. He looked like he was working up the courage to say something more. So Eva waited patiently, staring down at her shoes, pretending not to notice. And maybe we can continue this conversation sometime? Like in Hogsmeade? Hogsmeade? Eva repeated, scrunching up her eyebrows in fake confusion. There's a visit to the village scheduled in a couple of weekends, Calvin pointed out. If you'd like to come with me. Oh, said Eva softly. I see. I know we didn't get off on the right foot last year, Calvin said quickly, as though preempting her answer of no. And I feel terribly about it. Can I at least buy you a butterbeer to make up for it? Eva studied Calvin's face. He did look sincere in his offered apology, and she believed that he meant it. She was still cross with him for spying on her, but knew logically that it was Harry's fault more than his own, and that the poor kid would do anything his idol asked of him. Plus, she still owed him for ditching him at the slug party last year and then ghosting him for months on end with no explanation. That sounds nice, she said, putting on a bright smile. See you then, Calvin. And she stood on tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek before quickly heading for the exit. Glancing back before she shut the door on Calvin, she could see that she had the exact intended effect. As the boy stood stunned by the gesture, slowly raising a hand to his face to feel the spot where she'd left her mark. Mission accomplished, she thought triumphantly to herself. It wasn't until Eva reached the Great Hall for dinner that she remembered the next Hogsmeade visit coincided with Valentine's Day. Oh dear Merlin, what have I gotten myself into? Eva decided against wearing anything too showy for her Hogsmeade date with Calvin, opting for a simple sweater and jeans combo. She hoped that there wouldn't be too big of a crowd to witness them departing together. The last thing she wanted was to be thrust back into the forefront of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Unfortunately, when she descended into the entrance hall, there was already a large group of students gathered there, waiting to be checked out by Ginny Weasley at the front doors. Calvin was waiting at the foot of the stairs, wearing an expensive-looking wool cloak, beaming when he spotted her headed his way. He held out a hand for her as she approached. She offered it, and Calvin kissed her knuckles in greeting. She cringed internally, wondering if this was some kind of pure-blood courting ritual thing. But luckily no one seemed to notice. Hello, Evangeline, he said. You look nice. You too, said Eva. Shall we? They got in line, waiting to be processed, and allowed out onto the grounds to board a carriage. Eva spotted Chris Wood and a few other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team a few spots ahead of them in line. They all gave her nasty looks when she saw who she was with. Gryffindor had been demolished by Slytherin in their match last month, 340-20, and the entire house seemed to blame Eva for the humiliating loss. But Eva couldn't bring herself to care. If anything, they should be blaming Roxan for her mismanagement of the team that led to her leaving in the first place. After suffering a few seconds of Ginny glaring at Eva and her choice of date, she and Calvin boarded a thestral-drawn carriage bound for Hogsmeade Village. It was a chilly morning. Eva shivered a bit, wishing she'd worn an extra layer or two. Calvin seemed to notice her discomfort, unclasping his cloak and shuffling closer to her so that she could share it with him. Thanks, she muttered. She was a bit uncomfortable being in such close proximity to a boy she barely knew, but Calvin was a consummate gentleman, keeping his hands in his lap and allowing her plenty of space. I'll be honest, Calvin said after a few moments of silence. I'm surprised you agreed to come. Why's that? Asked Eva. I thought you hated me, Calvin admitted. After, well, everything that happened between us last year. I betrayed your trust. The headmaster betrayed my trust, Eva corrected him. I never hated you, Calvin. I just fell for someone else. I see, Calvin nodded. So, are you too? No, that's over, Eva muttered bitterly. Roxanne's become cruel and vindictive. I couldn't justify being with someone like that. I'd try to warn you, Calvin chuckled lightly. She probably feels backed into a corner, being so close to graduation, and feels like she has to elevate herself over the other Muggleborns to stand a chance at remaining in the wizarding world. Eva's gut reaction to this remark was anger, but the more she thought about it, the more spot-on his comment was. He wasn't being prejudiced against her blood purity. He was empathizing with her position that forced her into the action she chose. You were right, said Eva, and it wasn't even a lie. It's just painful to see her act this way, when she was so nice to be around before. Calvin chuckled at this. Interesting to hear you say that, he said. Before you came along, I don't think anyone gave her the time of day. She got on everyone's nerves, and she never had a problem with saying the things nobody else wanted to say. That's what I appreciated about her, said Eva. She didn't care what people thought about her, and wasn't afraid to confront people she had a problem with. An admirable trait, Calvin admitted, but not one that's looked kindly upon in the wizarding world. She probably realized that no one would hire a muggle-born who has no problem with addressing the inequalities in pure-blood society. So you agree that our society is unequal? Asked Eva, surprised to hear such an admission from a pure-blood. Oh yes, Calvin nodded fervently. I'm lucky that my family was wealthy and politically neutral enough to survive the war. That's all it came down to in the end, according to my father. He paid off the right people to avoid pledging loyalty to the Dark Lord and kept our reputation intact once the war ended. All the families that managed to do that are now the most powerful people in Britain. Huh, said Eva. She hadn't known this about the Hopkins family before. She had assumed that all wizards and witches living in Britain at the time had to pledge loyalty and contributed to the persecution of undesirable members of society. Now she realized that perhaps it was more complicated than she thought. Anyway, for what it's worth, I'm sorry things didn't work out with you and Morrison, Calvin went on. I never got on with her that well, but she seemed to make you happy. That makes her all right in my book. Appreciate it, Eva nodded. She didn't really feel like hashing out her relationship with Roxan with Calvin. But it did feel good to have someone in her corner, so to speak, especially when it felt like the entire castle was against her these days. The carriage deposited them beside the small bridge that led into Hogsmeade. Calvin offered his arm, and Eva took it, partly to continue enjoying his body heat in the frigid cold. The 3 broomsticks, do you reckon? Calvin asked. Ought to be nice and warm in there. Sure, said Eva, teeth chattering. Truthfully, she'd even take Madame Pudafoots if it meant getting out of the cold. Luckily, the pub was not yet full to capacity, and they managed to squeeze into a corner table at the back of the pub, mostly concealed from view, with enough privacy to have their own conversation amidst the chaos around them. Calvin returned from the bar with 2 butterbeers, sliding his seat close to Eva so they could hear themselves talk. I've always meant to ask, he shouted over the din. What were your parents like? If you're comfortable talking about them, I mean. Eva opened and closed her mouth a few times at this question. She could only laugh internally at the absurdity of her parental situation. She was technically a half-blood posing as a muggle-born posing as a pure-blood, and she had to make sure she had her story straight. Calvin did not know that her true parents were Harry and Hermione, or that her once-believed-to-be parents were muggles. No, she had to continue her Pruitt lie, which she now knew was a ruse by the headmaster in its own right. But she figured she could slip some truth into things anyway. My dad was a strong dueler, she said, not untruthfully. He was renowned locally for some of his feats in combat, and was also a strong flyer on a broom. My mom was wickedly smart, top of her class, especially gifted in runes and charms. I see, Calvin nodded. You seem to take after them well. They died in a potions accident, did they not? Yeah, Eva said awkwardly. Then, continuing to tell half-truths, she added, my mom was trying to brew something to help my dad. He was ill, you see. He had a mental condition that was causing him headaches and mood swings. Oh, sorry to hear that, Calvin muttered. It's all right, Eva nodded, deciding it best to change the topic. How about your parents? Your dad's an Auror, right? He is, Calvin nodded, straightening in pride. Second in command to Commander Longbottom in the department. Very impressive, Eva nodded politely. And your mother? She also works at the Ministry, Calvin explained. But she doesn't tell me much about her job. Why not? She's an unspeakable, said Calvin. Works in the Department of Mysteries. That was news to Eva. She perked up at the mention of the department, the place that Harry was supposedly so interested in. Maybe this was her chance to learn more about what he was after. Really, she said in genuine awe. I've always wondered what goes on in there. Has she ever told you stories about the things she's seen inside? Never, Calvin lamented. Not for lack of me trying, of course. I'm as curious as anyone. But all she'll say is that it's full of really dangerous magic that could destabilize the entire planet if it isn't treated carefully. Eva nodded slowly, planning her next move carefully. She didn't want to sound too eager, like she was prying, lest she say too much, and Calvin run off to the headmaster to inform him. I heard that Professor Potter went into the department once as a student, she said. He fought Death Eaters inside. Yeah, he told me about it once, Calvin chuckled. Something about locating a prophecy between him and the Dark Lord. But he's as tight-lipped about it as my mother. I can't get anything out of him about what he saw inside. Eva remembered that she still had Hermione's memories of that very event, hidden away in her school trunk in her dorm. She still needed to find a way to view it, either by using the pensive in the headmaster's office or by finding another one she could use without risking detection. She was burning with more questions about Calvin's mother, but knew it was best to take it slow, to not seem too invested in the topic so early. So she shifted gears. Did Potter tell you that during one of your private lessons? She asked. He's giving you aura training, isn't he? He is, or at least he was, Calvin said. Used to be twice a month, but we haven't met since the new year. I imagine he's too busy with the election going on, and I'm too afraid to ask him when our next session will be. Afraid? Eva frowned. Why's that? You saw what happened when you tried to corner him the other day, Calvin chuckled. He nearly tore your head off. Haven't you noticed how high-strung he is lately? Yeah. What's up with that, you reckon? Eva asked. Just election stress? Calvin looked around them briefly to ensure that they weren't being eavesdropped upon, then leaned in closer to Eva. My dad has a friend in the Department for the Commission of Public Elections, he muttered. Apparently, they've been conducting polls around Britain to see where people stand on the issues. They've shared their findings with the Daily Prophet, but the editor refuses to publish them. Why's that? Asked Eva. He's losing, Calvin said glumly. Granger's outpolling him by 10 to 15% and growing. He has strong support among pure bloods, but the half-bloods and muggle-borns prefer things the way they are. If anything, all the strong language he's been using in his campaign speeches have made things worse. Really? Asked Eva, surprised. But it seems all anyone ever talks about is Potter, and how great he'd be at the job dash. Apparently, it's a vocal minority, Calvin shrugged. Most of the muggle-borns work outside of the wizarding world these days, so we rarely hear from them. A lot of them probably feel like they owe Granger for what she did during the war, behind the scenes, to keep people like them safe. Can you blame them? Eva chuckled. Not really, Calvin shrugged. He hesitated for a moment, glancing around their table again, then said, Granger saved my father's life during the Battle of London. He may support Potter politically, but he says the Hopkins family owes her a life debt, and he intends to repay it someday. Really? Said Eva, eyes widening. And he doesn't think voting against her contradicts that? Potter's done a lot for our family too, Calvin pointed out. Like I said, he's been tutoring me since third year, and he and my dad have grown close in the meantime. It's not like losing the election means her life will be in danger. Perhaps, Eva thought to herself. Hermione seemed adamant that whatever Harry was after in the Department of Mysteries could have cataclysmic results for everyone. It was a sobering reminder of why she had agreed to this date in the first place. Potter invited me into his office last term, to help with some of his research, she admitted. He's studying time. Time? Calvin asked, frowning. What about it? Not sure. Eva shrugged. He has this phoenix, Archimedes? He was studying its rebirth cycle to see how time reacts to the death process. That's odd, said Calvin, frowning. He's never mentioned anything like that to me. And why did he ask for your help? Eva hesitated, but decided it was best to open up a bit into her own secrets in order to convince Calvin to part with his. I've been experimenting with the draft of omniscience, she admitted. I got the recipe from Granger's book and brewed it last spring. Bloody hell, Calvin breathed at this revelation. But that means you had to get your hands on essence of thought. Isn't that stuff highly toxic? And illegal? Yes, said Eva. But it worked, and I was able to use the site to witness the magic of the Phoenix's rebirth process. Potter hoped I might be able to see something he didn't. And were you able to? Calvin asked excitedly. No, Eva Said. But I think the Phoenix research is a dead end anyway. He's trying to find a different way to manipulate time. Manipulate it how? Your guess is as good as mine, Eva shrugged. She considered telling Calvin about the Deathly Hallows, but decided it best not to lay all her cards out on the table too quickly. If Calvin were to run back to the headmaster full of questions that only Eva could have put in his head, she might lose Potter's trust permanently. Calvin pondered this for a moment. Then a wry grin spread across his face. "What's it like?" he asked. "What's what like?" "The draft of omniscience," said Calvin. "Potter's mentioned it in private lessons before, but never allowed me to try it." "Does it really let you see magic?" "Yeah, in a sense," said Eva. "It lets you see magic in the forms of symbols, basically. It's how I was able to counter Potter's Mandarin spell during final exams last term." "Wicked," Calvin grinned. "I don't suppose you have any left over, do you? I'd love to try it myself sometime." Eva hesitated, suddenly unsure. "Well, technically I shouldn't admit that I have any on school grounds considering it's illegal." Calvin nodded understandingly at this. "I don't tell the headmaster everything, you know," he winked. "I mean, when I say I feel terribly about spying on you last year, I swore I'd never betray your trust like that again." "I know," Eva nodded. "I'll think about it." She believed Calvin. She really did. He didn't strike her as malicious or deceptive in the slightest. For a Slytherin, he was rather easy to read. He surely had ambition in spades, but his cunning could use some fine-tuning. Or maybe he was simply too enamored by Eva to consider lying to her. It made her a bit uncomfortable, the way he was so quick to praise her and hesitant to upset her, like he was walking on eggshells around her. But that might just serve her well as she attempted to use him to get closer to the headmaster and figure out what he was up to. Maybe she should have been in Slytherin after all. After finishing their drinks, they decided to go exploring through the rest of Hogsmeade. As they strolled the cobblestone streets of the village, an idea struck Eva. "Do you think any of these shops sell pensives?" she asked. Calvin seemed surprised by this question. "I strongly doubt it," he said. "They're extremely rare and prohibitively expensive. My family has one, but it's centuries old, passed down across many generations." "There's one in the headmaster's office," Eva pointed out. "I'd love to try it sometime, but well, I'm not eager to ask him for anything after our last encounter." "Can't blame you there," Calvin chuckled. "They're dead useful, and nice to look back at things you might have missed. I think Professor Lovegood might have one. I dropped divination back in my 4th year, but you could try asking her." Of course. Eva had been neglecting her ties to Professors Lovegood and Abbott, her only links to Minister Granger. Surely, if Hermione wanted her to view the memories, she would be able to provide a means of doing so without alerting the headmaster. "I might just do that," she muttered. After uneventful visits to Zonko's joke shop and Honeydukes, Eva and Calvin decided to call it quits. It was beginning to snow, and it was far too cold to spend much time outside the overly crowded shops. They took a carriage back up to the castle, hurrying into the blessed warmth of the entrance hall with relief. Eva stood awkwardly beside Calvin, wondering how best to end their date. She'd had a far better time than she expected, and even found his company rather pleasant. She wasn't sure she would choose to date him under normal circumstances, but pretending for the sake of espionage wasn't as much of a stretch as she believed it to be. But how quickly would he try to escalate things? Did he want the same kind of public affection that she'd given so brazenly to Roxan in their heyday? Had she set his expectations too high with her spontaneous peck on the cheek during their last meeting? But to her immense relief, Calvin merely took her hand and kissed the back of her knuckles again. "I had a lovely time, Evangeline," he said. "I hope to continue our conversations again some other time." "Me too," she said. His speech sounded formal and rehearsed. She wondered once more if this was some kind of courting ritual. But she sensed the authenticity in his words and agreed with the sentiment. "Let's talk again soon." Calvin beamed at this. "I look forward to it," he said. Then, with a small bow, he retreated towards the dungeons, with a noticeable spring in his step. Eva could help but smile at this. Calvin was far from her first choice of partner in the castle, but he was a good person, his practiced formality only barely concealing the sheer giddiness he must feel at being with someone he was genuinely fond of. Eva felt a fresh pang of guilt at her deception, knowing she wouldn't be doing this without an ulterior motive. But hey, who's to say a genuine relationship couldn't blossom from such inauspicious beginnings? She wasn't opposed to seeing where things went with Calvin, once this madness with Potter and Granger was over and done with. Eva made her way up to Gryffindor Tower. It was still fairly early in the afternoon, and she figured she might as well get to work on some homework. But then she remembered Calvin's remark about Professor Lovegood, and she changed course, heading towards Central Hall to visit the divination classroom. If she was lucky, she'd be able to pop in, borrow the pensive, and bring it to the room of requirement unnoticed, without having to answer any awkward questions. She paused at a fork in the road, unsure of where exactly to go next. She didn't take divination, and was only vaguely aware of the classroom's location in the castle. Why had she never bothered asking Victoire where it was? She supposed she never had reason to before, and it would only be suspicious to ask now. She spotted a spiral staircase at the end of a nearby corridor, resolving to take it and see where it led. "Lost, Miss Pruitt?" Eva froze. Ginny Weasley stepped out from behind a tapestry, arms folded at her. "How does she always know when I'm sneaking around?" Eva groaned internally. "A bit, yes," Eva admitted. "Gryffindor Tower is behind you," Ginny frowned. "But I expect you already know this by now." "I'm looking for Professor Lovegood's office," Eva confessed. "Is that so?" Ginny said, narrowing her good eye at her. "And why would that be?" "Last I checked, you are not enrolled in her class. Victoire asked me as a favor." Eva lied quickly. "She's fallen ill, and asked me to check if she missed any homework assignments." The first half was true. Victoire had been confined to the dorms for the past few days with a nasty head cold. Ginny must have known this already, because she grunted in annoyance. "Down the hall, second staircase to your right," she muttered. "I'll expect you back in your common room as soon as you're finished." "Yes, ma'am," Eva nodded. She quickly hustled off down the indicated corridor, hoping that Ginny would not still be waiting for her when she returned. She didn't think she could explain away a pensive as part of Victoire's study assignment. Luckily, as she began to ascend the correct staircase, she heard a deafening crash from the hall behind her, as though a great chandelier or some other fixture had fallen to pieces. "Peeves!" she heard Ginny roar as the professor rushed off to attend to the poltergeist. Eva silently hoped this would provide enough of a distraction for her to reach the room of requirement undisturbed. Eva arrived at the foot of a step ladder leading up to a trapdoor. She hesitated for only a moment before scaling the ladder and knocking on the trapdoor. After a few silent moments, she heard footsteps from above, and the door opened, revealing a pale, blue-eyed face framed by blonde locks. "Yes," said Professor Luna Lovegood. "Can I help you?" "Professor, I'm Evangeline Pruitt," said Eva quickly. "Do you have a moment to talk?" Luna assessed Eva for a moment, face inscrutable. Then she stood aside, allowing Eva to climb the rest of the way up and through the trapdoor. She found herself in a circular room, filled with small armchairs and tables beset with crystal balls. A faint scent of perfume invaded her senses, causing Eva to wrinkle her nose. Luna closed the trapdoor behind Eva to give them privacy. "Professor Abbott tells me you've spoken with the minister," she said simply. "I have," Eva confirmed. "She gave me a memory to view from her 5th year in the Department of Mysteries." "Did she?" said Luna, arching an eyebrow. "I was there too, you know. I was only 14. "You were?" said Eva, surprised. "Were you afraid?" "Very," Luna nodded. "But when you spend enough time around Harry Potter, you get used to life-threatening situations. I expect she gave you that memory for a reason?" "I'm helping her look for something," said Eva. "Something Professor Potter might be after in the department." "I see," said Luna thoughtfully. "And what can I help you with?" "I need a way to view the memory without the headmaster finding out," Eva explained. "I heard that you might have a pensive here that I could use." "I believe so," Luna sighed, turning towards the back of the room, which was cluttered with odd-looking trinkets and instruments. "The previous professor, Trelawney, kept one here for her own purposes, but I've never used it. Help me look for it, will you?" Eva rushed forward to help Luna sort through the chaos of jumbled objects in the corner. They spent several minutes moving heavy objects aside until they found it. A wide stone basin, surely centuries old, but looking no worse for wear. Eva picked it up with reverence, knowing now how rare they were and how carefully she ought to treat it. Luna sank into the nearest armchair with a heavy sigh, massaging her temple. "Just remember to return it by the end of term," she sighed. "I hope you find what you're looking for." "Thank you, Professor," said Eva. Pulling out her wand, she shrank the pensive until it was small enough to fit in her pocket, then moved towards the trapdoor to hurry off to the room of requirement before Ginny Weasley could intercept her again. But as she prepared to descend the ladder, she heard a faint groan from behind her. Eva turned to see Luna hunched over, clutching her head with both hands, clearly in discomfort. "Professor Lovegood?" she said tentatively, turning back towards the older woman. "Are you feeling okay?" "Yes, I'm quite all right," Luna muttered. Then, quite suddenly, her head lolled backwards in the chair, and she went motionless. Eva froze. Was this normal? Did she need to rush off and find Madame Pomfrey? But before she could decide what to do next, Luna sat bolt upright again, looking straight at Eva. Except her eyes were not normal. They were milky white, unfocused. And when she opened her mouth to speak, it was not her usual, dreamy voice, but a guttural and bone-chilling tone that made Eva's hair stand on end. "History will soon repeat itself," Luna croaked. Sorry, Professor," Eva stammered, frozen in place. "History will soon repeat itself," Luna repeated. "A nation at tentative peace will be thrust into war once more. A new alliance will be forged as an old enemy is reborn." "Professor, you aren't making any sense," said Eva fearfully. "The balance of power will be disrupted forever," Luna continued in her terrible voice. "But as one door closes, another must soon open." Luna suddenly gave a great shudder, shaking her head. When her eyes refocused on Eva, her powder blue irises had returned, gazing suspiciously up at her from her sitting position. "Well?" Luna asked expectantly, her dreamy voice back to normal. "Did you need something else? Or are you just going to stand there?" Eva stammered, heart pounding in her chest. Luna seemed to give no indication that she realized anything out of the ordinary had happened. "No, professor. Thank you." And she made a beeline for the exit, nearly tripping over the ladder as she descended below the trapdoor and began speeding off, far away from the divination classroom. Was that a prophecy? Eva had never heard one before, and was only vaguely aware that they existed. The subject wasn't even taught at Willoughby Academy, considered a dubious, speculative art by her former headmistress. Her head was spinning as she rushed off to the room of requirement, partly to stow away the pensive, but also to give herself some privacy to think. By the time she arrived at the 7th-floor corridor and ensconced herself within the hidden room, she hadn't come any closer to understanding the mysterious words. Perhaps that was the purpose of prophecies, to be deliberately vague and unknowable in order to prevent anyone from attempting to prevent them. And why had she been chosen to hear it? Was it a warning meant for her ears only, or was she supposed to tell somebody? Who could she even tell? All Eva knew for sure was that, if this prophecy were indeed true, then her worst fears would soon come to fruition. A new war was coming, and whether by dumb luck or divine providence, she found herself smack dab in the middle of it. The balance of power. July 5th, 2003. Hermione woke with a start, taking in a rasping breath as if she hadn't breathed properly in weeks. Her head swam as she sat bolt upright, the world a blur around her, as her eyes struggled to focus. She had lost all sense of time and space, with no idea where or when or why she was. But the last thing she could remember was a fierce battle, the Dark Lord at his knees, as she fought to keep him contained. "Take it easy," a soothing voice told her. "You're safe. Just relax, take your time." It was bright, far too bright. Hermione brought up a hand to shield her eyes, only to feel that her arm was connected to half a dozen wires. Still in a daze, she struggled to remove them, only for a gentle but firm hand to grab her wrist. Hermione's eyes locked on an unfamiliar young witch, dressed in a white gown, who was kneeling beside her bed. "It's okay, Miss Granger," the healer told her calmly. "Lay back and catch your breath. You've been out for quite some time." Trembling, Hermione slumped back into her pillows, taking in the room around her. She was in St. Mungo's, she now realized. She recognized the white marble floors and ceilings, the sterile environment that made her uncomfortable. But there was visible damage to the space. Cracks in the tiles, chunks of wall missing. Signs of a recent battle, no doubt. "How long?" Hermione croaked, her throat parched. "Nearly 3 weeks," the healer smiled, handing Hermione a bottle of water, which she greedily gulped down. "You were suffering from extreme magical exhaustion. Your body and mind had to shut down to allow your core to recover." Hermione processed this. Now that the initial adrenaline rush had worn off, she felt incredibly weak, barely able to lift the bottle to her lips with shaking hands. It slipped from her fingers, splashing to the floor, but the healer patiently picked it up for her, setting it on the bedside table. "You are otherwise unharmed," the healer told her. "We've been monitoring your vitals, and you are in no danger. You should feel back to normal in a few days." "Everyone else?" Hermione croaked. "Safe. A number of your colleagues have come to visit you," said the healer. "I believe they've been taking turns guarding your room to keep the reporters away. Let me go find them." And the healer stood to exit the room, leaving Hermione alone with her thoughts, which bounced around her brain like pinballs. Reporters, not Aurors. So she wasn't under arrest. That was good then. Reporters meant that the battle had probably been a success. The fact that she was in St. Mungo's also fared well. It meant London was secure and the wizarding population had begun to rebuild. She'd worried that the devastation wrought by the Muggle military would render their operations completely non-viable. But the more secretive sites had clearly withheld the barrage. She surely had Rodriguez and Beckett to thank for that. The healer arrived moments later with a young blonde witch, whom Hermione recognized at once. "Luna," she said weakly, as Luna beamed brilliantly at her and engulfed Hermione in a hug. Several monitors beeped in protest at the sudden assault to Hermione's person, eliciting a huff of annoyance from the healer. But Hermione didn't mind. Luna was safe and sound, one less person to worry about. "What's going on?" Hermione asked. "Is everyone okay?" "It's going great, Hermione," Luna smiled. "We lost a few people. Katie and Seamus didn't make it." Luna's smile faltered as she delivered this news. "But everyone else is fully recovered. We've all been worried sick about you." "I'm fine, I suppose," Hermione shrugged. "But what's happened with the war? Is it over?" "Oh yes," Luna nodded fervently. Voldemort's supporters surrendered as soon as Harry announced he'd defeated him. The Wisenamt has disavowed the Dark Lord and pledged support for Harry. You two are being hailed as heroes. It's a bit chaotic right now, but I think we're out of the worst of it." "Good," Hermione said. Her brain was still reeling with questions, but a sense of relief washed over her nonetheless. The nightmare of the past 5 years was finally over. They'd won the war. Now it was just a matter of cleaning up the mess left behind. "Has Harry come to see me?" Hermione asked hopefully. No, I don't think so," Luna said, shifting uncomfortably. "He dropped you off here, but other than that he hasn't stopped by. A few of us are taking shifts in the hall, but none of us have seen him." "I see," said Hermione, feeling a pang of disappointment at this news. "But he's been very busy, you see," Luna added quickly, as though to deflect the blow. "He's at the Ministry most days, working to sort things out. The Aurors have been conducting raids on high-level ferrymen who got away, and the Wisenamt are scrambling to set up trials for war criminals." "Who's in charge?" Hermione asked. "Have they named an interim minister?" "I don't think so," Luna shrugged. "Thickness tried to flee, but he didn't get far. I think Percy Weasley caught him and turned him in, matter of fact. Everyone just kind of assumes Harry's in charge, but it isn't really official. I guess it will be as soon as they can get a vote together, right?" "Yes, perhaps," Hermione mused. She didn't know what Harry's intentions were now that his duty was fulfilled. Would he want to retire to a quiet life in the countryside? She doubted it. Would he join the Auror department, as he once proclaimed to be his ambition? Somehow she doubted that would be enough for him now. But did he actually want the responsibility and power that came with being Minister of Magic? She needed to speak with him to know for sure. "Anyway, the reporters are dying to speak to you," Luna said. "They know that you were up there with Harry at the end. The aircraft were too far away to see exactly what happened, and no one knows where Voldemort's body is. Would you be willing to give a statement?" Hermione stammered, frowning at this revelation. Did the public not know what happened to Voldemort? She hadn't told anyone her plan to send him to Nurmengard, nor did she wish for it to become public knowledge. "What has Harry told people?" "He hasn't said a word," Luna frowned. "Just said that the Dark Lord is gone, and that's all anyone knows." "I see," Hermione said slowly. She knew instinctively that she and Harry probably ought to get their story straight before making any kind of statement to the media. "Tell them I'm still feeling unwell, and I'll make a proper statement in a few days, once I've recovered." "You got it, boss," Luna grinned. She gave Hermione's hand a loving squeeze before retreating back to the hallway. The healer re-entered the room, fussing over Hermione's monitoring nodes that had come undone. "Anyone else you'd like for us to contact?" the healer asked her. "Any family next of kin?" Hermione's mind wandered far away to Australia, where her parents were raising her daughter, blissfully unaware of the danger their true daughter was in. "No, thank you," Hermione said politely. "I really ought to go visit to make sure they're all right," she thought to herself, as she once again faded into unconsciousness after such a hectic series of events. Hermione spent the next few days drifting in and out of sleep, each time waking feeling as though she'd been hit by the night bus. But she could feel her strength returning day by day, as the healers forced her to eat liquid foods and fed her a steady diet of potions to replenish her physical and magical stamina. She remembered the sheer effort it had taken to hold Voldemort's magic at bay. She could only hope that the runes she'd installed at Nurmengard were doing the job effectively in her stead. A few more visitors stopped by throughout her stay. George Weasley and Marianne appeared to inform her that all the children were safe and were currently in a shelter in northern France waiting to be homed in wizarding households. Victor Crumb also came by to pay his respects, inviting her to the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic once she'd healed to accept his country's highest honor for her war efforts. Even Bill and Fleur came by to check on her, though they seemed rather frosty towards her. She supposed she deserved that for leaving them on such short notice. All those years ago, Harry never came. Hermione supposed it wasn't a surprise, but it disappointed her all the same. After all they'd been through, after the sacrifices they both made to win this war, he still couldn't trust her. Was it the stupid prophecy, or her abandonment years prior, or something more? She badly wanted to explain herself to him, to make him understand why she'd made the decision she did. But he seemed uninterested in hearing what she had to say. The healers steadily monitored Hermione's progress, and by the end of the week, they'd informed her that she was cleared for release the following day. She was relieved by the news. Physically, she still felt weak, but mentally, she was sharp and ready for action, ready to get out into the new post-war world and find out what the hell was going on. She received one last visitor during her final evening in St. Mungo's, someone she'd definitely been hoping to speak to soon, Senator George Rodriguez. "Sorry for the late hour," he apologized. It was nearing midnight as he strode into the room, drawing the ire of the healer on duty. "I had to make sure I wasn't recognized. Still on the run? Are we?" Hermione asked. "Not exactly," Rodriguez chuckled. "The political climate is very charged at the moment, both here and in the States. If I'm to run for president next year, I have to be careful who I'm seen talking to. Am I that much of a liability?" Hermione asked dryly, mostly tongue-in-cheek, but it was also an earnest question. "That remains to be seen," Rodriguez winked. "Makusa is extremely interested in who will be in charge once things settle down in Britain. They've been sending ambassadors on a daily basis to speak with Potter, but he hasn't given anyone the time of day." Hermione frowned at this. "Maybe he's just busy," she offered as a possible explanation. "Yes and no," Rodriguez shrugged. "According to my sources inside the ministry, he's pushing the Aurors to initiate daily raids against former Death Eaters and ferrymen. But the thing is, most of the ones who committed actual crimes have been caught or killed already. The DMLE has a lot of paperwork to do before determining who else they can arrest, and that takes time. And Harry doesn't like waiting," Hermione muttered knowingly. "That's not all," Rodriguez said grimly. "He's done nothing to placate the Nomage armies demanding compensation. Beckett is prepared to open fire again." "He's what?" Hermione gasped. In her mind, Voldemort's defeat meant the war was over. Were the Muggles not of the same opinion? "You must understand, people are still afraid," Rodriguez explained. "The Nomage population hasn't been properly told what happened. All they know is the wizards are still here, and their lives are still as miserable as they were under the Dark Lord." "They're still being enslaved?" Hermione asked. "In some areas, yes," Rodriguez said grimly. "Britain, the US, and parts of mainland Europe are beginning to liberate people, but in the more far-flung regions, anti-Nomage policies are still in place." "But the Dark Lord is gone," Hermione said, displayed. "They can't do that anymore?" "Who's going to tell them?" Rodriguez asked. "Their leaders are mostly puppets who supported the Dark Lord's policies. And I doubt the average British wizard cares for the plight of some no-mages thousands of miles away who don't even speak the same language as them. Hermione was appalled by this news, but it made sense to her. There wasn't exactly an international wizarding police force, unless you counted the International Confederation of Warlocks, which had no active military, who then would tell the governments beyond Europe and North America that they had to suddenly start treating muggles with respect. She thought of Australia again, far from Britain's reach, and how bad things might get if no one bothered to check on the state of affairs there. But first, she needed to figure out what was happening here at home. "Take me to Beckett," she demanded, throwing the sheets off of herself and lowering her legs to the floor for the first time in weeks. She stood to her feet and promptly fell over, the muscles in her legs not strong enough to support her. Rodriguez hastened to help her back up, where she wobbled in place, head suddenly swimming with fatigue. "I thought you might be keen to get moving," Rodriguez winked, reaching into his jacket pocket for a small vial of blue liquid. "Invigoration draft?" "Thank you," Hermione muttered, taking the vial and downing it in a single gulp. Immediately, she felt strength returning to her body, her mind clearing and her legs steadying underneath her. It wouldn't last long, and she would crash hard in an hour or two, but the situation was too dire to let linger. There was suddenly a great commotion as two healers barged into the room, apparently alerted by Hermione's abrupt departure from bed. "Miss Granger, you are not yet cleared to leave," one of them chastised her. "Please return to your bed." "Sorry, but no," Hermione said firmly. "I have to leave now." "Don't make us call our guards, Dash," the other said warningly. "And don't make me call mine," Rodriguez said threateningly, causing the young woman to go white. "We're leaving now, and unless you want a duel to break out on your ward, you'll let us." "You really must rest, Ma'am Dash," the first healer said, wringing her hands. "And I will," Hermione assured her. "Tomorrow." And with that, she led the way out of the room, Rodriguez close behind. He steered her towards the stairwell and down into the lobby, which was mercifully near empty at this late hour. They reached the apparition point, and Rodriguez offered Hermione an arm. "You sure you're up for this?" he asked Hermione. As an answer, she merely waved her wand over herself, transfiguring her hospital gown into a set of pristine robes. Rodriguez grinned appreciatively at the gesture. Hermione took the proffered arm and felt herself twisted into nothingness with a faint pop. They reappeared in a cramped bunker underground, amidst dozens of sleeping Muggle soldiers. They shouted in alarm and burst to their feet, but Rodriguez held up a placating hand. "Peace, brothers," he said coolly. "We've come to speak to your commander. He's expecting us." "Piss off, wizards," one of the men spat. The others similarly glared and hissed angrily at the two magical individuals who had disrupted their space. But they begrudgingly parted, allowing Hermione and Rodriguez to pass into the hall. Hermione could only imagine how bad things were elsewhere, if even the British Muggles were. Incensed by the mere sight of a wizard so soon after the war had presumably ended, the hallway led them past a number of other bunkers housing soldiers, many of whom were now awake and glaring at the intruders. They arrived in a much larger space, filled with round tables, some kind of a mess hall perhaps. Across the hall, Hermione spotted a door guarded by two armed men. She presumed that must be their destination. Rodriguez led the way, drawing the attention of the two suspicious guards. "What is your business here?" one demanded. "How did you enter this facility?" "We've come to speak to General Beckett," Rodriguez said calmly. "He is expecting us." "You were meant to check in at the front entrance, outside the bunker," the other said furiously. "I was fired upon the last time I attempted to use that entrance," Rodriguez said coldly. "Forgive me for choosing my own well-being over that of your trigger-happy men." The guards both looked incensed, but they nonetheless stepped aside, granting them access. Rodriguez opened the door and walked into what appeared to be a command room, filled with maps and charts around a wide conference table. At one end of the table sat General Beckett, looking exhausted, his head in his hands as he looked up at their approach. "This had better be good, Senator," Beckett snapped. "I'm tired of getting the runaround from your people. We demand answers now." "Unfortunately, I do not represent the British Ministry of Magic," Rodriguez said, "but I believe Miss Granger here can help you with what you seek." I don't represent the ministry either, Hermione muttered. Oh, perfect, Beckett roared with laughter. Another person with no answers. Peace, Commander, Rodriguez warned. Miss Granger here has a direct line to Harry Potter, whom many presume to be the de facto leader of the ministry at present. She can get through to him as soon as tomorrow morning and set things right. Last I checked, she and Potter didn't seem to be getting on too well, Beckett snarled. Isn't that what your intel told us before the battle? Hermione winced at this. She hadn't realized the scope of Rodriguez's intelligence-gathering capabilities before now. But Rodriguez did not appear burdened by this revelation. She is as well respected in Britain as Potter is, he went on. If, say, she were to call an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot tomorrow morning, I imagine they would listen. And why would I do that? Hermione asked, alarmed. To fucking negotiate. Beckett snarled. We demand fair compensation for our part in winning the war for you ungrateful bastards. Many wizards won't see it that way, Hermione pointed out. They'll downplay your contributions and say Potter was the reason we won. And you believe that? Beckett huffed. You were there, Miss Granger. You saw how much damage we caused before your lot even showed up. Hermione couldn't argue with that. She'd seen the utter devastation the Muggle military had wrought against the Black Tower, and heard the tales from Luna, Crumb, and others of how quickly the Ministry surrendered to the foot soldiers who appeared on their doorstep. Harry and Hermione may have dealt with Voldemort, but the rest of the wizarding world was unquestionably conquered by Muggles. I believe you, Hermione said. But if the Wisengamot doesn't, then convince them, Beckett said simply, crossing his arms. Or this war is not over. Is that a threat? Hermione asked, frowning. You're damned right it is, Beckett roared, launching himself to his feet. You think we couldn't have wiped your lot out if we wanted to? We showed you mercy and got disrespectful silence in return. The Ministry won't respond well to threats of violence, Hermione pointed out. They don't like acting under duress. They don't frame it to them in those terms, Rodriguez said, attempting to mediate between them. Convince them to pay off the armies that helped them win the war. Make them believe that they were on the winning side, and that they are merely extending an olive branch to the non-magicals who supported them. We're not children, Beckett protested. We won the war, not them, and you're letting them claim credit. Wizards are a proud bunch, Rodriguez said simply. 5 years of believing themselves superior to your kind will only have exacerbated that feeling. What do you stand to gain from this, anyway? Beckett demanded, rounding on Rodriguez. Why aren't you Yanks demanding money, too? Our side of the operation was government-funded, thanks to my efforts behind the scenes in the Senate, Rodriguez explained. And once my contributions are made public, along with my successful arbitration with Miss Granger here, my path to the presidency next fall should be clear. That's so. Beckett sneered. And what if your lot figures out you're a filthy wizard? They won't, Rodriguez said simply. What if I tell them? Beckett grinned maliciously. What if I don't get what I want and decide to stir up some shit? Then you and I had best hope Miss Granger is successful in convincing the Wisengamot, Rodriguez said plainly. That shut Beckett up. The man raised his eyebrows and merely scoffed as he shook his head at Hermione. No pressure then, kid, Beckett laughed mirthlessly. Shall we discuss our terms then? They spent the next several hours hashing out Beckett's demands. Hermione was grateful for Rodriguez's presence, as he was able to guide the man through which bold claims were feasible and which would cause the Wisengamot to laugh in Hermione's face. The figures they settled on were still mind-boggling to Hermione, but Rodriguez and Beckett seemed satisfied that a deal was both possible and fair. Hermione could feel the effects of the invigoration draft beginning to wear off. But her day was not yet over. Far from it, in fact. You have 24 hours, Beckett warned her as she and Rodriguez stood to leave. If we haven't heard back by tomorrow morning, we attack at dawn. Duly noted, Hermione sighed tiredly. She couldn't begin to wrap her head around what might happen if she were to fail. It would surely be an even bloodier affair than the Battle of London had been. She had no other option but to succeed. Best of luck, Miss Granger, said Rodriguez, offering his hand. You're not coming with me? Asked Hermione. Too risky for me, he said, shaking his head. If you fail, I can't be seen to have supported your efforts. But if I succeed, you intend to take credit, Hermione said dryly. Welcome to the world of politics, Rodriguez winked. I must have contingencies for all outcomes. But for what it's worth, I do hope it's you that ends up on top. Hermione wasn't sure if she respected his honesty or loathed his obvious lack of a moral compass. But she supposed it didn't matter one way or the other if she failed her task. She shook his hand with a polite nod. Running on fumes and sheer determination now, she disapparated, leaving Rodriguez and Beckett behind. She appeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, which was dark and deserted at this ungodly hour. She hadn't the faintest idea of where to go or whom to talk to, nor did she have the time to ask around. So instead, she pulled out her wand, aimed it over her head, and shot a series of sparks into the air, drawing ear-splitting bangs as they echoed through the cavernous space. Moments later, half a dozen guards sprinted onto the atrium floor, wands drawn. "Freeze!" they bellowed at Hermione. She calmly stowed her wand away and raised her hands in surrender. "Who do you report to?" she demanded in a clear, forceful voice. Amelia Bones," one of the guards muttered, confused. They now recognized Hermione and lowered their wands in confusion, wondering what one of the heroes of the war was doing here, causing such a commotion. "Good," Hermione said stiffly. "Take me to her." But she's at home, sleeping," another guard stammered. "Then wake her up," Hermione snapped. "There's much work to be done." Hermione stood off to one side of the courtroom, watching as it rapidly filled with members of the Wisengamot. They all looked disheveled and confused, having been summoned for an emergency meeting with almost zero advance notice. Some took notice of Hermione's presence, and there was no missing the whispers about her, the gossip flying about her appearance. She could only hope that their opinion of her would hold strong, given the unpleasant nature of her visit. Hermione yawned, rubbing her brow tiredly. She'd managed only a couple hours of shut-eye before the meeting, which she'd awoken from feeling worse than when she fell asleep. She was now on her third invigoration draft in a row and counting, already dreading the almighty crash whenever she let the effects run their course. At precisely 10 o'clock, Madame Bones smacked her gavel on her podium to call for order. "I, Undersecretary to the Minister Amelia Bones, hereby call this emergency meeting of the Wisengamot to order," she announced loudly, drawing a hush from around the room. But it didn't last long. "Who called this meeting?" someone demanded from the back rows. "Only the minister or supreme mugwump can call a meeting. Considering that both men are currently residing in Azkaban, I took the initiative myself," said Madame Bones. That drew a few appreciative chuckles, but didn't seem to placate most. "What is the purpose of this meeting?" someone else asked. "There are a number of developments in the war that need addressing," Madame Bones said. "The floor will now recognize Dash." "But the war's over," someone else shouted, drawing cheers of agreement from the crowd. "You will not speak out of turn, Lord Not," Madame Bones growled. Hermione felt a chill down her spine at the sight of one of Voldemort's former Death Eaters, sitting free and in power on the court bench. It was a reminder of the obstacles that the Ministry still faced in achieving peace, that she herself faced at achieving justice for the Muggles still deemed inferior by many. "The floor will now recognize Hermione Granger for her testimony," Madame Bones went on, gesturing to Hermione. She strode to the center of the courtroom, drawing yet more whispers from the crowd. This was her first public appearance since the war had ended, and clearly many were curious how she would respond to all the attention so soon after being named public enemy number one. She drew a deep breath and spoke as loudly and clearly as she could. "Good morning," she said, her voice ringing out throughout the chamber. "As many of you know, I have spent the past several years organizing the rebellion against the Dark Lord's regime. As part of these efforts, I coordinated with Muggle leadership, both here and in the United States, to make use of their military might to recapture London. The war may be over for us," Hermione continued, seeing the looks of rapt attention of the Wisengamot around her. "But for the Muggles, it has yet to resolve. They remain at the bottom of the food chain, still ignored and maligned by wizardkind. They grow increasingly restless and bloodthirsty, believing that the new regime will be no better for them than Lord Voldemort's." Many in the room flinched at the name. The taboo had long been lifted, but the name still elicited fear and unpleasant memories. If the Ministry of Magic continues to ignore the Muggles, Hermione went on, we could face further violence and unrest from there. Insurgent forces. It is imperative that we take action now to prove that Wizarding Britain has turned over a new leaf and is willing to exist peacefully alongside the Muggles moving forward. And why would we do that? A voice sneered from the upper levels. Because you'll be annihilated tomorrow morning otherwise, Hermione thought bitterly. But she knew taking such an approach would be poorly received. Because we're better than the Dark Lord, she said instead. Because we're not blood-obsessed bigots like he was. Are we? Her innocent question lingered in the air, a challenge for anyone to dare deny. She saw a cluster of pure-blood representatives to her right, seemingly led by Lord Nott, glaring down at her. But they remained silent. Unwilling to admit publicly, they still shared Voldemort's blood prejudice against Muggles. "What specifically do you propose, Miss Granger?" asked Madame Bones after a few moments' silence. "The leader of the Muggle insurgent groups has requested compensation for the Battle of London in the form of 2 billion British pounds, Hermione said. Then, noticing the lack of response, she added, "That's approximately 400 million galleons." That revelation caused an uproar in the chamber. "Preposterous," someone shouted. "That's more than the Ministry's annual budget." "General Beckett is willing to negotiate a multi-year installment plan," said Hermione. "If the Ministry is smart with the seized assets of captured ferrymen and invests the gold wisely, that can be paid off by the end of the decade with ease. Surely nothing can go wrong with the Ministry reallocating hundreds of millions of galleons." A booming voice rang out, causing all heads to turn towards the entrance. Harry Potter had entered the courtroom and was striding out towards the center of the floor beside Hermione. That has never gone wrong before. A few chuckled appreciatively at this quip. No doubt a dig at the corrupt days of Cornelius Fudge and his talent for making Ministry funds disappear into thin air. "And Mr. Potter," stammered Amelia Bones. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" Hermione also cocked a curious brow at Harry, but he barely acknowledged her. "I just received word of an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot," Harry said. "I was of the belief that only the acting minister or supreme mugwump could call such a meeting." "Correct," said Madame Bones. "And why was I not notified?" Harry asked, frowning. "Well," Madame Bones stammered. "You're not. I mean, officially, that is, it was never made clear." "Never mind that," Harry said dismissively. "I find the nature of these discussions rather alarming. Why has Miss Granger called us all here to demand gold? Who named her in charge of Muggle relations? I have spent the past 2 years negotiating with the Muggle military forces that aided us in the Battle of London," Hermione said. "Who else can make that claim?" "And yet," Harry went on, "it is wizarding money you seek to steal." "Not to steal," Hermione protested, but the point had been made. She heard the gasps of indignation, the implication that Harry leveled against her sinking into the consciousness of the Wisengamot. He was winning this war of words. And once the Muggles have our money, are we to expect them to just run back to their homes? Harry went on, emboldened. "Who's to say they don't come back and demand more? Do they expect to hold us ransom for eternity, always demanding more of us? This is a one-time compensation," Hermione said firmly. "The Muggles want to return home to their families just as much as we all did, and they are welcome to do so," Harry said dismissively. "Wizarding Britain will not be held captive by idle threats from every disgruntled Muggle who tries to empty our pockets." The room erupted with applause at this sentiment. Hermione's heart sank. The longer Harry spoke, the more her hope at convincing the Wisengamot dwindled. "I would like to propose a vote," Harry announced confidently. "It's high time the vacant leadership position was filled. I call for the Wisengamot to name an acting minister of magic, effective immediately." The crowd murmured in general assent at this, and Hermione knew all was lost. If Harry was named minister now, he would kill her proposal, and bloodshed was inevitable. She did not believe Beckett's threats were idle in the slightest. The fate of the wizarding world, perhaps the entire world, depended on this meeting ending in a deal. She had to do something. "Very well," said Madame Bones. "Does anyone wish to volunteer their name for the position?" Desperate, Hermione grabbed Harry by the arm and yanked him off the floor, dragging him across the courtroom towards an alcove off to one side. Immediately, whispers of confusion broke out all around them, wondering what on earth this could be about. Harry wrenched his arm free, but consented to the private conversation. "It's over, Hermione," he said firmly in a low whisper. "You won't beat me in a straight vote." "You're right," Hermione said, crossing her arms. "You're not going to offer yourself as an option." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Why would I do that?" he demanded. "Hermione, I'm basically in charge already. They'll do whatever I say." "I know," Hermione nodded. "But it has to be me." Harry frowned at her, seeing that she was serious. "Sorry, Granger, but it's not happening," he said coldly. "I'm not stepping down just because you fancy yourself in power." And he turned to walk back onto the floor of the courtroom. "Then you will never meet your daughter." Harry froze. He turned slowly at her words, processing them. "I have no daughter," he said blankly. "Yes, you do," Hermione said. "I gave birth to her shortly after I left you at Bill and Fleur's." Harry stared at her in shock. "You're lying," he said. "See for yourself," Hermione said simply. Harry narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but a moment later, she felt a probe of legitimacy poking at her mental barriers. She let him in, feeding him the image of her newborn child, a girl with jet black hair and doe-brown eyes, staring innocently up at her. Harry pulled away in shock and fear. "Where is she?" he demanded. "Safe," Hermione said simply. "Far away from here. Take me to her. Now." "No," said Hermione flatly. "You will never know where she is. Not unless you step down, right now." "You dash," Harry stammered, beginning to tremble, breathing heavily as he stared at her, wide-eyed. "You can't keep me from her. I'm her father." "You will meet her one day," Hermione said, "when she's grown. Until then, you will not stand in the way of my political career." Harry looked torn between bursting into tears and strangling Hermione on the spot, or worse. She kept her hand firmly on the handle of her wand within her robes, prepared for the worst. But he wouldn't dare attack her in front of the entire Wisingamot. Would he? Currently, he looked more dangerous than even Voldemort, similarly backed into a corner with nowhere to run. "Please don't do this," Harry pleaded. I can't. I'll never forgive you for it." His words stung, but Hermione did not give him an answer. She instead strode back to the center of the courtroom, hearing the crowd hush at her approach. She nodded to Madame Bones to continue the proceedings. Madame Bones said, looking a bit flustered by the interruption. "Very well. Does anyone wish to submit their name for consideration for the position of Minister of Magic?" "I nominate myself, Hermione Granger," Hermione announced clearly. Madame Bones noted this with a scratch of a quill on parchment. "Anyone else?" she asked of the room. All eyes looked to Harry, who had called for the vote in the first place. He stood off to one side, still staring intently at Hermione, face unreadable. She stared right back, betraying no fear, though secretly her heart was hammering. She wasn't sure whether she would rather fight Harry here and now or face a full-scale Muggle invasion in the morning, but she prayed that neither would come to pass. "No other nominees?" Madame Bones asked a second time, sounding confused. The Wisingamot looked around at one another, perplexed by the silence. "I nominate Harry Potter," a voice rang out. All eyes turned to Lord Nott, who stood and gestured towards Harry while glaring suspiciously at Hermione. Several loud murmurs of agreement followed this nomination. "I decline the nomination," Harry muttered, just loud enough to be heard by the room. A shocked silence fell at this statement. Even Madame Bones seemed uncertain about how to proceed. Any others?" she asked awkwardly. No one else seemed willing to put their name forward. All eyes were on Hermione now, some looking mutinous, others regarding her with mild suspicion and confusion. "Very well," Madame Bones said. "A motion has been called to name Hermione Jean Granger, the temporary Minister of Magic, effective immediately. All in favor?" "Aye," came the scattered mumblings from around the room. "And all opposed?" A few emphatic nays rang out, mostly from the old pureblood families like Nott and Parkinson. But most of the Wisingamot seemed cowed into silence, completely perplexed by the sudden turn of events. "The ayes have it," said Madame Bones. "The motion carries. Congratulations to Minister Granger." And she banged her gavel, making it official. Not a sound of congratulations followed the statement. The chamber was deathly silent. Hermione knew at once that she would spend the entirety of her time in office looking over her shoulder, suspicion and distrust following her every move. But now was not the time to cower in fear. There was still work to be done. "Thank you, Madam Bones," Hermione nodded politely. "I would now like to discuss the matter of compensation for the Muggle forces, as well as call for a meeting of the ICW to address the liberation of Muggles and Muggleborns abroad." There was a loud crash as the doors to the antechamber were slammed shut. Harry had stormed out of the courtroom, clearly unwilling or unable to watch on as Hermione took the reins of government. She knew that she may have irrevocably ruined her relationship with him, but she had no other choice. "We all must make sacrifices in war," Hermione reminded herself. If she had to sacrifice her relationship with Harry, and with her own daughter, to save the world, she would, no matter how much it hurt her to do so. Erosion. /in. We have largely finished our flashback timelines, but we're not done exploring alternative narrators just yet. I'm experimenting with a new POV character for this chapter. Let me know how it works out. There's also a lot crammed into this extra-long chapter, so buckle in for a wild ride. March 22nd, 2016, Calvin. Calvin Hopkins felt like he was living in a dream. The girl he'd been infatuated with for the past year had agreed to go out with him. The shy, brilliant, and beautiful young, which had finally decided to give him the time of day. And things were going well? Sure, their relationship was progressing rather slowly. Eva was hesitant to engage in intimacy, and Calvin sometimes struggled to read her complex moods and quiet demeanor. But he was a patient man. He would wait years for Evangeline Pruitt if he had to. She was worth it. She still remained an enigma to Calvin in many ways. She never ceased to amaze him with her intelligence and abilities, but remained stubbornly humble and seemingly uninterested by how special she was. She was witty and kind, traits that could easily make her among the most popular girls in the school, but preferred solitude, not bothering herself with the classmates who were so intrigued by her. And most maddeningly of all, she was one of the most natural, graceful flyers on a broom he'd ever seen. Yet she seemed content to keep her feet firmly on the ground, her head in books instead of the clouds. Calvin wondered if there was some darkness hidden away somewhere, some other reason why she kept her distance from everyone. Was there some abusive childhood trauma he didn't know about? Was she homesick for Australia? Was there some kind of incident that made her an outcast at Willoughby Academy? Or perhaps the answer was far simpler. She had no family, no one to rely on, and felt as though she had to go through life alone. He hoped to disabuse her of that notion, to prove to her that there were people out there who would follow her to the ends of the earth if she asked them to. He couldn't entirely blame her for keeping him at arm's length after what had happened between them the previous year. He'd readily agreed to spy on her at the headmaster's request, not realizing how much of a cruel betrayal she would see it as. He'd regretted it ever since, and declined Harry's subsequent efforts to pry into her private life. He hoped she would forgive him and strove to spend every waking moment earning her trust back. Even his profound respect for Potter would never again get in between him and Eva. She seemed like someone who had been hurt many times before, and he never wanted to hurt her again. Eva spent much of her time in isolation, working on various projects that she rarely granted him access to. He once caught a glimpse of a sketch she'd made for her Ancient Runes project, filled with symbols that he did not remotely recognize. It was as though she spoke a completely different language, understood magic on a more primal level than everyone else. He desperately wanted to know her secrets, but feared scaring her away by prying into the inner workings of her mind. But he prayed for more glimpses of her brilliance, more insight into what made such a wondrous young woman tick, which was why he was so looking forward to Tuesday morning, as he arrived bright and early for Professor Babbling's class. Today was the day she would present her self-research project, which had exempted her from most of the course homework and testing throughout the year. He and the rest of the class had openly gossiped about this development, wondering what Babbling must have seen in her to grant her such special privileges. But the more Calvin learned about Eva, the less such occurrences surprised him. He was simply excited to finally see what she was working on. He had no doubt that it would be revelatory. He watched her fidget nervously at the front of the class, holding a large cardboard box, as Babbling took down the attendance for the day. Eva had expressed fear to him the night before of public speaking, of facing the judgment of her peers. Calvin had assured her that most of the students didn't care, that they were just happy for the excuse to not have to listen to another babbling lecture. This had calmed her somewhat. Even though it was a lie, Calvin knew his fellow students were just as endlessly curious about her as he was. But he gave her a reassuring wink when she glanced his direction, and she gave him a modest smile in return. There suddenly came a knock at the door, and everyone turned to see Headmaster Potter stroll into the classroom. "Hope I'm not interrupting, Professor," said Harry with a sheepish grin. "I heard that Miss Pruitt here would be presenting her runes project today, and I hope to sit in." "Oh, but of course," Babbling said excitedly. "Come in, come in." Eva looked doubly nervous now as Harry took a seat in the corner, passively watching the proceedings. The other students murmured excitedly at his presence. Clearly they knew this must mean something special was about to happen. Calvin found himself sitting up straighter, not just to make a good impression for the headmaster, but out of genuine curiosity for what this presentation could mean. Why would Potter be so interested in a sixth-year runes project? Calvin watched intently as Eva reached in her box and pulled out several large, round pots, each filled with dirt. She laid them out on the table at the front of the room, 7 pots in all. "The purpose of my research was to examine the interaction between runes and plant life," she began nervously. "At the bottom of each of these pots is a runestone or series of runestones designed to act upon the plant growing within, as detailed in these written diagrams." Eva stood next to the first pot, in which a small bonsai tree was growing. "First, the most obvious candidate. Death," said Eva. She levitated the first diagram in the air and enlarged it so that everyone could see her sketch of the death rune, a stone inscribed with a 7-pointed star. Calvin frowned. He had never seen such a symbol before in their assigned course materials, and judging from the perplexed looks of his fellow classmates, neither had they. Eva pointed her wand at the pot and muttered, "Activir." There was a faint golden glow from within the pot as the rune activated, and the bonsai tree wilted, turning black and shriveling down into the pot dead. "Next," said Eva, moving on to the second, empty pot, "I wanted to see if the process of life could be accelerated using time." She enlarged a second diagram in the air, showing off what Calvin assumed must be a time rune, a circle with an inscribed vertical line. She again muttered the activation phrase, and the pot glowed gold. A green sprout shot out of the dirt, small branches forming along the growing trunk, until it quite abruptly shriveled and died as well. "A healthy tree needs ample water and nutrients to grow," Eva explained, "but the time rune accelerates the growth process so quickly that the pot is sapped of all moisture and it cannot survive. So, we need a way to keep it constantly hydrated." Eva moved to the third empty pot and enlarged its diagram. 2 runes, side by side, the time rune and a smaller water rune, symbolized by a crashing wave symbol. Finally, a rune Calvin recognized. "Activir," said Eva, tapping her wand to the pot, and again a bonsai tree began to sprout. This time it advanced much farther into the growth cycle. Calvin's eyes widened as its trunk solidified and twisting branches shot off in all directions, beautiful green leaves, emerging from buds at great speed. Then, just as suddenly, it died again, shriveling and wilting to the students' vocal dismay. "A new problem emerges," Eva explained. She pointed her wand at the pot, and the tiny water rune levitated out of the dirt for all to see. The water rune, being of a smaller size than the time rune, is quickly destroyed, with the symbol being erased from the rune itself. All eyes peered closer at the tiny rune hovering in midair. The crashing wave symbol could no longer be seen, and the surface of the runestone appeared to be chipped and scratched. "Any guesses as to the problem, Professor?" Eva posed to Babbling. Calvin glanced into the corner. Harry looked puzzled, as though unsure of the problem himself. "Interesting," said Babbling, considering this question. "Perhaps the 2 runes, working so closely together, begin to affect each other negatively?" "On the contrary," Eva grinned. "Perhaps the 4th diagram will enlighten you." And she moved on to the 4th pot, enlarging its diagram for all to see. Now, next to the time and water runes sat a 3rd rune, engraved with a more complex carving in a runic language that Calvin recognized from their OWL year. A protective rune? Babbling muttered, confused, as she mentally translated the carving. Oh, surely not. Erosion, Eva explained. As the water rune produces water, the time rune accelerates its motion, watering the plant, but also the rune stones. A rune stone is just a stone, after all, and given enough time, which the time rune provides plenty of, the water erodes the surface of the stone away, and once the carving is destroyed, the rune no longer functions. Brilliant, Babbling said in awe. Therefore, the protective rune prevents the rune network from being affected by the motion of the water, so it cannot erode the stones themselves. Correct, said Eva. And she activated the fourth pod, once again beginning the growth process of the tree within. It quickly grew to the same size as the previous tree, but once again, almost at the exact same point, it too withered and died. Eva once again removed the water rune from the pot for all to see, and once again it had been wiped blank, its surface smooth and devoid of carvings. And now, Professor? Eva said with an excited grin. Calvin could tell that things were going exactly as she'd planned so far, and he did a mental fist pump at her growing confidence. I suspect I know, Babbling grinned. What do we think, class? What went wrong with the rune network that time? The students murmured amongst themselves for a while, discussing this problem. Calvin also thought he knew the answer, but he waited for the others to catch on, grinning at the brilliance of Eva's design. Finally, Candace Clearwater raised her hand. The dirt, she asked. Yes, Eva confirmed. The water is not the only force of erosion acting upon the runestones. The dirt is also shifting as the roots grow, as well as small pockets of air reaching the bottom of the pot. Therefore, more protective runes are needed. Eva moved on to the fifth pot and enlarged its diagram. 2 new protective runes had been added, which, when translated, prevented the stones from being damaged by contact with dirt and air, respectively. She tapped her wand to the pot, and again the plant began to grow. This time, the tree fully materialized before their eyes. The students murmured excitedly as the trunk formed and leaf-covered branches began to snarl outwards. Then, quite abruptly, the pot shattered. The students in the front row flinched as soil and shards of ceramic sprayed outwards. Eva caught the debris with her wand before it could harm anyone and deactivated the runes. Now that the tree has everything it needs to grow indefinitely, the pot cannot contain its size, she explained. So now we can simply add an unbreakable charm to the pot and watch it grow indefinitely. She moved on to the 6th pot and enlarged its diagram, showcasing the newly added runes. She activated the pot, and the bonsai tree again began to grow. This time, the pot did not shatter. Instead, it toppled over sideways, and the tree began spilling out over the desk and down the sides, a massive snarl of wood and leaves. Eva tapped her wand to the mess to stop the growth. This tree would grow indefinitely until it ran out of sunlight and nutrients, she explained as she vanished the mess. But that isn't very useful. We can stop the runes to halt the growth, but eventually the tree would decay and die. What if there was a way to prevent this death process from beginning? What if we could grow and keep a full-size bonsai that will survive indefinitely? Eva moved on to the 7th and final pot, enlarging by far the most complex diagram yet. Here, the unbreakable rune is set to trigger a switch, she explained as she pointed to the diagram. Once the pot attempts to explode, the time and water runes are removed from the network, and a new one is added, the inverse. Calvin glanced over at Harry, who was leaning forward expectantly as Eva pointed out the final rune to be added, the same line and circle, but now inscribed within a triangle. Calvin thought it looked vaguely familiar, but wasn't sure exactly why. This rune will prevent the tree from growing, but also prevent it from decaying, Eva explained. It will remain in permanent stasis, forever alive but ungrowing, until the rune is deactivated. She tapped her wand to the pot. The bonsai tree once again exploded into existence, reaching its way to the sky, expanding to the limits of the pot. There was a sudden flash of white as the pot attempted to explode, only for the tree to abruptly stop moving. Calvin watched along with the rest of the class, transfixed, as the shivering branches came to a standstill, and the tree stood tall, fully grown, perpetually alive yet frozen in time. "Bravo, Miss Pruitt!" Professor Babbling exclaimed, initiating a polite round of applause from the students. "This is remarkable work. I've never seen such precise and innovative rune work before. This could be the start of something truly revolutionary in the field." Eva beamed at the praise, giving Calvin a feeling of pride on her behalf. Could the process be reversed? A voice piped up from the back of the room. All eyes turned to Harry, who was watching the proceedings with high interest. "Is there a rune that can cause the fully grown tree to revert back to a seed?" Not that I know of, sir," said Eva. "I dare say that is a question for the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries," Babbling cut in. "But I believe they stopped researching time-turners many years ago." "But surely the magic that powers the time-turners can be tapped into somehow?" Harry asked excitedly. "I imagine such magic is far beyond the comprehension of a sixth-year headmaster," Babbling said in a lightly teasing tone. "All the same, this is remarkable work, Miss Pruitt. My colleagues around the world would love to hear about your research. Full marks, naturally, and I will personally aid you in publishing your findings over the summer." "Thank you, Professor," Eva said, in her eternally humble manner. Calvin glanced back at Harry. He looked slightly put out by the lack of resolution to his own question, but the headmaster clapped politely along with the rest of the class as Eva retook her seat beside Calvin, looking relieved. "That was bloody brilliant, Eva," he whispered in her ear. She smiled faintly at him, a tiny gesture, but one that filled him with warmth. She was difficult to draw legitimate emotions out of, so any time he succeeded was a moment he treasured dearly. Eva had a free period after lunch, and Calvin accompanied her down to the herbology greenhouses so that she could return the pot she'd borrowed from Professor Abbott. He knew this would make him late for divination, but he didn't much care. He had grown to despise the subject, only sticking with it at his mother's urging. Besides, it was a gorgeous spring afternoon, one of the first sunny and clear days Hogwarts had seen in months, and he wanted nothing more right now than to walk the grounds with his beautiful, brilliant girlfriend. They decided to settle under a tree by the lake, watching the sunlight bounce off of the rippling waves of the water's surface. Eva nestled in close to Calvin. He hesitated only a moment, surprised, before draping an arm across her shoulders and inviting her in. Eva rarely showed physical affection, to the point that Calvin was frequently unprepared and unsure how to respond. But he reveled in the closeness, not questioning it, just embracing it. He would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous of the casual intimacy he'd witnessed between her and Roxan, the easy way with which they interacted and touched one another in public, and wished he could have that for himself. One step at a time, he reminded himself. "She's worth waiting for." "What are you doing for spring break?" asked Eva. They had 3 more days of classes before Hogwarts was dismissed for a full week. "Going home to reading," said Calvin. "Mom and Dad are eager to see me, especially with all the craziness with the Muggles happening." "Is it truly that bad out there?" Eva asked worriedly. "I think so," Calvin said grimly. "My dad says the Aurors are sent out to quell violent protests multiple times a week. He thinks it's only a matter of time until it escalates into something more sinister." "Are you worried about him?" Eva asked. "Yes and no," Calvin sighed. "I know he can handle himself, but he's prone to sticking his nose into dangerous situations, which gets him into trouble sometimes. And Mother worries sick about him." "I can only imagine," Eva muttered. "Enough about that, though," said Calvin. "What about you?" "I'll be here," Eva shrugged. "Just going to use the free time to catch up on some work." "You know, I'm sure you'd be welcome with my parents," Calvin offered. "We have plenty of extra room, and I know they'll love you." Eva smiled distantly at the idea. "I appreciate it," she said, "but I think it's best I stay here. I'll have use of the school library to work on my research project." "Research project?" Calvin frowned. "But didn't you just finish your presentation for Babbling?" "Different project," Eva chuckled. "This one's just for me." Calvin found it rather maddening how secretive Eva was about her personal research. She would often disappear for hours, sometimes days, often some far-flung corner of the castle conducting her private studies. He looked for her everywhere, The library, empty classrooms, even the kitchen. His mates in Gryffindor attested that she rarely spent time in their common room. So, where did she get off to? And what was she doing there? He was burning to know, but didn't want to spook her with too many invasive questions. Anything of particular interest? He asked innocently. You know, I'm a fair hand at research myself if you ever wanted a second pair of eyes. Eva chuckled again, but said nothing. They stared out across the lake for several long, peaceful moments. Calvin assumed that was the end of the conversation. But eventually, Eva spoke up. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Death? No, Calvin said, perplexed. What's that? Something in the Department of Mysteries, Eva went on. It doesn't ring a bell, Calvin frowned. Where did you hear about it? I read about it in a book once, Eva said quickly. Something about her tone told Calvin that she was lying, but he couldn't imagine why. It's supposedly like an archway with a heavy veil in between, and passing through it causes death. That's odd, Calvin muttered. Mother's never mentioned anything about it. Not that she would, I suppose. She's not allowed. So she never talks about what she does in there? Asked Eva. Never, Calvin confirmed. Well, except once. The headmaster came over for dinner, and my parents both got a bit tipsy, and she shared more than she probably should have. The headmaster joined your family for dinner? Asked Eva, intrigued. He comes over about once a year, Calvin beamed. A favor to my father, I think, for helping him with some things after the war. I believe he's coming next week, in fact. How nice. Eva mused thoughtfully. He seems to care for your future quite a lot. It's hard to tell sometimes, Calvin sighed. There are days when it feels like he wants nothing to do with me. Don't sell yourself short, Eva said encouragingly. I feel that way all the time. Everyone can tell he's fond of you. Calvin glowed with pride at this. He didn't know if he believed it, but hearing it said aloud still felt good. Besides his own father, there was nobody he wanted to impress more than Harry Potter. He was a complex man, but a war hero and a leader nonetheless, and Calvin would do anything to stay in his good graces. That Saturday, Eva bade him goodbye at Hogsmeade Station with a chaste kiss on the cheek. It was a small gesture, but one that kept him feeling on cloud nine for the entire train ride to London. He was eager to see his parents, of course, but suddenly felt the pang of missing out on an entire week with one of the most fascinating people he'd ever had the pleasure to meet. He just hoped she would still find him interesting when he returned. The good feeling didn't last long once he disembarked at King's Cross, where his mother waited for him alone, looking grim. Hello, Mum, he said, giving her a quick hug. Dad okay? They both knew that normally it would be his father picking up Calvin, which meant something must have come up to prevent it. He was called in to deal with a Muggle protest in Cambridge, said Mrs. Hopkins grimly. He hopes he'll be home in time for dinner. I'm sure he'll be fine, Calvin reassured her, giving his mother a gentle squeeze on the arm. He knew how much she worried after her husband during such occasions. Aurors had been getting badly injured at the hand of the Muggles lately, and one had even been shot and killed back in January. But Calvin's father was no ordinary Auror. He was second in command, one of the most experienced men on the force. And Calvin couldn't be more proud, knowing that a man like him was on the front lines keeping people safe. Calvin's mother took him home via side-along apparition, for what Calvin hoped would be the last time. He was due to take his apparition license test in just 2 months and relished in the freedom that would come from being able to travel without parental supervision. They arrived in the cozy villa the Hopkins family called home, and despite his fondness for Hogwarts, Calvin felt a sense of peace at being home once more. Make sure you don't make plans for Monday night, Mrs. Hopkins reminded her son as they pulled off their cloaks in the entryway. Your headmaster will be coming over for dinner. I remember, Mother, Calvin grinned, giving her a placating kiss on the cheek. I'll be here. This is a very significant occasion, she said sternly. It is a great honor Potter is visiting us, so close to such an important election. We must show him nothing but our full support. Understood, Calvin winked before heading upstairs to settle into his room. It was always a nice feeling to be back home and reading in the quiet, peaceful Muggle neighborhood he'd grown up in. A number of his classmates lived in the area, and he often spent his holidays running around town with them, flirting with the local Muggle girls and trying to sneak into bars. He wasn't sure how many of them would be eager to do so now, what with the intense political climate and Muggle unrest, and anticipated a far quieter break at home. But something else felt different as well. He felt a pull back towards Hogwarts, a yearning to be back at the school he rarely felt outside the tail end of summer. He knew it was less to do with the castle itself and more with who was in it. He wanted to spend every waking moment with Eva, fearful that if he went too long without seeing her, she'd forget about his existence and leave him behind. He considered writing her an owl, letting her know he was home safely and that he missed her already. But he didn't want to smother her or scare her away, so he resisted the temptation. His father arrived home late that night, long after dinner time, looking worn. Calvin bounded down the stairs to greet him as his mother fussed over her husband. "I mean, really, keeping you so late on your day off," she tooted. "It's a necessary evil," Mr. Hopkins sighed. The crowds refused to go home until it got dark. He spotted his son in the doorway and embraced him in a long hug. Calvin relished in the gesture, holding onto him tight. His father wasn't the most affectionate man, but ever since the trouble with the Muggles had begun, he'd been more open about his love and care for his family, which Calvin appreciated. He knew his father loved him, of course, but the occasional reminder didn't hurt. Calvin attempted to pry into the events of his day, but Mr. Hopkins dismissed him, retiring to an early bed. Calvin figured he would have a chance to bring it up again on Monday, when the headmaster arrived for dinner. He was certain the conversation would turn to politics at some point, and looked forward to getting a better sense of what was going on in the real world. He found himself restlessly awaiting Monday night, for more reasons than one. It was dreadfully boring at home, once the novelty of it wore off, and as expected, his friends' families were not allowing them to wander the streets unsupervised anymore. Calvin mostly just wanted a break in the monotony, a distraction from his burning desire to see Eva again, to pour his heart out into a letter. But no, he kept that urge tucked away. A time would come when he could express everything he felt about her, but not while she was so guarded and distant with him. He'd screwed it up with her once by being too earnest. He wouldn't repeat that mistake. The headmaster arrived at 6 on the dot on Monday evening, looking tired but nonetheless pleased to be there. "Good to see you looking well, John," Harry said, embracing Mr. Hopkins in a hug. "And Farah, you look beautiful as always. I hope you haven't been slaving away in the kitchen all day on my behalf." "Not at all, Mr. Potter," Mrs. Hopkins beamed at him. Calvin knew this was a lie. She'd been up since 9 a.m. preparing a full 4-course meal by herself, even rejecting her son's offers to help. He was a rubbish cook, of course, and only asked to alleviate his boredom, but it was worth a try anyway, even if he burned a few dishes. "Ah, and here's Calvin," Harry smiled, shaking the boy's hand gregariously. "I know our personal lessons have been cut short as of late, but I'm pleased to see your progress in class." "Thank you, sir." Calvin smiled politely, glowing internally at the pleased looks on his parents' faces at this compliment. They sat around the table shortly after, digging into the delicious meal Mrs. Hopkins had prepared. Harry was the consummate dinner guest as always, praising each and every dish and engaging everyone around him in conversation. Calvin was often amazed at how intelligent Harry was, how easily he could slide into any topic and speak to it as though he was an expert. He shifted from talk about the Aurors to the Quidditch League, to ward breaking, to transfiguration theory, and many other subjects with ease. Calvin wondered how long it would take for conversation to inevitably turn to politics, but Harry surprisingly showed restraint. Perhaps he was exhausted from the grind of the election and relished in this meal as a reprieve from it all. But he finally broached the topic as the 4th course wound down and the wine glasses were broken out. "Say, John, have you spoken to your man in elections recently?" Harry asked. It was phrased innocently enough, but Calvin could see his father stiffen, knowing that it was an important shift in the conversation. "I have," Mr. Hopkins said slowly. He's optimistic that there's still time for things to turn around. "You know how inaccurate the polling can be, Dash." "Ah, don't bullshit me now," Harry said with a knowing smirk. "How bad is it? If the prophet still won't report numbers, I can't imagine it's looking good for me." Mr. Hopkins hesitated. "Last week's numbers have you down 18 points to Granger," he admitted with a sigh. "But we're still more than a month away, and plenty can change, Dash." "I get it," Harry nodded, waving him off. "She's got a lot of grassroots support, there's no denying it. I just need to find a way to recapture the attention of the general public." "To be honest, I thought this Muggle business would help you more," sighed Mr. Hopkins. If more of the wizarding world saw them as a legitimate threat more than a nuisance, they might want a stronger leader in charge. Too many people view them as harmless, Harry agreed. If anything, my strong language against them has turned the Muggle-borns against me. That's their family and friends I'm talking about, after all. If it wasn't for the damned statue falling, Hopkins scoffed bitterly. Things were so much better back when the worlds were kept separate. Calvin, dear, why don't you tell us about school? Mrs. Hopkins said loudly, clearly hoping to change the subject. This had been a common complaint of his father's, and one that rarely went anywhere productive. It's going quite well, said Calvin. I'm on track for all outstandings again. And Slytherin is in the lead for the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. Attaboy, said Mr. Hopkins, clapping his son on the shoulder. And what about your love life? Any dames catch your fancy? Oh, John Mrs. Hopkins scoffed at this remark. As a matter of fact, Calvin said, a sloppy grin spreading across his face, there is someone. That's so, said Mr. Hopkins. You're seeing a gal? I am, Calvin nodded. Her name's Evangeline Pruitt. Harry coughed in surprise, head whipping around towards Calvin at this news. Calvin was startled by this reaction. He hadn't expected the headmaster to care much who was dating who within his castle. Is that so? Harry said slowly, face unreadable. We're going on 2 months now, Calvin said bashfully. It's been slow, but I think there could be something there. Well, that's wonderful, dear, Mrs. Hopkins said, clapping her hands together in delight. You must invite her over this summer. Pruitt, you say, said Mr. Hopkins thoughtfully. A fine family, though I didn't think there were any left after the last daughter married a Weasley. She's Australian, Calvin added quickly. She just transferred here less than 2 years ago, and she's already top of our class. That's so, said Mr. Hopkins, arching an eyebrow. I thought you were the top of your class. Until Eva showed up, Calvin grinned sheepishly. But she's bloody brilliant, Dad. I've never met anyone like her. She is quite a remarkable young witch, Harry agreed, still looking to be processing this news. What are her interests? Asked Mrs. Hopkins. What does she wish to study? Dunno, honestly, Calvin shrugged. Maybe you ought to convince her to become an unspeakable. She's studying the Department of Mysteries in her free time. She mentioned something about a veil of death the other day. The effect these words had on the room was immediate. Harry dropped his fork with a clatter, eyebrows raised at the revelation. Mr. Hopkins glanced nervously to his wife. But Calvin's mother's reaction was the strongest, her hawk-like eyes pinned on her son in a fierce glare. How did she learn of the veil? She snapped. That's one of Britain's most closely guarded secrets. Calvin stammered. He realized at once that he'd said something wrong. She said she read about it somewhere. I don't know where. The tension was palpable for several long seconds, finally punctuated by a thoughtful chuckle from Harry. That's probably my fault, he said with a wan smile. My friends and I stumbled across the veil during our incursion to the department back in my 5th year. I'm sure one of them must have talked about what they saw. There were 6 of us, after all, and it's a pretty remarkable object. They didn't obliviate you when they caught you? Asked Mrs. Hopkins, appalled. What kind of lax security did Fudge employ? Merlin blessed Dumbledore for that, I suppose, Harry muttered, taking a deep drink from his goblet before turning his attention back to Calvin. What interest does Miss Pruitt have in the veil? No idea, but it does exist? Does it really kill people if you walk through it? We should not be discussing this, Mrs. Hopkins said adamantly. If the ministry knew what we were talking about, Minister Granger was with us, if you'll remember, Harry said with a playful wink. And it seems the cat is already out of the bag, so to speak. Yes, Calvin, the veil does cause death. I saw it happen with my own 2 eyes to my godfather. Only he didn't just die. He sort of departed, like he didn't exist on this plane of reality any longer. How do you mean? Calvin frowned. Harry looked questioningly at his mother, as though imploring her to elaborate. Calvin could see from the headmaster's expression that he was just as curious about the veil as he, and likely Eva, was. Merlin, forgive me, Mrs. Hopkins muttered, taking a hearty drink of wine before continuing. Yes, the veil is a sort of doorway. It connects the world of the living and the dead. So, a person can cross from one to the other? Harry asked, intrigued. Well, yes and no, Mrs. Hopkins sighed. A person can walk through it, but they cannot come back. Nothing can come back because it would have to be dead to exist on that side of the doorway. So it's a one-way journey only, Harry confirmed. Yes, said Mrs. Hopkins, taking another unsteady drink of wine. The ministry used to use the veil for executions, but they stopped about 200 years ago. It made the veil too unstable. Unstable? It shouldn't exist in the first place, Mrs. Hopkins sighed. It's a corruption, a man-made abomination. Manipulating ley lines like that should not be allowed. What's a ley line? Asked Calvin. His mother's eyes went wide again, realizing she may have said too much. But Harry answered for her. It's a hot spot of magical energy, said Harry. Some theorize them to be the sources of our magical power. But I apologize, Farah. Do you mean to suggest that the veil itself is a ley line? Mrs. Hopkins looked as though she knew she oughtn't say more, but she reached for her wine glass again and took another deep drink to steady herself. Yes, she said. Our belief is that the ministry was built around it, nearly a millennium ago, to harness its power. But someone corrupted it, created a door where one was never meant to exist. Who? Asked Harry. How should I know? Mrs. Hopkins shrugged. The veil predates all of the department's documentation. It must have happened many centuries ago. Could it have been the Peverills? Harry said thoughtfully. An odd expression came over Calvin's mother as she considered this question. Clearly she recognized the name. What aren't you telling me, Mr. Potter? She asked suspiciously. I could ask you the same. Harry smiled disarmingly. They stared at one another in silence for an uncomfortable length of time. Calvin glanced at his father, who looked as concerned as his son did, looking back and forth between his wife and the headmaster, engaged in some sort of non-verbal battle of wits. Let's say someone walked through the veil who couldn't die, Harry asked placidly, breaking the fragile silence. What do you think might happen? Again, Mrs. Hopkins appeared shocked by this question. Surely you do not possess them all, she whispered fearfully. You do. Calvin had no idea what they were talking about, and from the looks of it, neither did his father, who looked alarmed by the sudden shift in the tone of their conversation. You mustn't do what you're considering, Mrs. Hopkins breathed, eyes wide with horror. I know not what would happen, but it could be disastrous. Why not close the doorway if you're so concerned? Harry posed innocently. And risk destroying the ley line? Mrs. Hopkins laughed mirthlessly. It could cause untold devastation, not only in Britain but worldwide. We know little of how they work, but we know they're all connected somehow, and to tamper with one risks causing damage to them all. I've been told many times I can't do something or another, Harry smiled, an edge of malice in his tone. Yet somehow, I usually manage. Mr. Hopkins cleared his throat loudly, startling both Harry and Mrs. Hopkins, as though they'd both forgotten there were two other people seated at the table with them. It's certainly getting late, Mr. Hopkins said pointedly. Calvin, isn't it past your bedtime? Calvin glared at his father. They both knew he had no set bedtime, but it was an obvious dismissal from the table. He hated being treated like a child. He turned 17 in just a few weeks, for Merlin's sake, and he was still ordered around as though he couldn't decide things for himself. But he saw the stern look in his father's eye, so he complied. It was a pleasure having you again, headmaster, Calvin said politely as he stood, bowing to Harry. I hope you'll come again soon. As do I, Harry said, smiling easily as though there were no tension in the room. I trust that you'll treat Miss Pruitt right, won't you? I will, sir, Calvin promised. He was still perplexed by the headmaster's apparent interest in their relationship, but decided it best not to ask, not when both of his parents were both silently begging him to leave the room. He hurried upstairs to his bedroom, making a point to slam his door shut behind him to verbalize his displeasure at being dismissed. It was childish, he knew, but it frustrated him that he wasn't trusted to listen in on adult conversations. Calvin spent the rest of the evening attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation happening below, but his father must have gotten wise and put up a muffling charm to prevent him from doing so. So, instead, he lay in bed, ruminating on what he had learned. His mother had shared much more about this so-called veil of death than he'd ever imagined. He could see why Eva was so entranced by it, though he doubted she'd ever be let anywhere near it to study its properties further. He considered writing her an owl, telling her what he'd learned. He imagined that it would help her greatly in whatever research she was pursuing. It might be wise to do so sooner than later, given that his mother's paranoia could find him waking up to the other end of a wand, wiping his memory clean of the conversation. But she often said too much when she was drinking, and with luck, she wouldn't remember much of what she said come morning. Besides, Calvin was getting drowsy himself, having snuck some of the wine for himself while his parents were distracted. "I'll write to Eva in the morning," he told himself before drifting off to sleep. Calvin knew not how long he'd slept before he was abruptly woken again. It was still dark out, the middle of the night, but he could hear urgent voices echoing from down the stairs. The tenor of the conversation sounded dire, causing Calvin to jump out of bed to investigate. He crept down the stairs, listening intently as two men spoke in hushed tones below him. He caught snippets of their conversation as he slowly approached. "Not in an official or capacity, of course. This must be kept quiet. I understand. Will it be dangerous? I won't lie, it could be. But I will do my best to keep you safe." "Very well. Should I inform the family?" "No time, I'm afraid. We must leave as soon as possible." Calvin slipped on the landing, stumbling down a few steps and into view of the two men. Both turned, wands pointed at him. Calvin saw his father and the headmaster standing in the entrance foyer. At first he assumed they were still up from the previous night's events, but Harry had changed into a warmer traveling cloak, while his father was still in his pajamas, clearly having been woken up recently. "Calvin, go back to bed," Mr. Hopkins said sternly. "What's happening?" Calvin demanded, descending into the room with them. "Are you being called in for work?" "Something like that, yes," Mr. Hopkins said irritably. "Stay put and comfort your mother if she wakes." "Let me come with you," Calvin pleaded. "I'm not a child anymore, Dad. I can handle myself," asked the headmaster Dash. "This is no time to argue," Mr. Hopkins roared. "You aren't ready, and this is no place for Dash." "Actually, John," said Harry thoughtfully, "perhaps Calvin can be of some use to us." "I can?" Calvin asked eagerly. "We may need you to think outside the box," Harry warned, "and be prepared for anything. I know you're a capable duelist, but you will stick with us at all times and follow our lead, no matter what. Understood?" "Yes, sir," Calvin said at once, excited to be included for once. "Potter," Mr. Hopkins said weakly. "He's my heir, my only son, and I shall guard his life with my own," Harry pledged. "We must go now. Are we ready?" Mr. Hopkins hesitated, regarding his son with a look of intense worry. "Very well," he sighed. He waved his wand over himself, transfiguring his pajamas into his aura cloak. Calvin grinned, grabbing his own cloak off the wall by the door and hastily fastening it around himself. "Quickly now," Harry urged, holding out a small brass ring in his palm. Mr. Hopkins placed a finger to the ring, and Calvin followed suit, as the headmaster placed the tip of his wand to it. "Portus!" Immediately, Calvin felt the pull of a port key whisking them far, far away. He landed roughly on a rocky outcropping, stumbling before quickly righting himself. He peered around, eyes adjusting to the darkness, while also cringing at an ear-splitting noise ripping through the air. "Caterwauling charm," Mr. Hopkins shouted. Harry nodded in agreement. Harry twirled his wand in the air, and Calvin felt a fierce burst of magic wash over the landscape. Within seconds, the screeching sound had been muffled and contained to the source. "Did we trigger that alarm?" Calvin asked. "I don't think so," Harry said grimly. "We must hurry." And he led the way forward, down a rocky path towards a tall, darkened building. Calvin stared at it as they approached, eventually realizing what it was. "Nurmengard prison?" he asked, confused. "What are we doing here?" "Listen closely," Harry said urgently, pulling the other two close. "There is a man housed within this prison, a very dangerous man. He is attempting to escape as we speak, and we mustn't let him. Do you understand?" "Who is this man?" asked Mr. Hopkins, frowning. "I haven't heard of Nurmengard being active in nearly 20 years. No time," Harry snapped, reaching into his robes. "We have to find a way into the building, and fast. We'll need to break through the defenses from the outside before the prisoner finds a way out from within." And Harry procured 2 small vials, filled with swirling, light blue liquid, handing one each to Calvin and his father. "What is this?" asked Mr. Hopkins. The draft of omniscience, Harry explained. To aid your search. Calvin felt a rush of excitement at this revelation. He knew Eva had experimented with the draft before, and he suspected it had contributed to some of her brilliant discoveries over the past year. He knew this might be his only chance to experience the potion for himself. So despite the look of concern on his father's face, he quickly uncorked his vial and downed the blue liquid, waiting impatiently for a reaction. It hit him like a tidal wave, causing him to drop to one knee as his mind burst with information. A stream of disjointed ideas and memories rushed through him, pulling him under, fighting to drag him along in the current and lose his sense of self. Calvin, Mr. Hopkins said, alarmed. Moki, Calvin grunted. He fought the effects of the potion, feeling the intensity lessen bit by bit, until he became aware of himself again, coming back to his senses. He was still within his own body, standing on this mountaintop with his two closest mentors. He struggled back to his feet, looking up into the concerned eyes of Harry and his father. What are you waiting for? Calvin demanded. Let's go then. That was all Harry needed. He led the way forward again towards the castle. Mr. Hopkins offered a steadying hand to his son, but Calvin swatted it away. I'm not a kid anymore, he thought defiantly. I can do everything you can do. They arrived at a large portcullis, which appeared to be the only entrance to the prison. Harry held out a hand over the metal grating, eyes closed, searching for something in the magic in the air. Then he withdrew. Blood magic, he announced. This will take too long to dismantle. We have to find another way in. Where? Asked Mr. Hopkins. I see no other doors or windows. We'll have to make our own entrance, Harry muttered. Look for weaknesses in the warding structure. Surely there must be a way. Use the sight. Legilimens, Calvin heard his father mutter. He did the same, and was immediately greeted with a spectacular sight. The dark walls of the prison exploded with light. He could see ribbons of magic plastered across them, invisible strands of power protecting the stone from within. He stared in awe for several moments, marveling at the beauty of the wards. He was no expert in protective enchantments, but from what little he knew of runic networks, this was some of the most advanced work he'd ever seen. Whoever had designed the protections here must be an incredibly powerful witch or wizard. Harry began walking along the edge of the castle walls, probing the magic in the air. Calvin and his father went the other way, doing the same. Calvin knew his father was far more experienced with wards than he was, but all Mr. Hopkins could do was whistle in amazement. This place is nigh impenetrable, he chuckled. All the runes appear to be inside the prison itself, so we can't get to them. So many redundancies in the runic network, so many failsafes and back-ups. Every rune appears to be protecting one another, so there is no single point of weakness to exploit. What if we tried breaking the connections between them? Calvin offered. No use, Mr. Hopkins chuckled. In answer, he waved his wand, and Calvin's sight allowed him to watch as one of the strands of power was severed, only for two more to quickly appear in its place, filling the gap in the network before it had even been formed. And the walls themselves? Calvin wondered. Could we just blast through? The runes will have taken care of that too, Mr. Hopkins chuckled. The stone can't be blasted, transfigured, vanished, pushed aside, or otherwise tampered with in any way I can think of. I reckon a team of advanced curse breakers could spend months trying to break in here with no success. And we don't have that kind of time. Calvin had a sudden idea occur to him. He had no idea if it would work, but maybe it was worth trying. He raised his wand at the wall and shouted, Aguamini! A jet of water burst from the tip of his wand, spraying the side of the castle. He let the stream run for a few seconds, then cut off the charm. To his satisfaction, he saw that the stone remained dripping wet. The wards had not repelled the water. What on earth are you doing, Calvin? Mr. Hopkins demanded. But Calvin paid him no mind. Professor Potter, he called out into the darkness. The headmaster hurried over, a questioning look on his face. I think I might know a way through. How? Asked Harry. I'm not sure if it would work. Calvin stammered. I only got the idea from Eva's presentation last week. I mean, it might be worth a shot. Out with it then. Harry snapped. Erosion, sir, Calvin explained. The walls can't be destroyed, but the elements still affect them. A stream of water could theoretically eat through the stone, given enough time. That would take centuries, son, said Mr. Hopkins, exasperated. Not necessarily, said Harry thoughtfully. All right, we'll try it. Calvin, use water again. John, try a stream of air. Both ought to do the trick. Mr. Hopkins looked skeptical, but he raised his wand alongside his son. Together they sent 2 jets of water and air at the wall, creating a chaotic swirl of sharp water droplets pelting the stone. Harry raised his own wand at the same spot and yelled, "Tempus Maxima!" Nothing seemed to happen, but when Calvin used his sight, he saw a stream of circular symbols emitting from Harry's wand. He recognized it from Eva's presentation, Time. It seemed to accelerate the impact of the water and air upon the wall. Calvin was forced to avert his eyes as the splashback peppered his face in painful spurts. "It's working," Mr. Hopkins said in amazement. Calvin glanced back at the wall, where sure enough, a hole was beginning to form. The stone was chipping away, bit by bit, as the streams of water, air, and pure time acted against it. At Harry's urging, they moved their stream in a slow circular motion around the hole, carving out the edges until it was large enough to climb through. They all dropped their wands at once, gaping at the sudden opening that had appeared, centuries' worth of erosion done in just over a minute. "That's the kind of thinking we needed, Calvin," Harry said, clapping the boy on the back. Calvin felt a rush of pride at the compliment, beaming towards his father, who begrudgingly nodded his own acknowledgement. "Now come, we mustn't delay." Harry led the way into the castle, squeezing through the opening that led into a narrow hallway. Calvin went second, peering up and down the rows of what appeared to be empty prison cells. It was eerily quiet inside, nowhere near the chaotic environment he'd anticipated. Were there no guards stationed here to watch this prisoner on the loose? "Right, here's the plan," Harry said. "You two stay here and guard the exit. Secure the wing, but don't stray too far. I'll head north and try to locate the prisoner." "What if we come across him first?" asked Mr. Hopkins. "Send a Patronus for me," said Harry. "And aim to stun, not to kill. Sit tight. This shouldn't take long." And Harry took off down the row, rounding a corner and disappearing from sight. "Stay right behind me," Mr. Hopkins said firmly, wand aimed down the opposite end of the row. "We move slowly and silently, and you do not act unless I do so first. We can cover more ground if we split up," Calvin offered, indicating another branching corridor to their left. "We shouldn't leave an open lane to the exit dash." "Damn it, Calvin," his father roared, rounding on his son. "You shouldn't even be here. It's my job to fight dangerous people, but your mother will never forgive me if anything happened to you. And I'll never forgive myself." "Quit making this about yourself," Calvin protested. "I can handle myself just fine." "This is not up for negotiation," said Mr. Hopkins. "We stick together, and that's that." Calvin wanted to argue, but decided it best not to. "Fine," he muttered. "But if this prisoner escapes, it's your fault." "I'd rather he escaped than something happened to you," said Mr. Hopkins. And judging from the choked emotion in his voice, Calvin knew it was the truth. So he obediently stuck close to his father as they scanned the rows, peering inside each empty cell as they passed by. "Blimey, these wards are intricate," Calvin muttered, as they passed cell after cell filled with complex runes. "Someone's been adding to them for years," Mr. Hopkins remarked. "If they'd thought to protect against erosion, they might have held forever." "Thank Merlin for that, then," Calvin chuckled as they rounded a corner. Mr. Hopkins froze beside him. Calvin immediately scanned for the danger. He couldn't see anybody else with them. No sign of this mysterious prisoner they were looking for. But then he saw it. A small, hunched figure, half obscured behind an open cell door, glaring malevolently up at them. "Intruders," croaked the house elf. "Yous will pay. Sora must stop you." "Peace, Elf Dash," Mr. Hopkins said placatingly, but immediately found himself on the defensive as the elf snapped his fingers, sending a blast of energy at them. Calvin dove for cover in a nearby cell as his father hastily raised a shield, deflecting the worst of the elf magic. "We're on your side," Mr. Hopkins bellowed, forced to block a bevy of incoming spells from the house elf. "You is not mistress," the elf protested. "Sora is not to trust anyone besides mistress." "Who is your mistress?" Mr. Hopkins demanded. "We can work together, elf." Calvin peered around the corner towards the elf, who was hurling spells indiscriminately at his father. Calvin raised his wand and aimed it at the diminutive creature. "Stupefy," he yelled. "Calvin, no," his father yelled, but it was too late. The elf's eyes darted towards Calvin as his stunning spell rocketed towards it. The elf batted it aside with ease. "Use attack to guard of Nermengard," the elf said menacingly. "Sora is now permitted to use deadly force." "Die Intruder." "Calvin, run!" Mr. Hopkins shouted. But Calvin was frozen, transfixed, as the elf raised both of his hands, fingers crackling with electricity, and thrust them forwards towards him. Many things then happened in the same moment. Calvin watched, seemingly in slow motion, as the bolts of electric energy rushed towards him. He instinctively fired the first spell he could think of, Aguamini, jets of water rushing forward to meet the lightning. Simultaneously, a silvery shield appeared between him and the elf, but he hadn't been the one to cast it. The lightning crashed against the barrier as the water hit the elf square in the face. Charged by the electric currents running through it, the water collided with a loud zap, and the elf toppled over backward dead, smoking and twitching lightly from the impact. "That was close," Calvin muttered, turning back to his father. His stomach dropped when he saw him, collapsed in a heap, also twitching violently. The shield he'd raised to protect his son had left him open to the lightning himself, and he'd been struck across the chest, his robe smoldering from the strike. Calvin saw the deep gashes in his father's skin, the charred outline of the elf magic marking him from shoulder to hip. "Duh!" Calvin gasped, falling to his knees. He was rubbish at healing magic and didn't know the first thing about treating elf wounds. His father stared at him with wide eyes, grasping at him with his free hand, which Calvin took. "Get Potter," Mr. Hopkins rasped. "Quickly." "Dad, don't leave me," Calvin wailed in fear. But his father merely pierced him with a fierce gaze, imploring him. "Get Potter now," he ordered. "Save yourself if you must." And Mr. Hopkins' head fell back to the stone, eyes drifting in and out of focus, breathing shallow. He didn't have long to live. Calvin snapped out of his panic and stood. He did not know how to cast a Patronus charm. His only hope was to find the headmaster, and fast. He took off in a dead sprint, heading north, hoping that he was going in the right direction. The twisting corridor seemed designed to disorient him. He was no longer sure which way was which, picking intersections at random, just praying he was going the right way. After a few turns, he stumbled over another tiny body, a second house elf, staring lifelessly to the ceiling. He didn't know whether this was good or bad news. Had the prisoner been through here, or Harry? There was no use in ruminating on it now. He could only barrel ahead, hoping to find Harry before the worst could happen. Calvin heard voices ahead and slowed his pace, moving forward at a light jog. Harry had been alone, hadn't he? Did the prisoner have other inmates with whom to scheme his escape? In any case, he instinctively knew something was wrong as he approached. Wand at the ready, he peered around the bend of the next turn and gaped at what he saw. Harry Potter was there, standing at the foot of a spiral staircase. But he was not alone. He was talking to another man, older, bald, with loose-fitting clothing barely covering an emaciated frame. Was this the prisoner they were so concerned about? Or perhaps another guard, discussing strategies to corner the dangerous man? He looked vaguely familiar to Calvin, but he couldn't quite place him. Calvin strained to listen in on their conversation. "Tom, my friend," Harry was saying. "How do you feel?" "Weak," the older man chuckled with a smile, though stronger by the minute. "I feel my magic returning to me as we speak." "I told you this day would soon come," Harry said, clapping the man on the shoulder. "Are you prepared to do what we discussed?" "I am," said the man. "I will be forever grateful for what you've done." "We shall right this wrong together," Harry nodded. "Until then, rest up, recover your strength, and cause as much mayhem as you can get away with." The man flashed a toothy, yellow smile at Harry. "I can certainly do that," he laughed. The man's eyes suddenly darted to his right, to where Calvin was peeking around the corner at them. Calvin's heart dropped as he realized where he recognized the man from. The most feared wizard of the age, a man he believed to be dead nearly all his life. Yet here he stood, in the flesh, looking worn down but very much alive. Lord Voldemort. "I should must Calvin stammered, coming out into the open. "What's happening?" Voldemort looked at Harry, who beckoned in the opposite direction. "Southeast corner," Harry muttered. "There's a gap in the wall." And with a final, malicious look at the boy, Voldemort turned into black smoke, racing down the halls, presumably towards the exit Calvin had created. "Sir, what is this?" Calvin asked. Then, remembering the reason he'd come. "My father's been injured. You must come quickly, Dash." Calvin was knocked backwards before he even registered Harry's wand move. His arms and legs snapped together, and he smacked into the floor, pinned by a full body-bind curse. Bewildered, he watched as Harry approached, standing over the boy, looking troubled. "I truly am sorry about this, Calvin," Harry grimaced, pointing his wand into Calvin's face. "But you should not have seen what you just saw, and now you know far too much." Avada, so this is how it ends, Calvin thought desperately. Betrayed by the one man I believed I could trust. I just wish I could see Evangeline one last time. And he prepared himself for death. But the jet of green light he expected did not come. Harry paused, wand arm shaking, head twitching slightly as he stared down upon the defenseless boy at his feet. "He doesn't deserve this," he muttered. "Does he expect a response?" Calvin wondered, confused. He was unable to say anything under the body bind, after all. But Harry seemed to be talking to someone else entirely, someone unseen. "No, he doesn't," Harry snapped. "You and yes, I know that. No, I agree. Eva mustn't find out. But there are other. Listen to me. He doesn't have to die." Calvin watched on, horrified, as Harry seemingly argued with himself, clearly anguished by whatever was playing out inside his head. Menacing sparks zapped from the end of Harry's wand as his arm trembled, fighting against some unseen assailant. "Yes, that will do," Harry nodded. "My daughter is fond of him, and I wouldn't want her to know. Yes, of course, we wouldn't want that. It is the only way." What is happening? Calvin wondered. Was Harry bartering for his life? Or was he the one fighting to see him killed? He wasn't sure which option terrified him more. "Very well," Harry said with a heavy sigh. His arm finally stopped shaking, and his eyes snapped back to Calvin. To the boy's horror, the normally green eyes glinted red, similar to Voldemort's. Harry pointed his wand between his eyes again, and Calvin braced for the worst. Obliviate under lock and key. April 2nd, 2016, Evangeline. By the end of spring break, Eva felt as though she'd spent more time in the Department of Mysteries than in Hogwarts itself, despite never physically stepping foot inside it. With a week of no distractions and a pensive secured for personal use, Eva locked herself away in the room of requirement and began studying Hermione Granger's memory in earnest. It began, as always, in a cramped telephone box. 6 teenagers, 7, if you counted the incorporeal Eva, on a grim mission to infiltrate the department and save Sirius Black. Eva was always struck by how young everyone looked. Harry and Hermione, the same age as her, Professors Lovegood and Weasley, or Longbottom, and the redhead named Ron whom she'd never met. After a brief trip through the ministry foyer and down the elevators, they reached the black marble corridor that led into the department and made their way inside. Eva rewatched the memory over and over, studying each room they visited with the sight, even attempting to gain glimpses into rooms they hadn't accessed. This place was teeming with wild magic, unlike anything Eva had ever seen. Symbols she did not recognize wafted beneath closed doors, rushed in and out of rooms as they opened and closed, swirled around odd objects on shelves they passed by. Without a second glance, she could spend years wandering around through this memory, documenting and studying the magic she saw here, but knew she didn't have the luxury of time at the moment, so she forced herself to carry on. She followed the group of 6 from room to room, first the brain room, where she'd checked out the essence of thought, then the sunken amphitheater with the ominous stone archway at its center, then the time room, with its sparkling time turners on the walls. She would return here often. Then finally the Hall of Prophecy, shelves lined with swirling orbs of mist. She'd watched the Death Eater ambush several times with her heart in her throat, but once she realized it played out the same every time. She took the time to examine the labels on the shelves, looking for names she recognized. Other than the one Harry picked up, she knew none of the names. She wondered if Professor Lovegood's name appeared anywhere in these halls as a seer. Then came the chase, the chaos of escape, as the group splintered in two in their desperate bid to evade the Death Eaters. Harry, Hermione, and the Longbottom boy wound up back in the time room, followed closely by a group of black robe-clad men. Eva knew what came next and positioned herself accordingly for the moment she'd come to study. An errant stunner hit the cabinet that housed the Ministry's supply of time turners, causing them to fall and shatter, then reverse course and mend themselves and back again in an unending loop of self-destruction and repair. Using her sight, Eva watched as the hourglasses shattered, spilling their enchanted sand upon the floor. She saw the symbol wafting off of the sand, one that seemed distinct from any other magic she'd seen. Two broken semicircles, slightly offset from one another. It was as if the time symbol she'd been studying had broken into two distinct pieces, yet still comprising a single symbol. An odd paradox, but she supposed it must be if it represented the magic of time reversal that none could replicate. She tried channeling the symbol back in the real world, with no success. Only this sand seemed capable of producing it. It wasn't long after that Hermione was struck by a sickening purple flame curse that knocked her unconscious and ended the memory. But that didn't matter. Eva had seen what she came to see. And after watching the destruction of the Time Turners many dozen times, she'd come to a series of frustrating conclusions. 1. The damage was irreparable. 2. Her sight provided no additional insight into how the Time Turners themselves operate. And 3. She could not replicate any of the magic she witnessed inside the department. It seemed tied to the objects producing the magic, as though they were crafted from some otherworldly material, much like the Deathly Hallows had been, which begged the question, had the Hallows been made in the Department of Mysteries? Although she'd found some success with the inverse time rune, she could not produce the same time-stopping effect on human beings the way the Hallows acted upon Harry. Whatever babbling had to say in praise of her plant presentation, it had been a colossal failure on Eva's part, who had failed to produce the time-warping effects of the Hallows or Time Turners that she'd meant to recreate. Realizing she was at a dead end, Eva began exploring the rest of the department, searching aimlessly for any kind of clue. And she had found it in the death chamber, with its ominous archway and tattered veil. She quickly realized that there were several things unique about the archway while using the site. For one, the magical currents seemed to flow in only one direction in this room, outward. The currents that made up her sight seemed to all be flowing out of the veil itself, and never into it, as if it was producing the very magic in the air. What could this mean? Surely this beat-up, ancient artifact couldn't be the source of Britain's magical power? For another thing, the stone archway itself was brimming with powerful magic, strange symbols wafting off of it, and in some cases, carved directly into the stone. She recognized the symbol of the Hallows wafting from the stone, and even spotted a faded carving of the broken semicircles. These were not runes, and did not seem to produce any visible effect, but she had to assume there was some connection between this veil, the Time Turners, and the Hallows that she was missing. Finally, she spotted it several dozen cycles through the memory. It was so faint and hard to see that she almost missed it. There was a thin layer of sand scattered around the veil, peppering the floor with its chalky white grains. She saw the same broken semicircle symbols wafting from it, and knew it must be the same sand that was found in the Time Turners. And the longer she studied the sand, she noticed it was blowing gently away from the veil, like the currents of magic. It was almost as if the veil was producing it, expelling it from whatever was on the other side. The Ministry may have stopped producing Time Turners, but this left little doubt in Eva's mind. They still possessed the capability to do so. If this sand was constantly being churned out of the veil, it must be collected and stored somewhere. What if someone with nefarious aims got their hands on such a supply? But that wasn't even Eva's greatest concern. What was on the other side of that archway, anyway? Was there an intelligent force behind the unseen production on the other side, or simply a naturally occurring phenomenon? With magic, it was often difficult to distinguish between the two. Eva felt a strong compulsion to step through the archway, as Harry and the memories seemed to as well. But she knew instinctively what a bad idea that would be. She could see several other ominous symbols swirling around the veil. The symbol of death, along with a strong compulsion charm that she was certain was causing her to be drawn towards it. The magical currents were also highly volatile, fluctuating between gentle ripples to violent maelstrom, depending on who was interacting with it. Almost like it had a mind of its own, trying to lure people inside it, to explore the mysteries it promised. Within, she luckily resisted the urge, and instead dove into the Hogwarts library for answers. Very few books had information about the Department of Mysteries, but she found a couple interesting tidbits in History of the Ministry of Magic and British Wizarding Crime and Punishment Through the Ages. Both referred to a so-called Veil of Death within the Ministry, which had once been used to execute the most dangerous of criminals, but the practice was discontinued centuries prior. But there was little else about it. Where it came from, what it was comprised of. She doubted it was just a simple man-made torture device. There was ancient magic at play here. Faced with yet another dead end, Eva was forced to put her research on pause. She briefly mentioned the veil to Calvin before the break, in the faintest of hopes that he'd ask his unspeakable mother about it. But her hopes weren't high. Still, she was eager to see him and ask anyway, if only for a break in the monotony of solitary studying. And that wasn't the only reason she wanted to see him. She'd grown rather fond of his company over the past few weeks, finding that he was not unpleasant to be around in the slightest. She'd long since realized that his posh, pure-blood demeanor, which had once repulsed her, was simply a front. Calvin was as insecure and fearful of his future as anyone, and deep down he hadn't a malicious bone in his body. Eva valued people with good character, and Calvin's was unimpeachable. She was still unsure if she saw a long-term future with him, but he was a kind and thoughtful boyfriend, one she genuinely enjoyed spending time with. After a week straight of lifting food from the Hogwarts kitchens via the Room of Requirement, Eva finally deigned to enter the Great Hall for breakfast, the last morning of spring break. She knew at once that something was off. Heads snapped around at her approach, as though fearful of something or someone. There was a somber mood hanging in the air, a chilly silence pervading the room. Eva tentatively took a seat, wondering what could have happened in her absence from the rumor mill of the school. Has something happened? She asked a group of third-year Gryffindors. Been living under a rock, then? One of them scoffed at her. He tossed a copy of the Daily Prophet at her. She frowned when she saw the date, several days old, but gasped at the headline. Lord Voldemort Returns, by Lee Jordan, The Daily Prophet. London. Hogwarts headmaster Harry Potter confirmed in a press conference this morning that the feared Dark Wizard, known as Lord Voldemort, has escaped his confinement and is on the loose in Britain once more. Today is a dark day for the wizarding world, Mr. Potter said in a grave statement. After years of believing that the Ministry is keeping our communities safe, they have once again failed to contain a serious threat against our well-being. The Dark Lord's escape from custody is a reflection of Minister Granger's failures to keep her constituents safe from harm. Mr. Potter later elaborated that he was among the group of first responders to Voldemort's breakout of Nurmengard Prison, the infamous wizard's prison in Austria. The group arrived too late to stop the attempt. One Auror, John Hopkins, was gravely injured in the confrontation and is currently being treated in St. Mungo's. Potter declined to answer questions from the prophet about Voldemort's return, namely why he was not killed during or after the Battle of London, as previously believed. He resolved to do what he already succeeded in doing once by bringing the Dark Lord to justice as soon as possible. Minister Granger could not be reached for comment. Questions must now be raised about her handling of the Dark Lord in the aftermath of the war, and the dubious wisdom of keeping him alive in the first place. Can we trust a leader who is unwilling to divulge such critical information from the public? Eva set down the paper, looking troubled. This could not be a coincidence. Tom had been safely secured for over a decade, and suddenly he managed to escape just weeks before a crucial election? Something did not sit right with her about this. Surely, he could not have managed such a feat unassisted? Had a group of former Death Eaters managed to break him out? She could see no way they could breach Granger's airtight runic defenses. Eva's heart suddenly ached for Calvin. No wonder he hadn't written to her all break, if his father was on life support at St. Mungo's. Did Calvin know something more about this incident? Had Potter recruited his father to defend Nurmengard alone? And why was Potter involved in the first place, if Granger should have been the first alerted to the breach? How was Voldemort's recapture not the top priority of the Ministerial? It made no sense to her, but she knew she wouldn't get any answers from the Prophet, which was firmly in Harry's pocket. The only person she really trusted to hear the truth from was Minister Granger, and she didn't know how easily she could arrange another meeting. Eva had to assume the secret portkey was a risky move that Hermione had only arranged out of desperation, and likely wouldn't be as easy to replicate. Still, she had to try. After breakfast concluded, she rushed out of the hall after Professor Lovegood, who had also made a rare appearance for a school meal. "Professor," Eva called after her. "Wait!" Luna turned to face her, looking more stressed and grim than usual. "Yes, Miss Pruitt?" she asked placidly. "Have you finished with the pensive?" "What?" No, not yet," Eva stammered. "I just wondered, can you tell me anything about the Dark Lord's escape?" "I am as disturbed by the news as you are," Luna said flatly. "I'm afraid I know nothing more than what the Prophet has reported." "But surely you know someone who does," Eva said, trying to remain cryptic as students filtered past them. "Could I maybe talk to such a person, just to get some answers?" "Is there a problem here, Miss Pruitt?" A harsh voice called from behind Eva. She wheeled around to see Professor Weasley staring at the two of them suspiciously. "I do believe my niece has recovered from her illness. What business do you have with Professor Lovegood?" "She is simply concerned about this recent news, and wanted to know if my seer abilities have revealed any truth to the matter." Luna smiled easily at Ginny. "Unfortunately, that is not how my powers work, but I welcome the curiosity into the field of divination." Ginny clearly didn't buy this, but she merely pursed her lips and huffed impatiently. "Do take care not to block the hallways," she sniffed, brushing past them on her way back to her office. Eva didn't think they were blocking anything. The entrance hall was plenty wide enough to accommodate two people standing still. But she held her tongue until Ginny had disappeared up a staircase and around a corner out of sight. "Just keep your head down," Luna warned Eva in a hushed tone. "The adults are handling this. The Dark Lord knows how important you are to both Granger and Potter, and it would be unwise for you to wander off in search of answers alone." "Is the castle safe?" Eva whispered back. "He wouldn't come here, would he?" "I don't think so," Luna replied. "But keep your wits about you all the same." And she too retreated to her office, leaving Eva alone to think. She hated being kept in the dark, but maybe Luna truly didn't know what was going on, and by extension, Hermione. Luna was right. Eva should be patient and let the adults figure out the best path forward. So rather than follow her instincts to chase down Professor Abbott on the grounds, she headed up to the Gryffindor common room to clear her head. Eva rarely spent time in the common room these days, preferring the solitude of the room of requirement. But right now she craved the company of others, the comfort of companionship with other students who were just as lost and frightened as she was. She settled into a corner table with a book to do some light reading, but mostly just to listen in on whatever conversations were happening about Voldemort's escape. She regretted this decision almost at once. She'd nearly forgotten the intense political climate that had taken hold of Hogwarts, and something as significant as a Dark Lord's reappearance couldn't dampen that atmosphere. "This is why we need someone strong and decisive like Potter in charge," Roxan was yapping to anyone who would listen. "He would never have been so lax with the Dark Lord's security. And yet he left the Dark Lord alive," chimed in another seventh year. "Why'd you reckon he would do that, then lie about it?" "He never lied," Roxanne insisted. "He still defeated him, didn't he?" "Sure, we all assumed that meant he killed him, but that's on us, not him. I'm sure he had his reasons for hiding the truth. To hide his own failure." Maybe Eva chuckled to herself. But the sudden looks of surprise cast in her direction told her she must have said this aloud by accident. "Got something to say, Pruitt?" Roxanne demanded from across the room. Eva didn't want to cause such a public scene, but something about the smug look in Roxanne's face made her slam her book shut and turn towards her anyway. "How do we know Potter was the one to defeat the Dark Lord?" Eva asked. "Granger was there too. Maybe it took all they had to contain him, and they weren't able to kill him." "That's not the official account of how things happened," Roxan retorted. Yeah, well, the official account was that the Dark Lord was dead and gone. And now look what's happening, Eva fired back. A few students chuckled appreciatively at this barb, causing Roxan to look even more furious. How dare you question Potter's accomplishments, said Roxan. He brought us into a new era of peace single-handedly. And now Granger's dragging us back into the Dark Ages. Don't believe everything you read in the Prophet, Morrison said, Eva coolly. They've only ever been loyal to the highest bidder. And she calmly returned to her book, leaving Roxan to stew by the fireplace. Eva was pleased to see that not everyone agreed with Roxan anymore. The cult of loyalty towards the headmaster seemed to be slipping somewhat, and dissent was becoming more common among students. Gone were the days of being bullied into silence for daring to criticize Potter. People could see now that he was fighting a losing battle, and they wanted to end up on the right side of history. Later that evening, Eva waited patiently in the entrance hall for the incoming students to arrive from Hogsmeade Station after a week away with their families. She spotted Calvin among the crowd, trudging toward the castle with a dour expression on his face. She ran forward and engulfed him in a hug, which he half-heartedly returned. How are you doing? She asked, concerned. I heard about your father. Is he okay? All things considered, Calvin shrugged. They've placed him in a magical coma until they can diagnose his injury. The healers can't identify the hex cast against him and are unsure how to treat it. I'm so sorry, Eva muttered, guiding Calvin towards a Slytherin table and sitting beside him at the end of the bench. If there's anything I can do, let me know. I appreciate it, Calvin said with a sad smile. Oi, no lions allowed. A Slytherin seventh year sneered as he spotted Eva sitting amongst the green and silver-clad students. We'll talk soon, okay? Eva said apologetically, and she gave Calvin a quick peck on the cheek before returning to the Gryffindor table, where she faced a similarly frosty reception from her peers. Eva may have started her relationship with Calvin for underhanded reasons, but she felt like he was truly her only friend in the castle at the moment. She ate dinner in silence, hoping to find time alone with Calvin later in the week to work through the latest developments. But that time became difficult to come by. In his first address to the students that evening, Harry Potter assured them that they were safe in the castle and that additional security measures were being put in place around the school. No one was to wander the grounds unattended. Students were to travel with their classmates to each lesson and meal, then return to their common rooms immediately after. No one was permitted to walk the halls alone, unless escorted by a prefect. This meant that Eva only got to see Calvin during lessons she shared with the Slytherins, and in the fleeting moments between classes in the halls before a professor came along to shoo them off to their next destination. Still, Eva would not be deterred. She decided to skip arithmancy one afternoon to join Calvin for his free period in the library. Madame Pants kept a watchful eye over the students studying in the space, but Eva and Calvin managed to slip into a back table behind some bookshelves and raise a privacy charm to speak more freely. What happened between your dad and Professor Potter during the break? Asked Eva, not beating around the bush. She didn't know how many more times she'd be able to get Calvin alone to ask him the burning questions weighing on her mind. I don't know exactly, Calvin muttered. All I remember is my mum waking me up one morning and rushing me to St. Mungo's to see him. That's when I found out about all the Nurmengard business that happened the night before. And you didn't see Potter at all before then? Eva pressed. He didn't come by your place at all over the break? Honestly, it's all a bit fuzzy, admitted Calvin, rubbing his brow tiredly. What with worrying about my dad in the hospital, everything else before that is a bit of a blur. I understand, Eva said patiently, and she dropped the subject, but something still seemed off to her. She'd gotten to know Calvin's mannerisms fairly well over the past few weeks, and he was rarely this scattered and disjointed. Sure, he was in a stressful situation with his father, but did that excuse such forgetfulness, such spaced-out behavior? Even his professors had taken notice, reprimanding Calvin a number of times throughout the week. What had gotten into him? Eva didn't want to press too hard, but she could feel time slipping away with each passing day. Professors Lovegood and Abbott were both absent from the castle one day with no explanation. Eva wondered if perhaps they had left to join Granger in some mission to stop Voldemort. She felt a slight sense of panic growing within her, a feeling of hopelessness that she couldn't shake. Somehow she felt that some horrible truth eluded her, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She decided to get to the bottom of the matter straight away. Will you meet me in the room of requirement tomorrow afternoon, after lunch? Eva whispered as they were shuttled out of the library towards the Great Hall. But how? Asked Calvin in a hushed tone. I won't be able to get all the way to the 7th floor without someone seeing me. I'll open a passage into your dorm, said Eva. It'll appear inside your wardrobe. It was an interesting quirk of the room that Eva had discovered recently. As long as she left instructions before leaving the room, she could enter it from wherever she wished at a later time. All she had to do was wish for an entrance to appear, usually from her dorm room, and she would be granted access. She ought to be able to extend that ability to Calvin's dorm as well. All right, Calvin nodded, and they went their separate ways. Eva didn't know exactly what she planned to do, but she had to get to the bottom of whatever was going on. She had a suspicion that the Hopkins family was at the center of whatever had happened with Voldemort, and Calvin's odd behavior disconcerted her. The following day at lunch, Eva asked for a prefect to escort her back to the common room, complaining of stomach cramps. She headed straight for her dorm, and after ensuring none of her classmates were present, climbed through her wardrobe and through the makeshift passageway beyond, finding herself in the room of requirement. It was equipped with 2 cozy armchairs in front of a warm fireplace. She hoped Calvin would find this to be a soothing environment to open up to her. A few minutes later, another passageway opened up in the wall, and Calvin climbed through. Sorry I'm late, he grinned. Prefect got a bit nosy when I asked to go to the dorm. That's all right, said Eva nervously, standing to greet him. So, what brings us here today? Calvin asked with a sly grin. Eva realized with a start that she hadn't explained her intentions, and that they were completely alone for the first time since they'd begun dating. Best not to lead him on. Can we sit and talk for a minute? She said quickly. There's something I need to discuss with you. Oh, said Calvin, looking a bit concerned by her tone. Sure, Eva. And he sat in the armchair opposite hers, looking at her intently. Eva brought her chair closer and sat herself just a couple of feet away from him. Do you trust me? Eva asked, peering up worriedly into Calvin's eyes. With all my heart, he said without hesitation, eyes searching hers. Will you let me see into your mind? She whispered. I promise. Won't try to be invasive. I just need to see something. Calvin fidgeted nervously, but he eventually nodded. All right, but be gentle, Pruitt, he said with a grin. She chuckled too, but then steeled herself for the task at hand. Legilimens, she whispered as she peered into his eyes. She simultaneously slipped into Calvin's mind while activating her sight, which momentarily disoriented her with the cacophony of magic and memories swirling around her. She forced herself to focus on the latter, moving backwards in time through Calvin's most recent thoughts. She realized with a jolt that many of his more vivid memories involved her. A small laugh here, a gentle touch there. He was enamored with her, that much was clear. She could feel his embarrassment at this revelation, so she quickly moved on, searching for something else. She arrived at Calvin's train ride back to Hogwarts at the end of spring break. Moving backwards, she watched him say goodbye to his mother, visit with his father in St. Mungo's, hear the news from an aura early in the morning. Then, nothing. Eva frowned. There was a large gap of Calvin's memory missing, spanning nearly the entirety of his spring break. She went back a bit further, watching his train ride to London in full detail, before trying again to access his memories at home. But they would not yield. Whatever had happened that week leading up to Voldemort's escape, Calvin had no recollection of it. She tried to brute force her way through the block, but nothing emerged from the darkness. You're hurting me, Calvin mumbled. Eva quickly pulled out of his mind, causing him to release a sharp exhale and blink rapidly. Sorry, she muttered. But Calvin, you're missing memories. Why can't you remember anything that happened at the beginning of your spring break? Dunno, Calvin said, scratching his head. Maybe it just wasn't that memorable after what happened to my dad. Eva pondered this further. Wait, didn't you say the headmaster came over for dinner that week? She asked. No, he didn't, Calvin denied. Then, thinking about it more, he frowned. Wait, that can't be right. He said he'd come over Monday night. My parents even owed me the week before to confirm it. Did he cancel? What did you eat that night if he didn't come? Eva pressed. Calvin scrunched up his face, trying to remember. Eventually, he gave up. There's just nothing there, he admitted. After getting off the train and returning home, it's all blank. Calvin, Eva said slowly, mind working through the possibilities and settling on only one possible outcome. I think somebody cast a memory charm on you. Calvin's eyes went wide. Me, he said, bewildered. But why? A sinking feeling was developing in Eva's stomach as she began to theorize who might have done it and why. She had a bad feeling she knew exactly who it might have been, but didn't want to jump to any conclusions just yet. Will you give me permission to look one more time? She asked. I'll be careful this time, I promise. All right, Calvin sighed nervously. She once again activated her sight and entered his thoughts, but this time she focused more on the magic swirling through his brain than the memories themselves. She zoomed past the collected memories of herself and the tail end of Calvin's break, before finally arriving at the mysterious blank stretch of time he couldn't recall. And that's where she saw it, a foreign magical signature imprinted upon his brain. She couldn't explain how or why, but she knew instinctively that this imprint didn't belong, that someone else had placed it there, like a padlock, keeping anyone from viewing what was hidden away within. What do you see? Asked Calvin nervously. I see the memory charm, I think, Eva muttered. I wonder if I can? And she reached out with her magic, lightly tugging at the magical imprint, as if testing whether it could be ripped off like a band-aid. Calvin reacted violently to this, nearly wrenching himself free of her presence in discomfort. Oi, watch it, he exclaimed. Sorry, Eva said again. The imprint had settled back over the memory, its nefarious hold unwilling to relinquish its prey. But Eva had briefly caught a glimpse of the true memory underneath. It was not erased, merely suppressed. Perhaps if she could move the imprint aside for a moment, she could view the memory. Calvin? I have an idea, said Eva nervously, but it might be painful. Will you let me try? Calvin didn't need to vocalize the fear he felt at this statement. Eva could feel it in his mind already. But the fear was quickly replaced by grim acceptance and resolve. Make it quick, he sighed after a moment. Eva returned her attention to the foreign imprint. She began carefully tugging at it, doing her best to ignore Calvin's subtle groans of discomfort. The memory charm was stubborn, clutching onto his mind for dear life. Whoever had cast it was determined to keep it in place. But she started getting glimpses of the true memory underneath. Calvin helping his mother prepare dinner. Harry Potter arriving for the meal, discussions of politics. Eva, you're hurting me, Calvin grunted. Just a few moments more, Eva promised. She was getting closer now. She could feel the memory charm doing its best to resist her, to conceal the truth. But she kept pulling on the imprint, peering into the memory beneath. Conversation had turned now to the veil of death. Calvin's mother had told Harry it was a ley line. Oh, Merlin, what could that mean if he tried to tamper with it? The scene shifted abruptly, and Eva saw herself standing outside Nurmengard prison. At first, she thought she'd suddenly traveled into her own memory, but moments later, she realized the horrifying truth. Harry, Calvin, and his father breaking in, Harry making his excuse to separate from the group. Oh no, he didn't. Eva breathed. What is it? What do you see? Calvin moaned through gritted teeth. But Eva could only watch on in horror as Calvin's father was felled by a nasty curse from the elf. Calvin witnessing Tom's escape. Harry's betrayal. Please make it stop. Calvin yelled in pain. The last thing she saw before Calvin's acclimacy barrier slammed into place was a vision of Harry, eyes glowing red, standing over him with a green glowing wand pointed between his eyes. Eva was lurched backwards by the force of Calvin's defenses, her chair nearly toppling over. Bloody hell, she wheezed. Did you see what I dash? But Calvin's head was lolled forward in his chair, shoulders slumped in exhaustion. Eva rushed back to his side, tilting his head back, but Calvin was unconscious, eyes vacant and unfocused in their sockets. A wave of horror washed over Eva. Have I damaged his brain? She didn't know what long-term repercussions could come from attempting to remove a memory charm. He appeared to be breathing, at least, so she did not fear for his immediate life. But there were other pressing concerns weighing on her in this moment as well. Harry had deliberately freed Lord Voldemort. He knew that Eva had been studying the Veil of Death, and was now looking into its properties himself. She didn't yet know what these two things had in common, but she knew it could mean nothing good. He was dangerous, and he had to be stopped. Hermione Granger had to know, and fast. But how to inform her? Eva could try to make a run for Hogsmeade and find a way to London, but she didn't know how to apparate and would likely set off a dozen alarms by trying to flew away from the castle. An owl message didn't seem fast enough, and she had no way of knowing if outgoing mail was being monitored. But how else could she pass along such an urgent message? Professor Lovegood. Her office wasn't far from here, one wing over and a few flights of stairs, but Eva could reach it within a few minutes at most. Luna would know what to do. She could arrange some sort of message or portkey to the ministry. As long as someone with responsibility knew the truth, that was good enough for Eva. So she left Calvin where he was, intending to come back for him later. She burst through the door into the 7th floor corridor, taking a moment to gather her bearings before launching herself. Down the hall, she took every shortcut and secret passageway she knew, attempting to reach her destination as quickly as possible. Eva rounded a corner into the east wing and nearly flattened a group of Gryffindors walking in the opposite direction. "Sorry," she muttered as she sprinted past. "Ditching classes, are we, Pruitt?" Came a familiar, mocking voice, that of Roxan Morrison. "Piss off," Eva spat back. She rounded another corner, leaving the group far behind. She didn't have time for petty distractions. This was too urgent to slow down and explain herself. Eva didn't know why her heart was hammering so much. It wasn't as if Harry was actively hunting her, or Voldemort was moments away from attacking the Ministry. But the weight of what she'd just learned created a sense of urgency all the same. Granger needed to know what she was up against, and quickly. Whatever Harry had planned, it couldn't mean good things for her. Eva arrived at the trap door leading into the divination classroom. She launched herself up the ladder, pounding on the door. "Professor Lovegood," she shouted. "Are you there? It's urgent." She waited for several long moments of silence. She could hear no footsteps above her, no sign that anyone had heard her call. She pounded a few more times, then even tried the handle of the trapdoor, but it was locked. "Hello," she repeated. "Anyone there?" Still nothing. If Luna Lovegood was indeed in her office, she either couldn't hear Eva or wasn't responding. Eva's mind raced. Should she go check the staff room? Perhaps she was out in Hogsmeade for the day? Or should she return to Calvin and transport him to the hospital wing? She never heard the footsteps approaching from below as she contemplated her next move. All she remembered next was the sound of a curse whizzing towards her exposed back, her hands going slack and slipping off the ladder rungs. Then blackness. Eva awoke some time later with a splitting headache. Groaning, she opened her eyes, but her world remained pitched in blackness. Whatever room she was in was devoid of light. She sat up, stretching her limbs to ensure nothing was broken. Her back was sore, presumably from her hard landing, but otherwise she seemed to be intact. Eva felt her way around the space, attempting to determine where she was. She quickly ran up against a barrier. It didn't feel like a wall, but some invisible force prevented her hand from passing further in that direction. She found the same was true a few feet on every side of her. She was trapped within some kind of box, barely wide and tall enough to move around in, but not much more. Eva groped around for her wand, but could not find it anywhere on her person. She attempted to use her sight to gauge her environment, but nothing happened. There wasn't a trace of magic anywhere within her enclosure. She felt the same clammy, claustrophobic feeling she had in Tom's cell at Nurmengard. Clearly, this was a similar design, meant to keep her in without being able to use magic to get herself out. "Hello," she shouted. Her voice reverberated throughout the small space. "Anyone there?" She heard footsteps nearby, and a moment later, she was nearly blinded by a sudden rush of light into her enclosure. Blinking away the stars in her vision, she looked up to see that she was in the headmaster's office. Or, more accurately, she was looking into it. She appeared to be in the wall, just behind the desk. Someone was moving aside the back side of a portrait, which had previously concealed her from view. "Headmaster?" she asked timidly. Harry was peering in at her, looking stern. "Hello, Miss Pruitt," he greeted her cordially. "Although, I suppose we can do away with the subterfuge now. I assume your mother explained the truth to you during your last meeting." A chill ran down Eva's spine. I don't know what you mean," Professor Dash, she stammered. Enough, Harry said, holding up a hand to silence her. The time of us lying to one another has now passed. It no longer matters, I'm afraid. Then let me go, Eva said, confused. I don't understand, Dash. She was interrupted by a knock at the door. Enter, Harry called over his shoulder. The door swung open, and Eva's heart sank at the sight of the two people who walked in, Roxan and Calvin. The former was holding onto the arm of the other. Calvin was dragging his feet and looked slightly delirious. How long had it been since Eva attempted to restore his memory? Found him, Roxan announced proudly, pointing a thumb at the boy beside her. Unconscious in the room of requirement. And what were you doing in there, Mr. Hopkins? Harry asked coolly. I don't really remember, sir, Calvin muttered, rubbing his brow. I think I was with Eva. Calvin looked up at the headmaster and caught a glimpse over his shoulder at the back wall. He was startled into a more alert state, suddenly horrified at the sight of Eva in her cage. Eva, he yelped in surprise. Sir, what is this? Let me explain, Harry said, holding up a patient hand. I recently discovered that Professor Lovegood was acting as a spy against me on behalf of Minister Granger. Earlier today, Miss Morrison here discovered your girlfriend attempting to pass information to her and brought her into custody on my orders. Fortunately, I had already removed the spy from the school, along with Professor Abbott, another traitor in our midst. Don't listen to him, Calvin, Eva shouted in alarm. But Calvin did not react. Harry must have thrown up a silencing charm over her cell. Calvin frowned at this revelation. But she would never, he muttered. She's loyal to you, sir. I'm sure of it, Dash. I'm afraid not, son, Harry said with a sad smile. I fear she has been misleading you for quite some time. It's my suspicion that she only agreed to date you in exchange for information she could pass along to the ministry. No way, Calvin flatly denied. But as he said it, realization seemed to dawn on him, and he stared at Eva in horror. But, wait, she asked about my mother, in the Department of Mysteries. She wanted to know about the Veil of Death. And did you tell her anything? Harry pressed. No, sir, said Calvin, frowning. But I was going to ask Mother over spring break. Strange. I can't remember doing so. Do you have any gaps in your memory, Mr. Hopkins? Harry asked in a fatherly tone. Any stretches of time you can't remember? Eva realized what he was doing with horror, but there was nothing she could do within her silent cell. She frantically shook her head no at Calvin, but he was now staring at her with a look of revulsion. I can't remember anything, Calvin muttered. Sir, you don't think? I'm afraid Miss Pruitt here may have performed a memory charm on you, so you would not remember passing her information about this veil, said Harry definitively. This is not happening, Eva thought with growing dread. Surely Calvin can't believe this hogwash. But Calvin looked entirely convinced now. He stared at Eva with mingled confusion, betrayal, and fear. Worse yet, with Harry's memory charm in place, he would be unable to remember the facts about what had actually happened over spring break. Only Harry and Eva knew the truth, and neither would be informing the ministry anytime soon. I remember now, Calvin breathed. She lured me into the room and stole the memory, then knocked me unconscious. That's not what happened at all, Eva yelled with dismay. But it was no use. No one could hear her, and she realized now how bad it looked from Calvin's perspective. Why? Oh, why had she not explained her intentions to him sooner? Would it have even mattered if she did? Don't blame yourself, Mr. Hopkins, Harry said soothingly to Calvin. Miss Pruitt here fooled everyone, myself included, but she will be dealt with accordingly. I can't believe this, sir, Calvin said with a look of dismay. I never realized, never would have suspected. Why not? Roxan sneered. She's always been a blood traitor. Didn't you hear about the cell phone incident last fall? She's been looking for ways to communicate with Granger all term. I bet. Lies. Eva wanted to scream, but it didn't matter. Calvin and Roxan were entirely in Harry's pocket now, and there was nothing she could do to convince them. Hell, if she was released from the silencing charm right now, she doubted there was much she could say to sway them. I apologize for my lapse in judgment, Headmaster, Calvin said with a slight bow. I will surely seek someone with better character next time. I know you will, Harry grinned, clapping the boy gently on the shoulder. You are dismissed, Mr. Hopkins. I suggest you head up to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey can provide you with some potions to help clear your head. And do send your father my best regards." "Thank you, sir." Calvin nodded, and he turned to leave. He cast one more glance in Eva's direction before exiting. She saw the hurt in his eyes, the anger at her supposed deception. She was powerless to correct him, and could only plead with her eyes, imploring him to seek the truth. But then Calvin was gone, leaving just Harry and Roxan in the room with her. "You've done well, Roxan," Harry said appraisingly to the seventh year. "I know you must have similarly been shocked to learn of Eva's deception, given your history." "Not at all, sir," Roxan said, casting another malicious glare in Eva's direction. "I've known all along that she was a rotten apple." "Excellent work in bringing her here to me," said Harry. "Do me a favor and keep this quiet from the other students for now, will you?" "Will do, Professor," Roxan said with a reverent nod. Eva stared in shock at this revelation. Roxan had been the one to hex her? How long had she been conspiring with the headmaster against her? How could Roxan justify such a betrayal against someone she'd been so close to previously? It filled Eva with sorrow and disgust. "Dismissed," said Harry. "Oh, and come back tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. We have many important things to discuss about the future." "Thank you, sir," Roxan grinned. And with a final glare in Eva's direction, she turned and exited the office. Harry turned his attention back to Eva, temporarily lifting the silencing charm. "The elves will come by periodically to keep you fed," he said sympathetically. "Just sit tight. This will all be over in a few days." "You're a monster, Harry Potter," Eva spat at him. Harry physically recoiled from this barb. When he recomposed himself, he glared sharply at her, eyes glowing red with anger. "You don't understand the sacrifices I've had to make to keep my family safe." Harry growled at her. "One day, the three of us will be able to live together happily. But first I must do the difficult thing that no one else will." "We could have been together already, if it wasn't for your ego," Eva retorted. "You don't deserve happiness. You're no father of mine." Harry looked murderous at this rebuke, but he merely reached for the portrait that had been covered her enclosure and moved it back into position. "You will come around eventually, my love," he said adamantly. "Just wait here while Daddy sets everything right." And he plunged a horrified Eva back into silent darkness, concealing her in the wall once more. The Sins of the Father, A/N. 5 chapters left to go. I'm taking my time making sure these chapters are all top-notch, because I want this story to have a satisfying conclusion. But my goal is to complete the FIC by the end of August, so I won't keep you waiting for too long. This chapter features a new POV character, and it's one I didn't originally have in my story outline, but it quickly became one of my favorite chapters I've ever written. Hope you all enjoy. April 14th, 2016, Roxan. Most days, Roxan Morrison felt like she was drowning. It had always been that way, really. From the moment she set foot in Hogwarts at age 11, she felt light years behind her peers, socially and academically. She felt like a naive toddler, plucked from the shore and tossed into the center of a raging river, forced to find a way to survive. Such was the fate of many Muggle-borns thrust into the wizarding world. But Roxan had no lifeline, no support system at home from which to draw support and inspiration. She was truly alone. Oh, but she was no quitter. She figured out how to survive. She put up a hard exterior to keep the bullies at bay and preempt any attempt to harm her by lashing out first. She threw herself into Quidditch and carved out a spot for herself through sheer determination and aggression. And in the classroom, where none of her peers or professors respected her, she didn't care. Why should she? School was beneath her. It had to be, or she'd lose her grip and succumb to the raging currents. It was a delicate balancing act, but it worked. Her classmates stopped bothering her. Her Quidditch teammates tolerated her antics, and her professors gave up on trying to engage her mind. Under the surface, Roxan was still paddling like mad to keep her head above water, but she was still alive. It was a matter of pride now. She would make it through unscathed, whether anyone gave her credit for it or not. Then Roxan met Evangeline Thomas, and her world was turned upside down. Eva saw through her tough exterior to the hurt, scared little girl hiding behind it. She ignored every half-hearted attempt to push her away and only drew closer. She even ignored the playful sibling overtures Roxan tried to signal, as a final defense mechanism to mask the truth that she was positively smitten with the younger girl. The moment Eva had kissed her in the common room would be a memory Roxanne cherished for the rest of her life. A very public declaration that Eva wanted her in spite of the stigma she carried. With her every day of her life, she could barely believe that Eva gave her the time of day. Her life was so put together compared to Roxanne's. She was smart, pretty, and seemed to get along with everyone around her. Her teachers adored her, and her classmates, especially the boys, practically worshipped the ground she walked on. Why did she have to choose the loser outcast? Had she recognized the silent pleas for help and reached out to rescue her from the rising tides? And yet, Roxanne found herself the unexpected rock in the relationship, the shoulder for Eva to lean on. This poor girl seemed to feel the weight of the world on her shoulders, and it threatened to break her. Roxanne had never realized the expectations thrust upon Eva for all her brilliance, the expectations she herself had brazenly cast off long ago. Roxanne relished in being the support system for someone else for a change. It gave her purpose, made her feel like she was doing more than desperately scrabbling for a foothold herself. And being around Eva inspired her to be a better person herself. She found that, once she stopped impulsively lashing out at anyone who approached her, they weren't all as bad as she expected. She became closer to her fellow teammates, who saw her as more than just an asset now and someone worth spending time with off the pitch. She made acquaintances with classmates from other houses and found that they didn't all think as lowly of her as she did of herself. For the first time in 6 years, Roxanne was starting to feel like she belonged here. The real catalyst happened at the start of her 7th year, when Roxanne was unexpectedly selected to join Potter's exclusive spell theory course. She couldn't believe it. She'd assumed Potter only picked purebloods and the most brilliant of muggle-borns like Eva. It was probably an error, Roxanne told herself. Or he just invited me to make Eva happy. Yeah, that's probably why. No teacher had ever given her a second glance since her rebellious first year at Hogwarts. Why would Harry Potter suddenly take an interest in her as she was on her way out the door? But Harry had called her aside after class on the first week of lessons. Roxanne assumed, as always, that she was about to be reprimanded for something. "Sir?" she asked nervously once the classroom had emptied behind her. "Thank you for joining us today, Miss Morrison," Harry greeted her. "I've heard rumors from my staff that you have a tendency to skip classes on Friday afternoons." Roxanne gulped. "I would never skip your class, sir," she said. "I was honored to be chosen." And a little confused, I'd wager, Harry smirked knowingly. Roxanne grinned sheepishly in agreement at this. "I was hesitant to add you to the roster, but I've seen the strides you've made in the past year. I think, perhaps, that you have yet to live up to your full potential at this school." "Sir?" Roxanne asked, confused. What was he implying, exactly? "I know you're smarter than your grades reflect," said Harry. "You passed all your OWLs, and your practical spell work is strong. But your attendance, homework records, and written exams have earned you plenty of lectures and detentions over the years, I have been assured." Roxanne nodded quietly at this while staring at her feet. It was her tried-and-true routine when being chewed out. Look contrite, say nothing, wait for it to be over, thank them, and walk away. "I don't do this often," Harry sighed, "but I'm offering you a second chance. I see potential in you, a drive to succeed in the wizarding world that I hadn't seen before. I selected you for this class to see if I'm right." Roxanne looked up into the headmaster's dazzling green eyes, startled. "You think I have potential?" she asked. "Ido Hudden nodded. "But I'll warn you now, I will not tolerate your usual shenanigans. Goof off, skip class, and ignore your homework assignments, and I will not hesitate to drop you. But work hard and test your limits, and you might just make it. I can help you find a foothold after you graduate and continue pursuing whatever field you desire. But you have to earn it." Roxanne could hardly believe her ears. No professor had ever spoken this way to her before. Most had written her off before she even got a chance to try. The others had discouraged her from ever trying again. Potter had nothing but 6 years of poor impressions of her, and yet he saw something that made him extend a lifeline. She suddenly felt exposed and ashamed of her past behavior. "I don't deserve this, sir," she mumbled, staring at her shoes again, this time to hide the fact that her eyes were rapidly filling with tears. Your other professors would likely agree, Harry chuckled. He gently tilted Roxanne's chin up, so she was looking at him again. Prove them wrong. Roxanne hastily wiped her eyes and nodded fervently. I will, sir, she promised. You won't regret this. I swear it. I know I won't, Harry smiled. Go on now. I'm sure Miss Pruitt is waiting for you outside. And Roxanne rushed from the classroom, overwhelmed with emotion. She managed to steal her face just before facing Eva, a skill she'd mastered over the years, who gave her a quizzical look as she stepped out into the hall. Roxanne merely shrugged, saying nothing about the encounter that meant more to her than words could express. Second only to Eva's first kiss, it was the moment she would treasure most. The first time someone showed that they believed in her. From that day forward, if Harry Potter had asked her to go to battle on his behalf, she would have been the first on the front lines, leading the charge. For the first time in her relationship with Eva, Roxanne found herself at a crossroads. She knew how much Hermione Granger meant to Eva as a child growing up, a source of inspiration for special little girls like her. But surely she'd outgrown that phase and opened her eyes to the real world by now. Harry Potter was the past, present, and future of the wizarding world, the paragon of light and virtue, the slayer of the wicked, the keeper of the peace. He was the best, no, the only choice to lead the wizarding community out of darkness. What had Hermione Granger ever done for Roxanne Morrison, anyway? Left her to fend for herself as a scared muggle-born entering Hogwarts for the first time? Gave her no career opportunities to aspire towards after graduation? Failed to stop the looming threat from hate groups attempting to eradicate them from the planet? Roxanne could not comprehend why anyone would back such an inept, inadequate leader. Potter was the one sheltering young witches and wizards from outside harm at Hogwarts, nurturing their talents, inspiring them to be the best they could be. Roxanne had long ago cast off her ties to the Muggle world. There was nothing but resentment and pain among such jealous creatures. Her future was magical, among people of her own kind. Granger's foolish attempts to integrate the two worlds together had been disastrous. Potter wanted to keep the two worlds separate, and that was just fine with Roxanne. Her parents were a prime example of why it was best that Muggles and wizards didn't interact. Speaking of which, did her classmates know the truth of her heritage? That her father was the menace leading the charge against the wizarding world? She saw the suspicious looks the pure bloods gave her, the constant reminders that she was not a real, which, like the others, Roxanne lived in constant terror that she would be found out, that she would be exposed as a traitor to her own kind. That just would not do. She had to prove her worth to magical society, to Potter. Roxanne was a natural beater, an enforcer. She only knew how to lead through aggression. Criticize Potter in the halls? Earn an elbow to the eye when no one's looking. Put up pro-Granger posters in the common room? Lose your spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The other Muggleborns had to learn. There was only one path to success in this life, and it was through Harry Potter. They would resent her and call her names, sure. But Roxanne was determined to survive, and after 6 years of struggle, she'd finally found her path to the top. She would not return to the world that had cast her out as a scared 11-year-old. No matter what it took to stay afloat, Eva was angry with her for such underhanded tactics, and that was understandable. But she had never known the struggle Roxanne had. For whatever reason, Eva was already in the good graces of her professors, much like the purebloods. Her place in wizarding society was secure. Roxanne had only months left to demonstrate she belonged, that she was worth keeping around. She was tired of drowning. She finally had a life raft, and she would not be ousted from it. It hurt when Eva confronted her in the locker room and called out her recent behavior. Her words cut deep, especially the remark about Roxanne only being let into spell theory to appease Eva. Roxanne was still deeply insecure about that idea and lashed out in response. She knew Eva well enough to know exactly how to hurt her back. And that was it. The best relationship of her life. Over in the blink of an eye. It was a devastating blow. She'd never admit it outwardly, of course. Showing emotion at Hogwarts was an invitation for scorn. So she withdrew back into her shell, putting on her devil-may-care facade once more. But inside, she was drowning again. Alone in the stream, Her grades were slipping. Her Quidditch teammates quietly resented her. People stopped sitting with her for meals in the Great Hall. But Roxanne was a survivor. She wouldn't let Pretty Miss Perfect Pruitt ruin the life she'd begun to build. She surrounded herself with like-minded individuals in other houses who were willing to twist arms to get results. She never backed down from a fight, and even had to start a feud to defend her honor. She could feel Potter's disappointed gaze upon her as her performance in other classes suffered. But she was doing this for him now. He would come around and see her value in the end. Roxanne would get over Evangeline Thomas. The ache of regret in her stomach would fade with time. Right? Wrong. She didn't think anything could hurt as much as the sight of Eva with another person. But why Calvin Hopkins of all people? It was as if she'd chosen to date the one person she knew would piss Roxanne Morrison off the most. He was everything she wasn't. Rich, talented, personable, pure. He had a bright future ahead of him, one he'd never have to scrape and claw and degrade himself for. Roxanne had always loathed him and everything he stood for. This felt like a direct slight on Eva's part. And yet, she supposed it made perfect sense from Eva's perspective. He was the kind of partner she was expected to be with. Someone as ambitious and talented as she was. Roxanne would be a hypocrite to criticize her for attempting to ascend the social ladder when she was doing the exact same, in her own way. Eva was just preparing for life beyond Hogwarts, when she too would need to integrate into pure-blood society. Calvin Hopkins was the perfect means to that end. And yet it stung. Watching Eva giggle and walk arm in arm with someone like him made Roxanne feel inferior and worthless. She was just a dirty, good-for-nothing bruiser, destined to be cast aside and forced to beg for scraps at the bottom of wizarding society. Eva had finally realized the truth about Roxanne Morrison and decided to upgrade to a more suitable mate. It wasn't a move born of hate, Roxanne knew, but one of survival. Besides, Eva would never be able to hate Roxanne as much as she hated herself. Shortly before spring break, Roxanne was once more called to stay behind after class to meet with Potter. She knew this was it, the moment her house of cards came crumbling down. Harry, like Eva, had seen through her facade to the ugly truth beneath and was preparing to cast her aside as well. She obediently stood before him, awaiting her judgment. "You've been struggling with your coursework in recent weeks, Miss Morrison," Harry chastised her. "Your other professors are quite displeased with your regression after such a promising start to the year." "Yes, sir," Roxanne muttered meekly. She could say nothing to defend herself. "And I notice you and Miss Pruitt had some kind of falling out," Harry remarked. "Anything I should be concerned about?" "No, sir, it's in the past," said Roxanne. Why must he twist the knife so much? Did he know she was still torn up over the loss of her first true friend? The person she once saw as her soulmate? "I fear I must share a suspicion with you," Harry sighed after a moment's silence. "I have reason to believe Miss Pruitt is acting as a spy against me, on behalf of Minister Granger." That certainly got Roxanne's attention. Her eyes snapped up to the headmaster in surprise. "You do?" she asked. "I suspect she has been passing information to members of my staff," said Harry. "I have not yet narrowed down the traitors in our midst, but I suspect Professors Lovegood and Abbott are also working against me." "How dare they?" Roxanne said angrily. "After all you've done for the wizarding world?" Harry held up a hand to calm her. "I ask that you do not share this information with anyone as of yet," he said. "However, I do have something to ask of you." "Of me, sir?" "I need to know what Miss Pruitt is up to," he said. "Professor Weasley tells me that she often disappears for long stretches, doing Merlin knows what. I fear that she is gathering damaging information against me to sabotage my minister campaign." A wave of indignation rushed over Roxanne at these words. She'd always known Eva was sympathetic towards Granger. But this? It was treason. She was actively trying to destroy Potter's bid for minister? Was she trying to start a war? Now it all made perfect sense. The cell phone, the antagonistic attitude towards Roxanne's behavior. She was a traitor. Every ounce of goodwill Roxanne once felt towards her ex-girlfriend evaporated in an instant. "Tell me what to do," she growled in earnest. "Take this," Harry said, handing her a bundle of yellowing parchment. "Keep track of her whereabouts, and look out for anything suspicious. She does not take divination or herbology, so if you ever see her near those classrooms, I want to know immediately. And if I'm able to intercept her? Roxanne asked at once, a feeling of purpose welling up in her. Do I have your permission to stop her from passing on information? Harry considered her for a moment. Then slowly he nodded. I hate to ask this of you, knowing how close you two were, he said sadly. But I trust you to do the right thing. Your trust is well placed, sir, Roxanne said with a reverent bow. If Eva is truly a rat, she's dead to me, and I'll put her in her place. Good, Harry nodded. I'm eager to see how you fare. I'll be looking for people to fill out my security detail once I'm named minister, and I will need people who can get results. Roxanne's stomach did a wild somersault at this statement. Was that a job offer? With the Minister of Magic himself? Suddenly, her sense of doubt and self-loathing was replaced by determination. Potter did believe it was her opportunity to prove herself, and she would not squander it. I always get results, sir, she said confidently. I'll catch your spy. And she turned to exit the room, filled with purpose once more. Evangeline Thomas would rue the day she ever crossed Roxanne Morrison. The map of Hogwarts that Harry provided Roxanne was magnificent. It showed every person in the castle in real time, allowing her to track whomever she wanted. She found herself browsing the map at all hours of the day and night, even when she wasn't tracking Eva, just from sheer fascination. She had no idea who Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs were, but they must have been brilliant witches or wizards to create such a living document. As Roxanne suspected, Eva spent much of her time sealed away in the room of requirement, disappearing off the map from the 7th floor corridor for hours at a time. Roxanne attempted to enter it herself while she was inside, but Eva's desire for privacy prevented her from doing so. She even tried waiting for hours in the corridor for Eva to exit, only to check the map and spot her in the Gryffindor dorms. Eva must have found a way to leave the room from alternate exits. So much for that plan. Roxanne remembered all the time she'd spent with Eva in that very room, watching her conduct her brilliant experiments. At the time, she was enamored and proud that Eva was willing to toe the line of legality to find answers. Now, knowing that she was seeking ways to undermine Potter all along, it sickened her. And to use the very room that Roxanne herself had introduced her to? The room Roxanne had used to disappear into and cry in throughout her first 5 years? It was a personal affront. The next time Roxanne saw Eva was between classes, sprinting away from the general direction of the room of requirement. Ditching classes, are we, Pruitt? Roxanne called after her mockingly. Piss off, came the rebellious reply. That set Roxanne off. How dare Eva disrespect her when she was working so fervently to destroy the wizarding world? Roxanne quickly distanced herself from her group and pulled out the Marauder's map, which confirmed that Eva was booking it for the divination classroom. This was her moment. Roxanne took off after her, a predator on the hunt. Did she really need to stun the defenseless girl in the back? Perhaps not, but the satisfaction she took from watching the traitor fall from the ladder and land with a thud made it worthwhile. Delivering Eva to Potter was one of the most euphoric moments of Roxanne's life, even more so than winning the Quidditch Cup the year before. The look of despair on the captured girl's face was delicious, the look of someone whose consequences were about to catch up with their actions. Enjoy life with no future, Roxanne thought mirthfully. You're about to find out what life is like for those of us who weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouth. The next evening, Roxanne arrived early to Harry's office, excited for what this meeting he'd invited her to had in store. Was she about to be officially named to Harry's security detail? Would he have more tasks for her to fulfill? She had been eagerly awaiting this moment all day. Chosen one, she announced proudly to the stone gargoyle, which leapt aside to grant her entrance to the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Eva was suddenly taken aback by the number of people present at the meeting. Professor Ginny Weasley was there, sure, maybe her head of house would be involved in career talks, but so were Professors Fred Weasley, Krum, and Hagrid, who took up an entire corner of the room to himself. Also present was a man in gray Aura robes, Longbottom. Roxanne believed he was called, and a smartly dressed reporter from the Daily Prophet. Is this a bad time, Headmaster? Roxanne asked, confused. Had she gotten her dates mixed up? Not at all, Miss Morrison. You're just in time. Harry greeted her, motioning to an empty seat. Roxanne sat in the semicircle formed around Harry's desk, wondering what on earth was going on. Was this meeting about her, specifically? Why did all these additional people have to be here? She glanced at the portrait on the wall, which she knew was concealing Eva's makeshift cell. Was she still there, or had she been transferred to Azkaban already? Was this a disciplinary meeting to decide what to do with her? We're waiting on one more person, but we can get started now, said Harry after a few minutes, checking his watch. First things first, Mr. Jordan. How are the polls looking? The reporter named Lee Jordan shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Not good, Lee grimaced. You got a decent bump after the Dark Lord's escape, but Granger's still polling 15 to 20 points ahead of you. Harry nodded grimly at this news. He didn't look surprised. Frankly, that was my last chance to pull ahead, he muttered. This election is looking out of hand. Roxanne's stomach dropped at this revelation. She'd been so certain Harry was going to win the election, she never even considered any other alternative. Hermione Granger was winning. How could this be? Never mind that, Harry said after a moment's silence. We move on to Plan B. I had always hoped it wouldn't come to this, but it appears we have no other choice. The other adults looked dismayed by this news. Roxanne wondered what Plan B entailed, and what exactly any of this had to do with her. We'll need to pick a date to begin the attack, said Harry. Neville, what'd you reckon? A weekend, perhaps, when the Ministry is less busy. That would probably be wise, the Auror named Longbottom sighed. Assuming the goal is to save lives. However, piped in Professor Crumb, perhaps a more hectic day could vark in our advantage more. How so? Asked Harry, looking intrigued. If Z Ministry's attention is split between multiple events at once, it could delay Z response, said Crumb. True, Neville admitted. Attacking on an off day would give the Aurors time to prepare a defense and regroup within 2, maybe 3 minutes. But if they're drawn to other issues, that's what I'm thinking too, Harry nodded. The Aurors are already spread so thin with the Muggle uprisings, and now with Voldemort back. I imagine a day of chaos might be more beneficial. But won't more people die? Asked a nervous Fred Weasley. I mean, if it's a Ministry workday dash. Worried about dear Percy, are we? Ginny sneered at her brother. Maybe this will be justice for being a bootlicker during the war. I agree with Weasley, Fred, Hagrid grunted. You're going to get a lot of people hurt, Harry. Are you sure this is the right way to go about this? Yes, thank you, Hagrid, Harry said with a thinly veined huff of annoyance. But it won't matter who gets hurt or injured. All that matters is getting into the Department of Mysteries. Roxanne listened to this rapid back and forth with a growing bewilderment. Were her ears deceiving her? Or was Harry Potter planning an assault on the Ministry of Magic? Was that allowed? Why were all the other professors on board with this? And an Auror, for Merlin's sake? Sir, she said tentatively, raising a shaking hand. What does any of this have to do with me? I was about to ask the same, huffed Ginny. Should a student really be involved in this? Her presence was specifically requested by our final guest, Harry said shortly. I can assure you, she's loyal to the cause. What cause exactly? Roxanne stammered. Harry looked impatient at this question, but he focused on Roxanne with an answer anyway. Answer me this, Miss Morrison, he said. If we could reinstate the statute of secrecy again, right now, would you choose to do so? Yes, of course, Roxanne nodded. But what good would it do if everyone already knows the truth? That's why we need to access the Department of Mysteries, Harry said simply. Voldemort made a grave mistake when he dropped the statute. He would be the first to admit it. If only there was a way to turn back the clock, to prevent him from making such a mistake. Imagine the peaceful world we could be living in now. Muggles unaware of the wizards among them, no longer full of bloodlust and jealousy. Wizards once again free of the stigma and judgment of outsiders. Roxanne's head reeled from this prospect. We're going to go back in time? She asked, confused. I am going to go back in time, Harry corrected her. I will step through the veil and return to the past to defeat Voldemort the way he was meant to be defeated, without the Muggles learning of our existence. That should return this world to the way it should have been all along, and we will all be better off for it. Will that work? Roxanne asked, perplexed. Eva always said time turners were deterministic. You can't change what's already happened, Dash. It is discouraged but possible, Harry corrected her once more. But doesn't it sound like a worthy cause, Roxanne? Are you truly happy with the life you've lived? Ostracized from your own home, Cast out from the world you grew up in? Always looking over your shoulder. Sir, I'm not so sure what that has to do with Roxanne began reluctantly, but she was interrupted by a loud whooshing sound from the other side of the room. Harry's fireplace had roared to life with green flames. Someone was arriving via flue powder. Roxanne's eyes went wide as she watched the man step out of the hearth, dusting off his uniform with a grunt. Possibly the last person on Earth she expected to see in that moment. "Sorry I'm late," said the new arrival. "Leadership meeting ran late." "You," Roxanne growled, and she launched herself out of her chair towards a man. Crumb and Longbottom both caught her before she could pummel him from head to toe. The man merely watched her struggle with an amused twinkle in his eye. "Is that really the way to greet your own father, young lady?" said General Beckett. My, how you've grown. How dare you tell me how to behave?" Roxanne snarled, struggling to fight off the two larger men holding her back. "You coward! You traitor!" "Peace, Roxanne," said Beckett, holding up his hands in peace. "We need to have a long overdue talk. You and me. I suggest you retake your seat and hear your father out," said Harry calmly. "Please, Roxanne." Roxanne reluctantly shrugged out of Crumb and Longbottom's grasp and settled back into her seat. She watched on in bewilderment as her estranged father shook hands with Harry and took the last empty seat across the room from hers. "I don't understand, Headmaster," she muttered. "Haven't you been trying to stop his insurgents for months?" "No, Roxanne. There's much more going on than you realize," Beckett answered instead. "Your headmaster contacted me about a year ago with this plan. It's risky but brilliant. You two are working together?" Roxanne gasped. "But why?" "The statute, Roxanne, the statute," said Beckett impatiently. "It's a problem for everyone. Muggles and wizards alike will benefit from its reinstatement. I don't see eye to eye with Potter on most things, but this is one area we agree on. Our planet is headed for another brutal war unless we put the genie back in the bottle." The gears in Roxanne's head were turning so fast she could practically hear them straining with the effort. "So, you and Potter have been staging all these Muggle attacks," she said slowly, "to undermine Granger and win the election." "Precisely," Harry jumped in. "She has placed the Department of Mysteries under heavy security, perhaps suspecting my goal. She and President Rodriguez across the pond have profited greatly from the merging of our two worlds. She fails to recognize the danger of keeping the Muggles so close to our own world. They would have revolted eventually, one way or another. We merely accelerated the process." "And the Dark Lord?" Roxanne asked with growing alarm. "Was his breakout part of the plan, too?" "An act of desperation, I admit," Harry chuckled, "and it didn't have the desired effect on the polls. But it could still reap dividends when we plan our assault." "I've been meaning to ask about that," Harry. Neville chimed in. "Why hasn't he attacked yet? I thought you said he was going to sow chaos and confusion with his return." "Yes, that has been an unfortunate miscalculation," Harry grumbled irritably. "Tom and I had a meticulous plan laid out, but he has refused to speak with me since his escape. I fear that the madness may have reclaimed his mind, and he has other plans in store. He may be gathering his old supporters and amassing an army of his own." "Blimey, Harry, you didn't mention that before?" Hagrid yelped in alarm. "You know who's going to try to take power again?" "It's irrelevant," Harry growled. "He won't have time to raise forces before we make our move. If we're lucky, he'll start moving out of the shadows just in time to distract the Ministry even further. Trust me, he won't be a factor we have to worry about." The other adults didn't seem entirely placated by this, but nobody said anything. Roxanne was still deeply disturbed by all she'd learned tonight and wasn't sure how she felt about it all. Sure, she was no fan of Minister Granger, but this? Staging a Muggle uprising and freeing the worst Dark Lord of all time, all to try and influence an election? It felt wrong to her. "And you," she said aloud, addressing her father. "What do you get out of this? Besides ignorance to our world." "I get you, Roxanne," Beckett said with a genuine smile. "Ours was just one of the many families torn apart by the tragedy of the statute falling. We could have been happy away from all this magical nonsense. We're going to be a proper family again. You and your mother and me." "You threw me out," Roxanne protested. "You haven't contacted me in nearly 7 years. Since when did you want to be a happy family? You don't understand the sacrifices I've had to make." Beckett suddenly roared at his daughter. Do you realize what a tough position you put me in, with your powers emerging? If anyone found out, my position would have been compromised. Hell, I probably would have been killed by my own men. I did the only thing that protected you and your mother from harm. You could have written, Roxanne said, tears beginning to build in her eyes. You never once indicated dash. I couldn't risk one of those ruddy owls showing up on my doorstep, Beckett muttered. I regret the way we left things, but it was for everyone's protection. Potter assured me that once we complete our mission, things will go back to the way they were. Your mother and I still deeply love you, and we yearn for the day you come back home. There was a time in Roxanne's life, not long ago, in fact, where those were the exact words she wanted to hear. Her parents wanted her. She was loved. How different could her life have been if she'd had a loving support system at home? Would she have had such a rough time at Hogwarts? Could she have reached her full potential sooner and not just survived, but thrived? An alternate version of her life flashed before her eyes, one she once thought she'd never have, one where she was happy and had people in her corner to help her through her darkest moments. But that wasn't the life she'd lived. She had suffered, had spent every waking moment fighting to stay afloat, without a moment to breathe and imagine a better life for herself. Her father's words rang as insulting and hollow now. How could he sit there and act as though the last 7 years hadn't happened at all? That she would willingly take him back after all those years of silence, when she needed him most? I still would have been magical, even with the statute in place. Roxanne reminded him coldly. What then? You just wouldn't care? Beckett stiffened momentarily, but recovered quickly. It would be much easier to hide from the neighbors, he reasoned. I wouldn't have to fear reprisals dash. So you only care about what other people think of you, Roxanne confirmed. You wouldn't feel as compelled to destroy the life of your only child if you thought you could keep her dirty little secret. I think we all need to calm down here, Harry jumped in warningly. Roxanne, your father has a point. Think of all the other Muggle-borns at Hogwarts, with stories similar to yours. Parents murdered because of who their children are. Parents faced with the impossible choice of protecting their families from harm. Hell, think of all the Muggle-borns who were slaughtered by Voldemort during the war, who never lived long enough to become your classmates. We could fix all of that. We could make these broken families whole. We could all live our lives with the people we were meant to be with all along. Two interesting things happened in quick succession at this moment. Harry glanced surreptitiously at the portrait to his left, where Eva was concealed, and Ginny Weasley beamed with pride at his statement. What did Eva have to do with any of this, Roxanne wondered. And why did Ginny suddenly look so pleased with what he'd said? Roxanne saw the look of adoration in her eyes as she gazed upon the headmaster. And suddenly it all clicked. Ginny Weasley was obsessed with Harry Potter. It had long been a running joke amongst the students, but now she saw it to be entirely true. Roxanne had seen her on the Marauders map, following Harry at a distance through the halls, attempting to enter his chambers late at night. She wanted him, and for whatever reason, she couldn't have him. Had he rebuffed her? Did she believe that, in another life, she was the one who would have captured his heart? Roxanne remembered the night she and Eva had overheard Potter and Granger making love. Now it made perfect sense why Ginny loathed Hermione so much. Ginny was being used. Harry must have promised her that he wanted to be with her if circumstances had been different. Maybe she believed he would reciprocate her love once the statute was back in place. Was that really true? Or was it just to keep her in line, to keep her loyal? She seemed fully on board with his plan to commit treason and overthrow the Ministry. How long had Harry been lying to her? Been stringing her along? And as she looked around the room, Roxanne realized that everyone here was being used in some way, being manipulated by Harry. Lee Jordan had gotten every juicy scoop over the past decade directly from Harry, and would no doubt assist with the coup attempt in any way he could through the press. Fred Weasley had a twin who defected to Granger's side. Surely he believed he could win his brother back without Muggle politics standing in between them. And her own father, Beckett Potter, was dangling the carrot of his own daughter before him, to the point that he was willing to work side by side with a wizard to aid him with his goals. Roxanne, too, had been used. Harry had played her sympathies against her, pitted her against the one person she could rely on in this world. Eva had been her rock, her salvation, and now she was trapped in a box due to her own actions. And as soon as Harry got what he wanted from Roxan, he'd cast her aside, dispelling the illusion that he actually cared about her future. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. She was a frightened 11-year-old girl again, cast out in the raging currents, fighting to stay afloat. Drowning. "All right, we don't have a lot of time," said Harry, breaking Roxan out of her reverie. "The election is on the 8th of May. We'll need to pick an appropriate date, either at the end of this month or the start of next. Then we can begin planning the specifics of the attack. You'll be with me, darling." Beckett winked at his horrified daughter. "I'll make sure you're out of the line of fire. Besides, it'll be nice to have someone magical watching my back." "I trust that you will speak of this to no one, Miss Morrison," asked Harry, a twinkle in his emerald eyes. "I'm trusting you with this information because you've earned it. You've become the student I can rely upon the most, and I know you'll serve your school and your community well." Now that Roxan realized the truth, she saw the tactics at play, the way Harry had positioned himself as a father figure to her. Those compassionate eyes, the reassurances of how special she was, she'd bought it all hook, line, and sinker. It sickened her. She had a strong instinct to stand and run, to get far away from this monster she now realized she'd fallen into the clutches of. But she wouldn't get far, and all she'd achieve was getting her memory wiped, or worse. No, Roxan was a survivor. She'd become a master at hiding her true emotions and escaping dangerous situations unscathed. She flashed an easy smile, mimicking her reaction to the previous 2 times Harry had spoken to her one-on-one. "I'm honored, Headmaster," she said in an appropriately reverent tone. "I won't let you down, I swear. And if any other students try to betray you, I'll serve you their heads on a platter." General Beckett laughed uproariously at this statement. "There's the daughter I raised," he giggled with glee. "Once a Beckett, always a Beckett." Roxan stifled the urge to vomit at this sentiment and managed a bashful smile towards her father. "Might as well go all the way to sell the deception." "You're dismissed, Roxan," said Harry with a relieved smile. "I'll contact you when it's time to fight." Roxan stood and bowed reverently before exiting the office. She maintained her calm demeanor until she reached the bottom of the stone stairwell, then broke out in a dead sprint across the castle, desperate to put as much distance between herself and the headmaster office as possible. She didn't sleep a wink that night, mulling over the terrifying revelations she'd learned. Potter wanted to reverse time, but she was unconvinced that it would work, or for that matter, that it would actually improve anything. She hadn't forgotten that her father started Citizens Against Witchcraft. Was she to believe that that same man would be accepting of a magical daughter with a statute still in place? Or that her coward of a mother, who had chosen her husband over her daughter, would have done any more to protect Roxan once the Hogwarts letter came? Then there was the mountain of lies Potter had built around himself over the years. Not only had he failed to kill Voldemort, but he'd intentionally released him as a cheap ploy for votes. And after building a political campaign focused around stopping the Muggle uprisings, it transpired that he had planned the uprisings to begin with. Was this really a man who deserved to be in charge? Were things truly so bad with Granger around? Roxan had backed the wrong horse. She realized this now. Was it too late? Had she aided Potter's cause too much to prevent things from reaching their inevitable, violent end? She felt helpless to undo the damage she'd done. But she'd be damned if she didn't do everything in her power to fix things anyway. So the next morning, she did the only thing she could think to do. She approached the last person on Earth she ever thought she'd associate with. He looked perplexed as she crossed the Great Hall to speak with him at breakfast. "Morrison?" asked a surprised Calvin Hopkins. "What do you want?" Roxan considered the boy seated before her, watching her with mild suspicion. He had no reason to give her the time of day. If he rebuked her, she might be doomed to suffer the consequences of her own actions. But he was her last hope. So she swallowed her pride and said the 4 words she once swore she'd never admit aloud. "I need your help. En une expected alliance." April 17th, 2016, Evangeline. Eva had no way of knowing how long she'd been kept inside her magic-deprived cell. There was no sunlight to tell the passage of a day with, nothing to distract her from the stifling darkness all around her. She couldn't even run through her occlumency exercises without access to the mental magic required. All she could do was stretch to stay limber and meditate, waiting for whatever Harry Potter had planned for her. Her only reprieve from the sensory deprivation was the occasional appearance of a house elf, arriving to deliver her food. The first time, she'd been so startled by the faint pop of its arrival that she didn't register what had happened until the elf disappeared and had to fumble around in the dark to eat off the plate left behind with her bare hands. The second time, she tried to grab the elf to prevent it from leaving again, earning her a stunning spell to the face that forced her to eat her meal cold when she awoke. From then on, each elf appearance was preceded by a precautionary body-bind curse to deliver the food safely. "Winky is sorry for this, miss." One of the elves apologized after one such appearance. "Winky is bound to obey the headmaster, although she disagrees with this treatment of a student." Then she was gone with another pop, and the body-bind lifted, allowing a frustrated Eva to eat her meal and ruminate on her predicament. What if she tried to harm herself? She had no silverware to work with, but perhaps a broken plate could cause her enough damage to require an emergency trip to St. Mungo's. That plan was quickly squashed as she broke her plate against a wall, only for the shards to promptly disappear. She supposed she could try to intentionally choke on her own food, but most likely an elf would just appear to clear her airway. Without magic, she was well and truly stuck. Occasionally, she could hear faint noises from the headmaster's office on the other side of the portrait concealing her cell. She could not make out individual voices or words, and could only imagine what was being discussed. What did Harry have planned with Voldemort? Were he and the Dark Lord truly working together to breach the Department of Mysteries? Eva couldn't imagine that. Harry was actually aligned with Voldemort's goals. Likely, it was just a temporary solution to his Granger problem. But could anyone actually stop the two most powerful wizards on the planet if they joined forces? Eva ate. Eva stretched. Eva slept. Eva thought and tried not to think. This was the routine she followed for what could have been hours or days or weeks at this point. She'd lost track of meals, her only indication of the passage of time. She'd all but given up on a reprieve from the solitude. She could only wait for whatever plan Harry had inevitably came to fruition. She heard voices coming from the office. That wasn't new. Likely another meeting called by the headmaster. But something was different this time. These voices sounded hushed, hurried, afraid. Eva's ears perked up, hoping to catch wind of what might be happening outside her cell. She pressed her ear up against the barrier facing the office, straining to listen. But a moment later, the portrait covering her cell was pushed aside, and she was blinded with light. Eva hissed and covered her eyes. All that time spent in complete blackness made any source of light piercing and painful. She could hear muffled voices talking in low, urgent tones, but she still could not make out any words. She squinted towards the light source and saw two blurry outlines standing before her, looking at her. She tried to cry out for help, but only managed a parched croak. "Probably can't hear us," murmured a male voice with sudden clarity, as his wand swished through the air. "There, that ought to do it." "Eva," came a familiar female voice. "Are you all right?" Eva blinked rapidly, her vision slowly acclimating to the light now streaming in from the office. Standing in front of her cell were Calvin Hopkins and Roxan Morrison, both looking worriedly at her. "Calvin?" "Roxanne," she groaned. "What's going on?" "We're getting you out of here, that's what," said Calvin with a grin. "You hanging in there?" "I guess so," said Eva, sitting up to face them fully. "How long have I been in here?" "About 5 days," said Roxanne with a sheepish grin. "But hopefully not a minute longer." "Hopkins, think you can break the runes?" "I'm rubbish at that." Calvin was waving his wand in slow circular movements over the cell, muttering something under his breath. "It's impossible to see the specific protections in place," he sighed in defeat. "And I suspect your typical hexes and charms won't be able to open the cell." "Well, with any luck, Potter will underestimate good old Muggle elbow grease." Roxanne grinned deviously. She reached into her robes and withdrew a long, metallic object that Calvin frowned at in confusion. "What is that?" he asked, clearly not recognizing the Muggle tool. "Nicked it from Hagrid's tool shed during class," Roxanne said, proudly. "It's called a crowbar. Sometimes the simplest solution is the most effective one." Roxanne wedged one end of the crowbar into an exposed corner of Eva's cell. She applied downward pressure, the bar creaking in an effort to pry the enchanted glass cover loose. "There has to be a hinge somewhere," she grunted. "He got you in there somehow? And must have planned to get you out at some point. Ah, there we are." There was a faint chunk as the edge of Roxanne's crowbar found an edge to latch onto. Roxanne began to put all her body weight onto the bar, straining to force the door open. "Hopkins, are you going to make a lady do all the heavy lifting?" she panted her cohort. Calvin quickly grabbed the bar himself and began leaning into it as well. Eva could hear faint, splintering cracks in the glass facade. The physical force was working. "Keep going," she encouraged them. "It's working." The crowbar was near bending with the effort Calvin and Roxanne were putting into cracking the cell open. Finally, with a loud clunk, both students toppled to the floor as the glass door was forced open, swinging forward to grant Eva the freedom she so desperately craved. Eva tentatively crawled out into the office, her legs wobbly and stiff after 5 days of cramped quarters. Immediately, she felt a rush of warmth as magic began entering her body again. She laughed quietly to herself in relief, relishing in the sense of power and purpose it imbued her with. She hoped to never experience such deprivation again. "Thanks, you too." Eva beamed at her rescuers. She frowned as she saw them getting to their feet, angling themselves away from her, faces scrunched up with sour expressions. "Oh, what's the matter? You may be easy on the eyes, Pruitt," Roxanne laughed, "but the nose is another matter." Eva realized that she must not have the greatest aroma about her. After 5 days in a cramped cell with no change of clothes and nowhere decent to relieve herself, she sheepishly cast a wordless, wandless scourgify on herself to clean up a bit, throwing in an air freshener charm for good measure. "Sorry, not exactly the most sanitary conditions in there," she grinned. "Don't mention it," said Calvin, looking amused. "Now, I don't want to sound ungrateful or anything," Eva said, looking at the other two. "But why are you doing this? Last time I saw you, you both seemed to want me in there." Roxanne and Calvin shared a brief look. "We can explain everything," said Roxanne reluctantly. "But right now we need to focus on getting you out of here." "Out of where?" asked Eva. "The castle, for starters," said Calvin grimly. "Hogwarts isn't exactly an Evangeline-friendly zone at the moment." Eva couldn't argue with that. Surely Harry had informed the students and staff of her betrayal, and being caught out of her cell by any professor would surely get her sent straight back inside. "I don't know where my wand is," she said sheepishly. "Here," said Roxanne, tossing Eva her wand. "You're lucky you're so forgetful, Pruitt. I found it in the room of requirement along with this unconscious dolt when you went dashing off for Lovegood's office." Roxanne grinned sheepishly at this. She did have a habit for leaving her wand behind. Her penchant for wandless magic using the site meant she didn't feel the need to have it on her at all times like most other students. It had earned her more than a few reproaches from her professors over the past term, but fortunately it worked in her favor this time. She stowed the wand away in her robes. "Lead the way, then, my heroes," she said with mock enthusiasm. Calvin led the way down the spiral staircase on tiptoe, peering out from behind the gargoyle into the empty corridor. "How are we looking, Morrison?" he whispered. Roxanne was studying a bit of yellowing parchment in her free hand as she assisted a still wobbly Eva down the steps. Eva gaped at what appeared to be a live map of Hogwarts, complete with every student and staff member's current position in the castle. "Weasley's patrolling the West Wing," she muttered. Eva spotted Ginny's name, lurking around the astronomy tower, and Crumb's near the entrance hall, but he's headed for the dungeons. "We should have a clear path to the 3rd floor." "Why the 3rd floor?" Eva whispered. "Shouldn't we be headed for the grounds?" "No chance," said Calvin grimly. "If we try to exit through the front gate, Potter will be alerted for sure. Luckily, Morrison here knows a few alternate exits." Roxanne took the lead now as the three stole their way through the castle. Moonlight was streaming in through the windows. Eva deduced that it must be late at night. They fortunately did not encounter anybody on their winding path through the castle, though they did briefly had to duck behind a tapestry to avoid drawing the attention of Peeves the poltergeist, who zoomed past them with an armful of ink bottles and a devious expression on his face. "Hopefully that'll keep Weasley off our backs," Roxanne chuckled humorlessly as they resumed their path. Roxanne led the way to a 3rd-floor corridor that looked vaguely familiar to Eva. It clicked when she saw the statue of the one-eyed witch perched in the corner, marking the entrance to a hidden passageway out of the castle. Descendium, Roxan muttered, tapping her wand against the statue. With a clunk, the backside of the statue fell away to reveal a narrow tunnel leading to their safety. "Ladies first," said Roxan, playfully shoving Calvin towards the passage first. He rolled his eyes but took the lead, followed by Eva and Roxan, who sealed the passage behind them. The passage was longer and more cramped than Eva remembered, but luckily, she'd grown accustomed to long stretches of time with no discernible change in environment by now. They finally arrived at a ladder, leading up to a trapdoor, which Eva knew would deposit them in the cellar of Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. "Here's hoping the shopkeeper is asleep," Calvin muttered, before ascending the ladder and quietly pushing the trapdoor aside. Luckily, that did appear to be the case. They emerged in the dark and dusty cellar, lit only by their wand tips as the trio stole their way up to the main shop. Once it became clear they were alone, Roxan confidently straightened and strode towards the front door to let themselves out into the main thoroughfare. "Wait!" Eva hissed. Roxan paused, about to push the door open. Eva closed her eyes and activated her sight, which confirmed her suspicions. "There's an alarm ward tied to the front door. Let me disable it before we continue." She plucked at the strand of magic connected to the door handle, preventing the alarm from alerting anyone to their presence. "Okay, now we can go." "Blimey, it's nice to have the second coming of Potter on our team," Roxan whistled with appreciation. Calvin merely shook his head in amusement as Eva rolled her eyes. They exited the shop and stepped out into the chilly evening air. A few stragglers stumbled about near the pubs, but otherwise they appeared to be alone and unbothered. "Now what's the plan?" asked Eva. "I don't suppose either of you has an apparition license?" "I flunked my test twice," Roxan winked. "I can try anyway if you don't mind losing a few toes." "No need for that," said Calvin. "We can just call for the night bus." "What's that?" asked Eva and Roxan at once. Best to just show you," Calvin muttered. He stepped out towards the center of the street and raised his wand arm out, as though hailing for a cab. To both Eva and Roxanne's astonishment, a purple, triple-decker bus materialized out of nowhere, screeching to halt before them. A young wizard in a disheveled purple uniform jumped off the bus landing to greet them. "Welcome to the night bus. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard," the man said in a bored, rehearsed tone. "I'm your conductor this evening, Michael Corner. How can we help you?" "We need to get to Southbourne," said Calvin. Quickly and quietly, Roxan added, earning her reproachful looks from Eva and Calvin and an arched eyebrow from Michael. "You three Hogwarts students?" Michael asked, eyes narrowing at them. "No," Eva denied impulsively. This only caused Michael to sneer as he eyed the Gryffindor and Slytherin house badges adorned on their robes. "We're alumni," Calvin quickly added. "Just headed home after a night at the Hogshead." I see, said Michael with an amused grin that indicated he neither believed them nor cared in the slightest. "Climb aboard." Eva followed Roxan and Calvin onto the night bus, which was filled with four-poster beds rather than traditional seats. Each of them sat in adjacent beds as Michael climbed aboard behind them and signaled to the driver. The doors slammed shut behind him, and with a bang, the bus was in motion again, nearly causing Eva to topple over from the sudden force. "Where to, lad and lasses?" Michael asked them. "North Caversham Road," in reading, Calvin instructed the conductor. "That'll be 2 galleons apiece," said Michael in a bored tone. Calvin quickly fished through his robes for a handful of gold, shoving it into the conductor's hands. Michael raised an eyebrow at the overpayment, but did not complain, depositing the coins into a receptacle at the front of the bus. He seemed to get the hint, leaving the trio alone for the remainder of the trip. Roxan spent most of the trip filling Eva in on everything that had happened after her capture. Eva listened with growing horror as she described Harry's plan to break into the Ministry of Magic and use the Veil of Death to reverse time and prevent Voldemort from removing the Statute of Secrecy. "Will that even work?" Roxan asked worriedly, looking at Eva with concern. Eva had given such a scenario a great deal of thought during her isolation in the cell. "The short answer is maybe," she admitted reluctantly. but it's far more likely that he triggers an apocalyptic event across the entire planet. Oh, is that all? Calvin added sarcastically. The scenario was dire enough that none of them laughed at the quip. We'll have to find some way to stop him, Eva muttered, rubbing her eyes tiredly. I have some ideas, but we can discuss it another time. They arrived at their destination soon after, a quiet, upscale neighborhood in Reading. Calvin, Eva, and Roxanne stepped off the night bus onto the street, and after a sarcastic salute from Michael Corner, the bus disappeared into the night with another loud bang. Where are we? Asked Eva, looking around. Your parents' house? No chance, Calvin chuckled. A safe house my dad set up during the last war. Mum's the secret keeper, but she told me about it last year in case, well, things got bad again. Calvin led the way down the street to an empty lot in between two nice cottages. The safe house is at number 25 North Caversham Road in Reading, said Calvin aloud. Eva wondered what the point of such an announcement was. But to her amazement, a building was materializing before her eyes, filling the once empty lot. Now before them stood a lavish two-story abode, looking far more cozy than she'd anticipated for a so-called safe house. The girls followed Calvin inside the home, which looked just as luxurious as the outside. Blimey Hopkins, how loaded is your family? Roxanne chuckled. My dad had 4 siblings, all of whom were killed during the war, Calvin said grimly. We're the last of the Hopkins line, and all the family gold fell to us. Believe me when I say we'd trade our entire inheritance to get them back. Oh, said Roxanne, deflated. So it's all right, Calvin shrugged. With a wave of his wand, lights flicked on all around the house, illuminating the space fully. We should be safe here. Your parents won't come looking for you here? Asked Eva. Considering you broke out a wanted spy and fled the school, they wouldn't compromise the safe house before coming to talk to me directly, said Calvin. I'll contact Mum in the morning and explain things. She's never been fond of Potter to begin with. And your father? Asked Roxanne pointedly. Still in St. Mungo's, Calvin sighed. He's stable, but they still can't figure out what he was hexed with. It was a house elf spell, Eva blurted out suddenly, remembering the memory she'd glimpsed in Calvin's mind. Some kind of lightning charge. Calvin's eyebrows shot up at this. I'll owl the healer straight away, he muttered. And he made off into an adjoining room, no doubt to pen a letter to the hospital. Eva turned to Roxanne, who was eyeing her with an odd expression. Well, I guess we're in bed together now, Eva remarked dryly. Roxanne looked nervous as she considered her next words carefully. I owe you an apology, Roxanne muttered. I've treated you horribly in recent weeks. You thought I was spying for the minister, Eva shrugged. Technically, you were correct. That's not all, Roxanne sighed. Before all of that, I let stupid politics get between us. Potter tricked me into believing, well, that doesn't matter. I was an idiot. You were the person I cared about most, and I cast you aside like you were nothing. You also treated a lot of others poorly, Eva pointed out coolly. Yes, I did, Roxanne admitted, swallowing hard. I'll owe them all apologies as well once this is all over. I know I don't deserve a second chance with you, but can you ever forgive me for acting like a bully and a child? Eva considered Roxanne's apology. She could tell it was sincere, could see the pain in Roxanne's eyes as she implored her to understand. You really hurt me, you know, she said. You abandoned me when I needed you most. Roxanne could only nod, staring contritely at her feet. Eva extended her hand towards Roxanne. Apology accepted, she said. Roxanne looked up, surprised, but smiled and shook Eva's hand gratefully. Any chance we can go back to being friends? Roxanne asked hopefully. I think we can manage that, Eva nodded. Breaking me out of Potter's clutches goes a long way in my book. They shared a smile at this. Calvin returned from the other room, presumably having sent off his letter. Well, I'm headed to bed, he said, stifling a yawn. Shall we reconvene in the morning? Or the afternoon, perhaps? Roxanne suggested, indulging in an even bigger yawn. Bedrooms are all upstairs, said Calvin. Pick out anyone you like. The three of them trudged up the stairs and separated into different bedrooms. Eva eyed the adjoining bathroom, relishing in the idea of a long, hot shower after days of wallowing in her own filth. But that would have to wait until tomorrow. She pulled off her robes and flopped onto the bed with the last of her energy, falling asleep within seconds of her head hitting the pillow. When Eva next woke, it was approaching late afternoon. She needed a good, restful sleep after nearly a week of cramped confinement in her cell. She indulged in a long shower before dressing and wandering downstairs, where she found Calvin and Roxan sitting around the kitchen table, sipping tea. But they weren't alone. Joining them at the table was a stern, older-looking woman that eyed Eva warily as she entered. Eva recognized the woman, though they had never met. She had glimpsed her in Calvin's memories. "You must be Mrs. Hopkins," Eva nodded politely. "And you must be Evangeline," said Mrs. Hopkins, nodding in turn. "I've heard many interesting things about you recently." "Good or bad?" Eva asked with a sheepish smile. "Well, let's just say I was shocked to see my son step through the flue this morning," the woman said with a wry grin. "He arrived roughly 3 minutes after Potter's Patronus explaining how you two were on the run together." Eva and Calvin exchanged a nervous look. "I can explain, Dash." Eva began awkwardly. "Calvin told me enough," said Mrs. Hopkins, holding up a hand to stop her. "Considering you saved my husband's life and uncovered the truth about Potter, you don't have to explain a thing. So, I take it you aren't handing us in to the headmaster?" Eva asked hopefully. Mrs. Hopkins actually laughed at this sentiment. "He can pry your location out of my dead body," she said sharply. That caused all 3 teens to sigh with relief. "Has Roxan told you what he's planning?" Eva asked nervously. "Yes, and frankly, it doesn't surprise me much," Mrs. Hopkins muttered, taking a long drink from her teacup. "Based on the conversation we had last month and the protections Granger has been raising in the department recently, I expected it might come to something like this." "You knew Potter was planning to break in?" asked Calvin, surprised. "Of course," Mrs. Hopkins scoffed. "Security has never been tighter at the ministry. Even we unspeakables have to pass through half a dozen checkpoints just to get to work. It's obvious she is preparing for an invasion." "You should know that the Aurors plan to defect to Potter's side," Roxan chimed in. "Not to mention the Muggles. And the Dark Lord," Eva muttered glumly. "Assuming Potter is able to get him under control." Mrs. Hopkins regarded this information with alarm, then laughed hollowly again. "So it's Harry Potter, the Dark Lord, the Aurors, and a Muggle army trying to break in," she confirmed. "And Granger hopes to defend it how? Exactly?" "We have Eva on our side," Calvin declared confidently. "She can do things with magic I've never seen before. And we'll be there to cover her back," Roxan growled with conviction. Mrs. Hopkins looked at them all with alarm. "Under no circumstances are you to go anywhere near the ministry," she gasped. 3 teenagers in the middle of a war zone? I cannot allow it." "I'll be an adult in 2 weeks," said Calvin defiantly. "And if Eva's going, I'm not letting her go alone." "Me too," said Roxan firmly. Mrs. Hopkins' gaze whipped around to Eva. "I have no choice, ma'am," Eva said apologetically. "It's my parents we're talking about. I'm a part of this whether I like it or not." Everyone stared at Eva after this revelation. "I thought your parents were dead," Calvin asked quietly. Roxan nodded in agreement. Eva sighed, then launched into an abbreviated version of her true childhood history as told to her by Hermione Granger during their last meeting. Calvin and Roxan looked progressively more shocked as the story went along, and by the time she finished, they were staring slack-jawed at her in disbelief. "Bloody hell, you're practically British royalty," Roxan breathed in awe. "No wonder Potter was so obsessed with you from the start." "Oh, Merlin, I was dating the headmaster's daughter," Calvin said with sudden dismay. "No wonder he was so tough on me this term. Stop treating me like his own son." "Look, it doesn't matter, all right?" Eva said crossly. "It doesn't change anything about who I am. Roxan, you of all people should know that we shouldn't be judged by who our parents are." Roxan looked grim at this reminder, but nodded slowly at the sentiment. "Why? Who are your parents?" Calvin asked suspiciously, looking at Roxan. "My father is Lee Beckett," Roxan said with a groan. Calvin processed this information silently for a moment, then burst out in a sudden laughter. "And you two were an item?" Calvin guffawed. "I bet both of your fathers were thrilled with that pairing. Considering that they're working together now, I'd say they are indifferent on the matter," Eva said bitterly. Calvin abruptly stopped laughing at this, realizing this was indeed the case. and fell into pensive silence. "I'm afraid none of this makes much difference," said Mrs. Hopkins, who had listened patiently from the corner during all this talk. "Perhaps Evangeline can slow Potter down, but if he reaches the veil, we may indeed be doomed." "But what is the veil exactly?" Calvin asked. "You've never talked about it before." "That's because it is one of Britain's oldest and most important secrets," said Mrs. Hopkins. "It isn't proper to speak of it so openly." "With all due respect, ma'am, I think we're well past that point," Eva chuckled. "We should at least know what we're up against if the fate of the world depends on it." Mrs. Hopkins considered this, then gave a heavy sigh. "Very well," she muttered. "Let me find some parchment. I'll draw up a schematic." "No need," said Eva, drawing all eyes to her again. She closed her eyes, envisioning the veil as she'd seen it many times in Granger's memory. She had spent enough time with the pensive that she knew precisely how its magic worked, to the point that she could replicate it without the object itself. Using her sight, she drew on the required magic and plunged the kitchen into darkness. A moment later, it rematerialized as the death chamber in the Department of Mysteries, as though they were standing directly inside the room itself. "Bloody hell, Eva," said Roxan, leaping to her feet. "How did you do that?" "This is remarkable magic, Evangeline," Mrs. Hopkins muttered in appreciation. "Told you she's special," Calvin said with a touch of pride. Eva did her best to ignore the praise. "The sand," she said instead, pointing to the fine granules sifting along the stone ground. "It's what was used to produce time. Turners, correct?" "How did you dash?" Mrs. Hopkins began, but quickly decided it wasn't worth belaboring the point. "Yes, it was. But since the program was discontinued, we've been ordered to collect the sand and destroy it. So there is no way to recreate the devices." Eva nodded. It made sense. "But the sand must come from somewhere, yes? The veil can't simply be creating it. There has to be something on the other side." "It's not that simple, I'm afraid," Mrs. Hopkins sighed. She stood from the table and cautiously walked up towards the stone archway, regarding it with equal measures of reverence and fear. "Many years ago, experiments were conducted to see what's on the other side of the door. None were successful, but we have our theories." "You call it a door, for one," Eva remarked. "So you do believe there is something on the other side?" "Of that, we have no doubt," Mrs. Hopkins nodded. "Legend has it that the Peverills created the archway to pass through the ley line and study its properties from the other side. Not all unspeakables believe this, of course. It's been nearly a millennium with few records to account for it." "But you believe it?" asked Calvin, intrigued. "I didn't until recently," Mrs. Hopkins admitted. "When Potter suggested that he possessed them, it lent a lot of credence to the idea." "The Hallows," Eva confirmed. "He has them. I've seen them." "That is troubling," Mrs. Hopkins sighed. "Centuries ago, the Ministry managed to get hold of the cloak, after one of the Potter ancestors loaned it to them to get out of a corruption fine. When they brought the cloak into the death chamber, the veil reacted violently to its presence." "Violently?" asked Eva, confused. "So you do believe they are connected somehow?" "The symbol of the Hallows has been carved into the archway for centuries," Mrs. Hopkins shrugged, pointing out the carvings before them. "Some believe the Hallows were made from materials found beyond the veil, or from the archway and curtain itself. I don't know the truth of the matter myself. But if Potter walks into the chamber with all three, I shudder to think what will happen." "Will the veil repel the Hallows?" asked Eva. "Oh, far from it," said Mrs. Hopkins grimly. "According to our records, as soon as the unspeakable holding the cloak entered the chamber, he was strongly compelled to run through the veil. It was as if it called to him, beckoning him and the cloak home. Fortunately, he was subdued, and the cloak removed from the room, which calmed the veil." "Do you think it's possible he could survive the veil if he has all three Hallows?" asked Eva. "I don't know," Mrs. Hopkins admitted. "But I do know that in the weeks following that incident, there were reports of dangerous magical activity from ley lines all around the world. Deadly earthquakes, floods, weather aberrations. The veil is unstable enough as it is, and for it to sense all three Hallows in the same room, it could be catastrophic for the entire planet." "But could Potter actually reverse time if he succeeded?" asked Roxan. "Time doesn't work the way Potter seems to believe it does," lamented Mrs. Hopkins. "Time turners are deterministic, with a few exceptions. You can go back to do things that have already happened, but if you attempt to change something to happen differently, the timeline will react and attempt to stop you. How can a timeline be sentient like that? Asked Calvin. This is magic we scarcely understand, said Mrs. Hopkins, and part of the reason we stopped producing time turners. As best as we understand, time itself senses when something is not as it should be, and will attempt to remove the agent of change. There are many recorded instances of a time traveler meeting their past self and killing themselves out of impulse, thus erasing their own existence and preserving the timeline. So you think Potter could accidentally erase himself from existence? Asked Eva. Or worse, said Mrs. Hopkins. He could erase our entire timeline and jump to a separate one, thus dooming two separate worlds to oblivion. Wait, so there are other timelines? Other worlds? Asked Calvin, bewildered. This is all theoretical and unproven, of course, said Mrs. Hopkins. Muggle physicists have been grappling with similar problems for decades now. But it isn't a stretch to imagine that Potter passing through that veil could bring about an apocalyptic event we are unprepared to deal with. So he has to be stopped, Eva confirmed. Unfortunately, it appears so, Mrs. Hopkins sighed. The unspeakables are researchers, not fighters. But if Potter is after the veil, we will do all we can to defend it. As will we, said Calvin proudly, standing beside the two other teens. I don't care what you say, Mother. If it's as dire as you say, there's nothing you could do to keep us away from the action. Mrs. Hopkins looked at her son with a sorrowful look in her eye. Some days I wonder if you should have been in my own house, she sighed. So headstrong and stubborn. You were a Gryffindor? Asked Roxan. Oh, yes, said Mrs. Hopkins with a sly grin. I may have married a snake and given birth to one, but I'll always be a lion at heart. Eva released her memory magic and returned the kitchen to its natural state, light flooding back into the room from the setting sun. Good heavens, I must be going, said Mrs. Hopkins, checking the time. The healers intend to remove your father's coma this evening, and I must get to him before Potter does. Tell him I love him, said Calvin, hugging his mother and kissing her on the cheek. Thank you for letting us stay, Mrs. Hopkins, said Eva, fervently shaking the woman's hand. Thank you, dear, said the woman. And please call me Farah. See you soon then, Farah, Eva nodded. Unfortunately, it appears you will, Mrs. Hopkins said grimly. If I can't coerce you three to stay put, I must at least insist that you are careful and watch each other's backs. We will, Roxan confirmed, also shaking the woman's hand. Mrs. Hopkins nodded in gratitude, then grabbed a handful of flu powder from an urn on the counter and activated the fireplace, stepping through the green flames and disappearing from sight. The three teenagers stood looking at each other awkwardly for a few moments, the heaviness of their situation weighing on them. I'm going to get some fresh air, Eva muttered, striding towards the backyard. Calvin and Roxan took the hint, allowing her space to be alone. Eva strolled across the back lawn, which was unkempt and shaggy from neglect. She nestled herself underneath a tree and watched the sun dip low in the sky, deep in thought. Eva felt as though she'd learned a great deal in the past 24 hours, and yet nothing had substantially changed. Her goal was the same: stop Harry from reaching the veil. Would he dare attack her if she stood in his way? Would she dare attack him if he didn't stop? Yes, I would, she eventually decided. He may be her father, but he was still dangerous and unstable. She had forgiven Roxan for her past mistreatment, but wasn't sure if she could do the same for Harry. Even if his goals involved reconnecting with his daughter, he could have done that already without the threat of annihilating the planet on a wild hunch. For that matter, Eva didn't know if she could forgive Hermione for her own role in the deception. She may have kept her distance to protect her, but that didn't mean she had to leave Eva in the dark for her entire childhood. If by some miracle they managed to avert disaster and stop Potter from accessing the veil, could Eva see herself forming a relationship with her mother after the fact? She wasn't sure, and frankly, it was unlikely to matter. The most likely scenario is that all three of them would be dead within the month anyway. Writing your own epitaph, Pruitt? A sardonic voice called out from behind her. Eva turned to see Calvin walking across the yard to meet her. Something like that, Eva muttered darkly, managing a grin, getting to her feet. Course, it probably doesn't have to be that good if no one's ever gonna read it, eh? They both chuckled darkly at this. Eva turned to stroll back up to the house. The sun was dipping below the horizon and slowly bathing the yard in darkness. Hey, Eva, can we talk for a second? Calvin piped up, stopping her. Just you and me? Eva groaned internally. She'd been hoping to avoid this talk. She and Calvin hadn't spoken one-on-one since Potter revealed her espionage plot to him. Okay, she said nervously. Is it true? Calvin asked softly. Did you only date me to get intel on Potter? Eva looked up at Calvin. He looked sorrowful and stern, and more than a little stung. She couldn't blame him, but it pained her to see it all the same. Yeah, it's true, she admitted. Granger and I knew he was plotting something, and I knew you were the person in the castle he trusted the most. I see, Calvin said, deflating a little bit and looking down at his shoes. But listen, said Eva immediately. I really did value your company. You were a good friend when I badly needed one. And I really came to enjoy our time together, even if I did have ulterior motives. Calvin looked up again, still looking hurt, but a little hopeful at this. Did I ever really have a shot? He asked. Did you ever see a future for us together? Eva badly wanted to lie to him. Calvin was a good person she liked very much, and she hated to break his heart. But he deserved nothing but complete honesty from her, after months of deceit. So she could only smile sadly and shake her head. I'm sorry, Calvin, she said sincerely. Maybe if circumstances had been different, but no, I only ever saw you as a friend. Calvin nodded at this. He figured as much. An awkward silence settled between them as Eva nervously awaited what he had to say next. Well, if spying on me was the only chance I ever got at spending time with you, Calvin finally chuckled, I guess I can't be too mad at you. Don't do that to yourself. Eva implored him. I really did look forward to seeing you every day. We could still spend time together, as friends, if you're okay with that. Calvin considered this for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face. You've got yourself a deal, Pruitt, he said, extending his hand to her. Or whatever your real name is. Eva laughed as she shook his hand in relief. I haven't figured that part out yet, really, she admitted. But Thomas will do for now. That was the family that raised me. Evangeline Thomas, Calvin nodded, testing out the new moniker. I like it. Not as gaudy as Potter or Granger, at any rate. They shared another chuckle at this. Are you two lovebirds going to stand out there all night? A chiding voice called out from the house. Roxan was peering out a second-floor window at them. This bottle of rum isn't going to drink itself. Offering alcohol to minors now? Are we, Morrison? Eva called back, clicking her tongue in mock disapproval. What would your father say? Probably something pretty racist, Roxanne declared, sticking out her tongue out at the two of them. Now get your asses up here before I decide not to share after all. Calvin and Eva grinned at each other and raced back into the house for a night of carefree camaraderie. Now that the ice had been broken between them, the tension dissolved entirely, and the newly formed trio whiled away the night with raucous laughter and playful banter. 24 hours ago, Eva never would have seen herself spending time with these two specific individuals, and she could only imagine it wasn't the friend group Harry Potter envisioned for her when he brought her to Hogwarts. But right now, there was no one else on Earth she'd rather enjoy her time with. Eva knew that they were on the brink of what could be a devastating war that destroyed their way of life forever. But just for tonight, she intended to forget her worries and spend time with people she cared about, people she trusted. That was a commodity she would never take for granted again. /N. I have to give credit where it's due to the FIC Blindness by Angela Starcat, which was a big source of inspiration with regards to the lore behind the veil. This story will depart substantially from that FIC's interpretation of its origin and properties, but you should definitely give that FIC a read either way because it's amazing. The Second Battle of London, /N. I underestimated how much needed to happen between now and the finale. So this chapter has been broken up into 2 parts, and there will now be 43 chapters instead of 42. Enjoy! April 21st, 2016, Evangeline. For the next few days, Eva expected things to go south at any moment. She was fully prepared to wake up to the sound of gunfire in the distance and the smell of smoke, alerting her to the beginning of the end of civilization. But it remained maddeningly silent, as though life was proceeding as usual. The muggles in the surrounding houses seemed oblivious to the impending danger, going about their daily business, mowing their lawns, walking their dogs, greeting the neighbors with cheer. Eva felt like she was trapped in a sort of purgatory, a utopian landscape on the brink of being dragged down to hell. But the extra time did give her the chance to get her body and mind back in order. Her magic was still slow to respond to her after 5 days of deprivation in the cell, and she practiced her casting with Roxan and Calvin in the basement arena his parents had installed. She resumed her occlumency training and also took up jogging through the neighborhood, under a glamour, of course, to improve her stamina. She felt like she'd lost a step since quitting the Quidditch team. She would have loved the chance to get back on a broomstick right about now, but that would only draw unwanted attention. Every day was a tense waiting game, as the 3 teens stayed ready to react at any moment in case the other shoe dropped. Calvin's mother came by once or twice with warm, home-cooked meals and information about the ministry. The unspeakables have begun preparing the department for an attack, she told them one evening with a devious grin on her face. Whoever tries to force their way through is in for a few nasty surprises. Eva knew some of the dangerous items contained within the Department of Mysteries and could only imagine the minefield Potter would have to navigate if he wanted to reach the Veil in one place. Calvin took out a subscription to the Daily Prophet in the hopes of gauging what Potter might be planning. As expected, there wasn't much of substance, aside from its usual Granger slant and baseless rumors about Voldemort's whereabouts. There was one minor article about 3 Hogwarts students' expulsion for attempted espionage. Those said students were unnamed, and the article's primary focus was on how great of a job Potter was doing in running the school. "Say, Hopkins," asked Roxan as they pored over the article, "how do your folks feel about you being a Hogwarts dropout?" "Mum couldn't be prouder," said Calvin with a sheepish grin. "Dad wasn't happy to get the letter, but he'll come around, I think. He has to keep up appearances within the Oro office to stay on Potter's good side." "Has he heard anything?" asked Eva. "From Longbottom, perhaps?" "Not really," Calvin shrugged. "Course, Dad's still on medical leave, so they might just keep him out of the loop. Or they think it's unwise to ask the husband of an unspeakable to attack the Department of Mysteries," Roxan pointed out grimly. Calvin couldn't deny this point. With Mrs. Hopkins feeding them the occasional tidbit about protective measures being added to the ministry, an obvious problem arose. How were they going to get in themselves? They might have aims of defending the department rather than breaching it, but these measures would be trying to keep them out all the same. They discussed a number of strategies, none of which avoiding the obvious problem of coming across other combatants attempting to do the very same thing. "Once the attack begins, the ministry will be shut down," Calvin pointed out. "The only way in will be through whatever opening the attackers manage to force their way into. So our only option is to arrive after the attack has begun," Eva confirmed grimly. "We won't stand much of a chance in a full-out fight, so our best option will be stealth. Stay on the outskirts of the fighting, avoid detection, and slip through when there's an opening." "And if we're too late?" Roxan pointed out. "If Potter is already inside the department, having his way with the Veil, he won't be on the front lines," Eva said confidently. "He'll let the first few waves clear a path before entering the battle himself. Otherwise, why bother aligning himself with the Muggles? He views them as cannon fodder, nothing more." "There's another problem we haven't addressed," said Calvin. "How are we getting to London? The Flo network will be shut down, and none of us can apparate." "We'll fly," said Eva simply. "We don't have any brooms here, Calvin began to protest. "I can make it work," Eva assured him. "I've got a plan." She left it at that, leaving both Calvin and Roxan looking concerned. But Eva was confident. With her newfound understanding of magic, manipulating the movement of human bodies was really no different than moving other objects through physical space. It wasn't a matter of making themselves move, but manipulating the space around them to produce the same effect. The end of April arrived, and still there was no sign of attack. From the way the prophet made things sound, the wizarding world was operating smoothly as ever. Aside from the election coming up in a little over a week, it was all business as usual. "It's happening soon," Eva muttered one morning as they perused the papers. "I can feel it. The prophet doesn't seem to agree with you," Calvin remarked as he leafed through the editorials. "That's probably deliberate," Eva pointed out. If the prophet is working with Potter, they'll do everything they can to make things feel normal. That way the ministry will be caught off guard when the attacks begin. The military's on the move, Roxan chimed in as she immersed herself in another paper Eva and Calvin didn't recognize. Probably my dad's doing. What are you reading? Eva asked. The Telegraph, Roxan said, brandishing the paper with its unmoving pictures at them. They've been reporting on increased tank sightings and convoys in the suburbs around London. Honestly, you posh purebloods and your disregard for Muggle media. Calvin and Eva both protested at this. Oi, low blow. I'm a half-blood, not a pureblood. Only teasing, Roxan winked. But if they're coordinating something with Potter, it'll happen soon. Surely the Ministry will be alerted to Muggle troop movements in the city. Hope Granger has a plan to slow them down, Calvin muttered darkly. The two girls could only nod glumly in agreement. Eva didn't sleep well that night, a foreboding feeling growing in her gut about the battle to come. Was this really such a good idea? Charging into a battle with fully trained and armed adults? She might have a heightened affinity to the sight, but what good would that do her on a live battlefield with bullets and hexes flying everywhere? She remembered the King's Cross incident and how helpless she felt to keep the crowds back, how close they'd come to being blown to smithereens. Maybe they should just heed advice and let the grown-ups handle things. But Eva knew she couldn't just stand by. If there was even the slightest chance that she could slow Harry down or stand in his way long enough to make him hesitate and make a mistake, she would be there. She'd come to Britain in the hopes of learning what happened to her parents and avenge them. While her parents weren't actually dead, and they were technically her grandparents by blood, she still felt compelled to take action on their behalf. Harry had effectively ruined her life when he brought her to Britain, and she would make sure he came to regret doing so. Eva's fitful sleep was disrupted shortly after dawn by the distant rumbling of plane engines overhead. She knew at once the day had come. They were not located underneath any common flight patterns, which meant these must be military planes en route to London. Soon would come the familiar pattering of gunfire and distant explosions portending a battle. She quickly got out of bed and got dressed, knowing the moment for action was near. Calvin and Roxan were already downstairs, looking tired but fully alert. Clearly, they hadn't slept much through the night either. Potions? Eva asked at once, and both nodded. They had all prepared a small kit of health potions and shrunk them within their robes in case of emergency. It wouldn't save them from severe injury, but it could save them in the event of milder maladies that exposed them to further danger. Let's get moving then. The trio walked out the front door, where the sun was just peeking over the horizon. Already they could see formations of planes flying through the sky, all in the same direction, northeast towards London. We'd best get going, Eva said grimly. Everyone ready? Ready as we'll ever be, Calvin said nervously. Roxan just nodded, jaw set, looking worried but determined. Eva closed her eyes and opened her sight, drawing wind magic towards them. Great gales began to gust up around them, kicking up dust and lawn clippings. She directed the flow to sweep below them and upwards, sending all three skyward. Once she felt like she could control the speed and pressure of the wind, she launched them forward, propelling them higher into the air and horizontal across the neighborhood towards London. Bloody hell! Eva heard Calvin say behind her. She could not see him or Roxan, but could feel their magic pulsing behind her, so she pressed onward. She kept them about 100 feet off the ground, high enough to evade notice by any passers-by on the ground, and low enough to avoid crossing paths with a rogue plane overhead. In the distance, they could see the urban sprawl of London coming into view. Eva began to hear the distant sounds of gunfire and missiles, but so far, the city looked unscathed. Perhaps the battle hadn't yet begun in earnest? Were the planes simply the opening salvo, clearing a path for the foot soldiers below? Eva increased their speed slightly, wondering if perhaps they could reach the Ministry before Beckett's army could. As they drew ever closer, Eva was able to actually see the gunfire erupting from the oncoming planes. They were sending hundreds of bullets at the city per second, yet the skyline appeared undamaged. Increasing her sight further, Eva could see why. A massive golden dome sat over the downtown area of the city, a magical barrier, invisible to the naked eye. The bullets were ricocheting off the dome, unable to penetrate and cause any damage to the structures within. "Bloody hell!" Roxan exclaimed as a missile erupted from a plane directly over their heads. They watched as it shot towards the city, aimed directly at the heart of downtown, only to collide with the dome and explode in a shower of flames and debris. Eva directed them farther south towards a less populated area of the city, hoping to reach the dome before any stray bullets or shrapnel could reach them. "Soldiers," Calvin called out warningly. Eva looked down to see clusters of Muggle fighters advancing into the city, flanked by tanks and other armored vehicles. Eva increased their speed once more, knowing that one false move could result in them being spotted and shot at. They were rapidly approaching the Golden Dome, and Eva hoped they would be able to pass through, or they were about to crash into a solid structure at nearly 50 miles per hour. Fortunately, they passed through. Eva felt a cold shiver as the protective enchantments washed over them. She knew some foreign magic lingered around them as they rushed onward into the city, but didn't know what, and the wind magic she was producing kept them airborne. She slowed their approach and began to descend, searching for a good spot to land. The main thoroughfares were choked with soldiers and military vehicles, so she found a quiet side street to set down, roughly a quarter mile from the Ministry entrance. Eva landed lightly on her feet as she released the wind magic, but the pair of groans from behind her told her Calvin and Roxan weren't as graceful. "I think I'll stick to brooms next time. Thank you very much," Roxan panted, picking herself up off the pavement. "That was bloody terrifying. I'd rather risk losing a few toes to apparition than do that again," Calvin agreed weakly. "Now what?" "Quiet down for a second," Eva muttered, looking around. "Do you guys hear that?" "Huh? I don't hear anything," said Roxan. "Exactly," said Eva. It was dead silent here, with nary a bullet or explosion to be heard. They'd seen soldiers passing through the dome, but why were they not firing? Even the expected sound of rumbling tank engines was absent, leaving only the ominous whistling of the wind between buildings. "Maybe the battle hasn't started yet," Roxan offered. Calvin nodded in agreement. "Maybe," Eva frowned. She turned and aimed her wand at a nearby mailbox. "Bombard?" A jet of red light erupted from her wand tip, but promptly fizzled and dissipated into the air before reaching its target. "Strange," Calvin remarked. "Some kind of magic blocker?" "An anti-projectile field," Eva confirmed. She'd read about it briefly in an advanced Ancient Runes text, but had never seen one in action. "Stops all targeted spells and Muggle guns and ballistics. Probably why there's no gunfire." "But we can't cast any magic either?" asked Roxan, sounding alarmed. "No hexes, jinxes, or curses," Eva corrected. "Only elemental spells and some charms and transfiguration. We'll have to get creative if we need to fight." "Won't the wizards have an advantage over the Muggles, then?" asked Calvin. "If they can still use limited magic while the Muggles only have hand-to-hand weaponry?" "The Muggles still outnumber us 1,000 to 1, Eva pointed out. "Plus, there are wizards on both sides of the fight, so the attackers will still have an upper hand. Plus, they'll have Potter on the way," Roxan muttered grimly. "Let's get there before he does then," said Eva. And she led the way deeper into the city, the three of them crouched together on the lookout for any potential danger. Eva may have been concerned about the lack of traditional spells to defend herself, but was quietly relieved that they wouldn't have to worry about any stray bullets cutting them down out of nowhere. Their odds of dying had just been reduced a fair amount. Eva heard a commotion as they emerged onto a more populated road and swung her wand around towards the sound, anticipating a group of soldiers nearby. Instead, she saw an older Muggle couple beside a parked car, looking disgruntled. "Bloody thing won't start," the husband groaned, kicking a tire in frustration. His wife was behind the wheel, cranking the ignition, but nothing was happening. Anti-vehicle ward? Eva wondered. Might explain the lack of tanks in the streets and planes overhead. Eva turned back towards their destination in the other direction. But something held her back. The couple oddly reminded her of her own parents, the ones who raised her, that is, back in Australia. Did these two realize the potential danger they were in? Before Calvin or Roxan could protest, she straightened and approached the couple. "You two need to leave," she implored them, drawing their attention. "Quickly. On foot." "Says who, lass?" The man demanded suspiciously. There's about to be a war, Eva said firmly. Have you not heard the planes? You need to get out of here before it's too late. The muggle man spied the wand clutched in Eva's fist, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Are your people causing trouble or something? He demanded. Yes, trouble's coming, Eva said firmly. Get as far away from downtown as you can. The man and woman stared at her for a moment, unsure what to make of this threat. But eventually, they seemed to heed her warning, walking in the opposite direction, muttering under their breath, and glancing over their shoulders back at her. Are you mad, Pruitt? Roxan hissed. We're trying not to be seen here, just preventing needless casualties, Eva muttered. Let's keep moving. They pushed onward, winding their way through alleyways and quiet side streets towards the glass-domed entrance of the Ministry. As they drew closer, they could hear discordant voices shouting in the distance. Not fighting, per se, but certainly nothing friendly either. It was apparent that the two sides of the conflict had found each other and were voicing their displeasure. Eva rounded a corner into an alleyway that cut across directly to the courtyard surrounding the Ministry and the former site of the Black Tower. She could see the great glass dome of the Ministry foyer to her right, surrounded by people. But they were not filing into the Ministry like a typical workday, but rather facing outward in defensive stances. To her left, separated by a significant no man's land, stood the front lines of a sizable Muggle army. It was apparent that they had been bottlenecked into one entrance, and they now formed a wall of offense against the outnumbered defenders. Drop your weapons, one of the Muggle commanders shouted through a bullhorn. You drop yours first, a Ministry defender shouted back. At least ours work. Indeed, the Muggle soldiers looked tentative as they aimed their rifles, as though they already knew they would not function as intended. But the Ministry wizards and witches looked just as apprehensive. Clearly, most of them were only familiar with curse and hex-based combat and were unsure how to proceed without most of their magical arsenal. It seemed Hermione Granger had found a way to level the playing field and avoid significant bloodshed after all. Eva crouched low at the edge of the alleyway and assessed the scene. The defenders were outnumbered quite a bit, but they had access to crowd control magic and would be able to keep the enemy directly in front of them. The attacking army had some wizards of their own, including a sizable portion of the Aura Force and a number of Potter's recruits, but they too would have to make do with elemental and transfiguration magic and only had a single line of attack. It may not be mass carnage straight away, but there would still be significant loss of life if this battle raged on long enough. Guns away, you fools! A gruff voice was shouting from nearby. Close quarters weaponry only. We charge on my signal. General Beckett was roving up and down the front lines, trying to whip some sense into his men. "Yes, sir. Shouldn't we wait for the flamethrowers and gas masks to arrive at the front line?" A soldier asked timidly. Beckett rounded on him. "I don't remember enlisting any pussies in my unit," he roared in the poor kid's face. "You fight when I say you fight. Understand? Do you want your mother to hear you died like a coward instead of a man? Stand tall and have some dignity in death." The soldiers all around Beckett trembled at this, looking nervous. Clearly none of them wanted to be here. But Beckett looked determined to ready them for the fight, to send them to their deaths, so long as it meant buying time for Potter to reach the Department of Mysteries. It filled Eva with a sense of righteous anger at his disregard for the loss of life over such a petty goal. And she was not the only one. "You son of a bitch!" Roxan growled, and before Eva or Calvin could react, she launched herself out of the alleyway towards her father. "Roxan!" Eva shouted, but it was too late. Roxan was halfway across the expanse, wand drawn, murder in her eyes. All eyes were upon her as she launched a number of nasty-looking hexes and curses at Beckett, clearly forgetting about the field as they all fizzled before they could reach their target. A few of Beckett's guards instinctively raised their rifles and fired back at her, but they similarly failed, the bullets pinging harmlessly to the ground. Suddenly, Roxan was tossed backwards as though backhanded by an invisible palm, landing flat on her back on the pavement. Well, a familiar voice sneered. "If it isn't our little escapees." Ginny Weasley stepped past Beckett to face Roxan, wand drawn, her good eye glaring at the girl while the magical one swiveled around to lock onto Eva and Calvin nearby. "Maybe we ought to demonstrate what happens to arrogant little traitors like you." Ginny swiped her wand forward, unleashing a massive whip made of flames that snapped towards Roxan. She barely dove out of the way in time, embers and sparks spitting violently up from the spot she just occupied on the ground. Everyone stared, dumbstruck, as Ginny waved the whip up and over her head for another strike. But this time, as she snapped it forward, a pillar of water erupted from the crowd, intercepting the flame whip and wrapping around it, extinguishing the fire and causing the whip to disappear. Ginny wheeled around for the source of the disruption. "You dare attack one of your own students, Ginevra?" growled Luna Lovegood, stepping forward into no man's land beside Roxan. "And you call yourself a teacher?" "Last time I checked, she was no longer a student of mine," Ginny snarled back. "That was her decision, not mine." "Well, considering you're no longer a colleague of mine," Luna said with a thinly veiled sneer, "I have no qualms about this." And she twirled her wand in a circle, conjuring another mass of water that swirled around her head. Ginny did the same, a pillar of white-hot flame emerging above her. They flicked their wands forward at the same time, water and flame coming together to crash violently into one another, a fierce display of elemental magic as the two once friendly witches began their duel. This seems to spur the rest of the crowd into action. "Charge!" a voice from the attackers' camp shouted, despite Beckett's protests, and men and women from both sides stormed forward into no man's land to begin the battle. Eva hastily flicked her wand backwards to send Roxan skidding across the pavement towards them, a split second before she would have been trampled by the stampeding crowds. The three teens watched on, momentarily stunned as the Second Battle of London commenced in atypical fashion. Most of the wizards and witches seemed unsure what to do with their magic. The vast majority had been trained in traditional combat, with standard hexes and curses that would do them no good here. Similarly, although many of the Muggle soldiers had batons and even knives strapped to their belts, they seemed hesitant to use them, clinging desperately to their rifles that were no more than clunky bats. Most resorted to primitive grappling and uncoordinated punches, resulting in a battle that more closely resembled a schoolyard brawl. A pair of aurors from the attacking army spotted the three teenagers on the outskirts of the fight and moved towards them, wands drawn. But before they could reach them, the ground beneath their feet began to contort and sink into the earth in a violent spiral. The aurors were forced to retreat before they got pulled down into the swirling vortex of dirt and cobblestone. "Get moving, you lot!" a stern voice commanded them from nearby. They turned to see Mr. Hopkins, wand drawn, sending the roiling mass of transfigured earth after the other aurors to ensure they wouldn't come back their way. "Dad," said Calvin, giving his father a hug. "I thought you were still recovering at home. And missed the action?" Mr. Hopkins chuckled. "Not a chance, boy." With a casual swipe of his wand, Mr. Hopkins created a powerful sonic boom that sent another half-dozen would-be attackers spinning away through the air away from them. "Whose side are you fighting for, sir?" asked Roxan boldly. Mr. Hopkins looked surprised by the question, but eventually grinned. "Whichever side keeps my family alive," he said. "Right now, that means keeping folks out of the Department of Mysteries." "We need to get in there," said Eva at once. "Before the rest of the crowd does, that is. Can you help us?" "Why on earth would you want to go there?" Mr. Hopkins asked, bewildered. "You realize Potter is trying to break into the department? You won't be safe there. That's why I need to go," Eva continued. "Sorry, sir, but I have to do this." "And if she's going, I'm going with her," said Calvin firmly, standing tall beside Eva. "I know you don't like it, Dad, but you can either help us or get out of our way and let us figure it out." Mr. Hopkins looked torn between chastising his son for his cheek or praising his loyalty to his friends. He glanced quickly over his shoulder, ensuring they weren't being paid attention to by the brawling crowds, before leaning in towards the three teens. "Get to the visitor's entrance," he whispered in an urgent tone. "The entrance is blocked, but it should still let wizards and witches through. Stay low and avoid fighting if at all possible." "Thank you, sir," Eva said with a nod. "We'll be careful." Mr. Hopkins nodded, turning once more towards Calvin. Eva could see the mixed emotions in his face. Fear for his son's safety, no doubt, but also pride in his bravery and determination to do the right thing. He clapped his son on the shoulder and gave him a resolute nod. Calvin returned it, looking emboldened by the support. Mr. Hopkins turned back to rejoin the fight while Eva, Roxanne, and Calvin slipped off down a side street. "Does anyone know where the visitor's entrance is?" Roxanne asked. "I do," said Calvin. "It's in a public loo. Dad took me through once. Not the most dignified entrance, but if it works, it works." They crept along for a few blocks, doing their best to avoid notice from passing fighters along the way. Once or twice a group spotted them sneaking past, but Eva managed to replicate Mr. Hopkins' Earth transfiguration to send them running in the other direction. Eventually, they arrived on a quiet side street, but Calvin frowned, looking around as though lost. "It should be around here somewhere," he muttered. "I swear it was here. Or somewhere near here, blimey. I can't remember." "Hang on." Eva frowned, sensing that something was amiss. She closed her eyes and activated her sight, confirming her suspicions. A powerful compulsion charm was radiating from somewhere nearby, preventing them from seeing what was actually there. She followed the strands of magic to the source, tracking them to a cluster of runes hidden within a nearby building. Luckily, the rune network was nowhere near as advanced as Nurmengard, and Eva began mentally picking it apart, breaking the magical connections until the runes were deactivated. They suddenly found themselves standing in front of a dilapidated utility building, which looked to be in a state of severe disrepair. The doors and windows were boarded up, and the chipped paint looked like it hadn't been replaced in over a decade. "This is it," Calvin announced. "Knew it was around here somewhere." Eva scanned the building with her sight to make sure it was safe. "There's a muggle-repelling charm here that should keep most of the attackers away," she announced. "But we should be able to get through." With a wave of her wand, she removed one of the planks blocking the nearest window and lifted herself up onto the sill to climb through. Calvin followed, and the two of them helped lift the stockier Roxanne up and through the opening. They found themselves in a dim, unlit public restroom with multiple broken sinks and a row of toilet stalls. "Pick your favorite," Calvin muttered darkly as they examined the nasty-looking stalls. Eva sighed, but stepped forward into one of the stalls, closing herself in as Calvin and Roxanne did the same on either side of her. She lifted the toilet lid and stared down into the bowl, frowning at the sight. "Are you guys seeing this?" she called out. "Why, does it look like somebody died in yours, too?" Roxanne deadpanned from next door. The water in Eva's toilet bowl was blood red, so dark in color that she couldn't even see the bottom of the basin. "What you reckon?" Calvin called out, clearing seeing the same. "Too risky?" Eva scanned the liquid with her sight. There was definitely some foreign magic present, but nothing that appeared deadly at first glance. There was no other way she could think of getting into the ministry, so it appeared they had little choice. "No turning back now," she muttered. She carefully stepped up into the bowl and stood in the ankle-deep liquid, which didn't react to her in any negative way. "Ready," she called out. And at Calvin and Roxanne's reply of affirmation, she pulled the drawstring overhead and flushed herself down. She felt herself spinning through the tubes, the red liquid sloshing all over her body. She felt a slight tingle at its touch, but it did not appear to react hostilely to her. A moment later, she emerged in the atrium, stumbling to remain upright, Calvin and Roxanne beside her. "Again! The hell was that all about?" Roxanne wondered aloud, checking herself over for any injuries. But there was a great deal of commotion nearby, and all three turned to fall into defensive stances. There was a crowd of wizards and witches filling the atrium, and it was unclear who was on which side. But both sides were shouting aggressively at one another, pointing wands and accusing fingers at one another. "Why is nobody fighting?" Calvin wondered aloud. Eva looked down at herself. She was dry, but there was a light, sticky red residue left over from the liquid in the pipes. Legilimens, she thought, but nothing happened. Her sight did no appear to be working. Eva attempted a wordless lumos to experiment, but nothing happened, her wand unresponsive to her command. "Whatever that liquid was, it's blocking our magic," said Eva. She felt a similar sensation that she had in Tom's cell at Nurmengard, as though the magic that usually passed through her was absent. She suddenly remembered Hermione telling her about the potion she developed to help Harry. It detects foreign interference to the brain and removes it. It seemed that Hermione had found a way to weaponize this potion to further slow the attackers down. High overhead, Eva could see Mr. spraying more red liquid into the air, drizzling down on top of the atrium, keeping anyone inside the ministry from using magic. Clever. You three, a pair of guards shouted, spotting the trio in the entryway. Stop right there. Eva noticed that both guards had the same residue coating their bodies, and were likely repelling magic just as much as she was. Furthermore, neither was holding a wand, approaching them nervously with their bare hands. Calvin and Roxan seemed to reach the same conclusion rather quickly. Oh, so it's going to be one of those days, is it? Roxan grinned, cracking her knuckles with a glint in her eye. Let's dance, boys. Both guards froze, bewildered, as the stocky beater launched herself at them, tackling them to the ground. Both men were taller than her, but clearly unfamiliar with Muggle combat, as Roxan pummeled them with her bare fists. You just gonna stand there, Hopkins? Roxan grunted as she grappled with the guards. A bewildered Calvin jumped in to help as best he could. He looked just as uncomfortable with physical fighting, but managed to lay atop one of the guards while Roxan slowly but surely beat the other into submission. Eva stepped back from the four bodies wrestling on the ground and turned her attention to the greater atrium. There was a large assembly of fighters gathered there, the same as outside, split roughly into two opposing groups. It was clear that both sides were unsure how to proceed without their magic. All anyone could think to do was yell and jeer one another, hurling taunts and insults back and forth. Intruders, the defenders were screaming. Get out of here, before we make you leave. Out of our way, the Potter faithful shouted. You're hiding secrets from us, and we're going to prove it. Eva felt as though they were on the brink of violence once more, and sure enough, things quickly boiled over. Someone threw a heavy object into the opposing crowd, connecting with somebody's head, with a dull smack, provoking the other side into action. They charged, bodies flying across the marble floors towards one another, colliding in a mass of limbs and fists and torn robes. It was not a pretty sight. Clearly, these witches and wizards were just as inexperienced with physical combat, but they did their damnedest to subdue the other side. Women pulled hair and dug in sharp fingernails. Men used improvised chokeholds and awkward grappling techniques. Everyone stuck their wands anywhere they could reach, including eye sockets and rib cages. Eva could only stand and stare. Employees were fighting bosses. Janitors were fighting aurors. Male workers were fighting ministers' aides. She spied Percy Weasley running after an older, hobbled, bearded man. Neville Longbottom was struggling to escape the grasp of two food court workers, and twins Fred and George Weasley were rolling around on the ground together, evenly matched but trying in vain to overpower the other, already bloodied and bruised from the effort. Look alive, Pruitt, Roxan panted, as she and Calvin hurried up to her, the two guards unconscious on the ground behind them. We got to keep moving. Let's head for the lifts, Eva agreed. They carefully edged along the perimeter of the atrium, hoping to avoid notice from any nearby combatants. They weren't exactly the most imposing figures as relatively undersized students, which worked in their favor as they were largely ignored in favor of larger, more threatening targets. There was suddenly a loud, distant boom, rattling the entire atrium and creating a brief lull in the fighting as everyone looked up towards the commotion. What was that about? Calvin muttered. Probably nothing good, said Eva. Let's get out of here quickly. They continued sneaking along the perimeter of the atrium, making themselves small to evade detection. Occasionally somebody would stumble in their direction, either from being shoved or rushing to escape a pursuer, but Roxan was an effective bodyguard, elbowing and shoving people out of their way. Eva spied the lifts across the hall and continued inching in their direction, praying that they could escape without further incident. But she soon realized a problem. A large contingent of guards were standing firm at the lifts, lined up shoulder to shoulder, eyes scanning the crowd for threats. They may not have magic, but there were too many of them to even dream of fighting their way through. We need to draw them away somehow, Eva whispered as Calvin and Roxan also realized the obstacle in their path. Wait for the fighting to get worse, Roxan offered. They might have to jump in if the other defenders get overwhelmed. That will make us easier targets, Eva pointed out. We should find some sort of distraction. Get them to leave their posts so we can slip through. Got anything in mind? Calvin asked. Eva couldn't think of a good way to accomplish this at the moment. Luckily, she didn't need to. Moments later, there was another much louder boom, causing the floor of the atrium to shake violently once more. Once again, the fighting paused as everyone looked around for the source of the commotion. Something was happening in the entryway, near the deactivated fireplaces. There was an intense rattling emanating from the area, sending shards of marble and rock bouncing about. The misters had even ceased spraying their red liquid, leaving an eerie silence in the air. Someone's breaking in through the ground above, Calvin breathed. I didn't think that was possible. That could only mean one person. Someone who refused to accept what was possible. Someone desperate enough to brute force his way through the ministry's defenses by any means necessary. Brace yourselves, Eva groaned. With a mighty blast, a portion of the marble wall was blown apart, spraying the awestruck crowd with debris. When the dust settled, they were faced with a fearsome sight. A lone figure, floating on a gust of wind, surrounded by a dozen glowing patron muses, crackling with frightening electricity. The crowd murmured in fright as they recognized the man. Step aside, Harry Potter announced in a menacing, magically amplified voice. And let me through. The crowd stood stock still, staring dumbfounded at the man with messy black hair and glowing red eyes. Then, without warning, Harry launched forward, shooting across the atrium towards the lifts. Everyone immediately leapt into action and began scrambling for the walls, giving Harry a wide berth. Everyone except Eva. She stepped forward into the center of the atrium, planting herself between Harry and his target, standing her ground. Eva, Roxan pleaded with her, but Eva wouldn't budge. Do it, she silently willed her father. Trample over your own daughter to get what you want. Be a man and own up to your actions. Harry's red eyes temporarily flashed green in recognition of his daughter. He said in surprise. For a moment, it appeared that he would crash into her at full speed. But at the last second, he spun aside, attempting to get around her. He was going too fast, however, and his patron muses carved a wide swath around him. Eva was going to get hit full-on by their electric energy anyway. Thud! Eva was suddenly launched sideways with great force, sprawling to the floor and skidding aside. She felt the hairs on her neck stand on end as the patron muses barely missed her, and Harry smashed through the lifts, continuing on into the shaft beyond. Eva had the wind temporarily knocked out of her, but she gingerly sat up, spinning around to see what had saved her. Eva's stomach dropped when she saw Roxan lying face down on the ground, twitching violently. She immediately realized what had happened. The older girl had launched herself at Eva to push her out of the way, only to take the full brunt of the lightning patron muses herself. Eva gasped, rushing to Roxanne's side along with Calvin. They carefully turned her over. Roxanne's face was contorted. In pain, the veins in her face and neck visibly convulsing from the violent shock. Well, that hurt. Roxan managed to grunt through gritted teeth. Don't try to talk, Morrison, Calvin said cautiously. Just breathe. I'm going to find a healer, Eva said, shuffling to her feet. But before she could stand, Roxanne's hand shot out and grabbed her arm, forcing her to lean back over her. You go get that bastard, Roxan muttered, eyes boring into Eva's. Make him pay for all this. Eva's heart swelled with the selflessness Roxan had shown her. She leaned in and kissed Roxan passionately, doing her best to convey her gratitude through the gesture. When she straightened again, Calvin was looking at her with mingled surprise and amusement. Is now really the time, Pruitt? He asked. Oh, shut up, Eva groaned, rolling her eyes in embarrassment. Go, said Calvin, indicating the lifts nearby. I'll make sure she's cared for. Eva nodded and stood, looking out over the atrium one last time. The entire room was staring at her, the fighting long forgotten, the literal shock of Potter's appearance still lingering with them. Eva turned towards the lifts, where a gaping hole had been sheared through the grating, carving a path directly down to the 9th level. No turning back now, Eva thought to herself. She stepped through the makeshift opening and began carefully climbing her way through the wreckage towards the Department of Mysteries. She didn't know what she'd find there or how she'd stop it, but she felt the end approaching and knew she had to be there when it did. Elixir of Clarity. May 1st, 2016. Evangeline. Eva carefully made her way through the wreckage Harry had left behind in his wake. She'd never appreciated the complexity of the Ministry lift system before. It was a maze of twisting and interconnected shafts, shooting off in all possible, and even impossible directions. There was barely enough light to see where she was going, stepping over twisted metal bars and clinging to the grating and rails along the walls. It was a daunting challenge. One slip, and she could fall down an unseen hole to her death. But she pressed onward, knowing she somehow needed to reach the veil before Harry did. After descending a few levels, the wreckage leveled out somewhat, and Eva could see light at the end of Harry's makeshift tunnel. She stepped out on a solid ground and found herself in a hallway. Immediately recognizing it as level 9, she turned to her left, where she could see the black door leading into the Department of Mysteries, or what was left of it, anyway. There was a smoldering crater where the door had been, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. He's really just going to brute force his way through, huh? Eva thought, shaking her head at Harry's gall. She carefully stepped through the remains of the doorway into the darkened hall, wishing she could at least light her wand tip to see better. But she knew the department entrance well by now, having seen it dozens of times in the pensive, so she hurried forward into the dark, relying on muscle memory to guide her path. After a short walk down the hallway, Eva found herself in the circular room lined with doors. It appeared untouched by Harry's wrath. Good news, she supposed, if he couldn't continue his furious path forward all the way to the death chamber. As expected, the door behind her shut and the room began to spin. Eva patiently waited for the room to right itself, the walls slowing to a crawl before coming to a halt once more. Which door to try first? Eva wondered. She was fairly certain the rotation was random and hadn't yet figured out how to navigate to the desired destination properly. She once again lamented the block on her magic, preventing her from using the sight to find a clue forward. However, it wouldn't be long before she realized she didn't need to make a choice at all. A door to Eva's right swung open, and she instinctively wheeled around, wand aimed at it. No one was there. The doorway led into a dark room, apparently reacting to her presence. "Hello," Eva called tentatively. Was this a trap? Then, quite abruptly, the room seemed to tilt on its side, sending Eva tumbling across the rough stone floor towards the open door. She